Chapter 1, The Dumped School Beauty. Drip, drip, drip. You're blind when you walk. The driver of the car slammed the steering wheel and then stuck his head out the window and cursed. Sorry, are you trying to kill me? The man said, swaying, as if he hadn't yet woken up from his hangover. Crazy. I don't care, the bald man cursed again, and then drove away. In the magic city of June, it is like a big furnace, evenly baking every pedestrian walking on the street. Standing by the roadside is a man wearing a white vest. His name is Lu Feng. At this moment, he is holding a bottle of wine and angrily cursing the BMW driver who just passed by. Parvenu, bumpkin, what do you have besides money? I will definitely be richer than you. Ding. The limited time spike system is binding. What's that sound? Who's talking? Lu Feng looked around anxiously, but didn't see anything. I am your exclusive binding system. Every day, 3 spike items are refreshed, and you can choose one of them. And as your level increases, more services will be opened up one after the other, a mechanical voice replied. So you are now my exclusive system. Lu Feng listened with a face full of confusion. Yes, the ruthless voice of the system continued. So the novel has really come true. I'm going to rise up from the bottom, right? Yes. So where are you now? He asked hurriedly. I am in your mind now. You only need to concentrate to enter the mind interface. Lu Feng hurriedly concentrated on the sound and sure enough entered a place similar to a subspace, with an interface similar to a computer window hanging above. Ding! The host has been detected to have entered the system, and today's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the screen when he heard the system's voice. A penthouse in Guanlan International, Dongcheng District worth 74 million renminbi. A Lamborghini Poison 45 million yuan. 1% of the original Ferrari shares worth $300 million. Lu Feng looked at the items refreshed by the system and was stunned for a while. It took a long time for him to react. Damn, this is awesome. This will make Xioma and Dama lose every minute. I love you, system. Ding. The refresh for today is over. Please make a choice as soon as possible. I choose 3. As soon as the system finished prompting, Lu Feng made his choice. Of course I'll choose 3. $300 million, that's almost 2 billion yuan in Chinese currency. This will turn me from a poor boy into a billionaire in an instant. The host has made a choice, and the Ferrari equity transfer document will be delivered to the host's residence within 1 hour. Let's go home. Lu Feng hurriedly scanned a shared bicycle on the roadside when he heard the system's words, and his legs started moving like a wind-up toy. At this moment, he just wanted to see a share transfer document quickly to see if it was all real. In less than a moment, accompanied by a squeaking sound of an emergency brake, Lu Feng returned to his less than 10 square meter rented room. He is a college graduate this year, graduating from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, which is one of the top universities in China. At the same time, he is also the school flower of the University of Finance and Economics, but unfortunately, he was dumped by his girlfriend the day before graduation. Thinking about his girlfriend getting into a bald, greasy middle-aged man's BMW 5 Series, and then thinking about the heartless words his girlfriend said. Lu Feng, in this day and age, you can't do without money, and you can't fall in love without money. Although you are the school's grass, being handsome doesn't pay the bills except for the readers. I just want to live a high-quality life. You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up. My ex-girlfriend's words have been ringing in Lu Feng's ears for the past few days. Every time he thinks about this, Lu Feng's heart feels cold. He just wants to see when the so-called transfer letter will be delivered. In fact, he had not thought about relying on his own efforts to find a well-paid job and then slap his girlfriend in the face, but reality had given him a hard slap. Although he graduated from a top university in China, there is simply no shortage of college graduates in the current environment in China, even if you graduated from a wealthy university. He has no connections and no background, and even his parents are gone. He was raised by his uncle, so it is not easy to find a good job. Add to this the blow of a breakup and Lu Feng was depressed, but now this inexplicable system gave him a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Hearing the sound, he hurriedly got up and walked over. Click. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, the door was opened. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? Your delivery, please sign for it, said the courier, holding a document bag. But Lu Feng didn't seem to hear, so the courier had to say hello again. Lu Feng finally came back to his senses after the courier's second greeting. Please sign, the courier said, holding a pen. Oh, okay, he forced down his excitement and tremulously picked up the pen to sign. Have a nice life, goodbye, the courier said and walked away without looking back. After the courier had gone far away, Lu Feng excitedly opened the envelope and took out the document. Then his gaze was glued to the 8 words on the Ferrari equity transfer document. It's true. He hurriedly flipped through the document and read it carefully. After all, he had graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In just 2 minutes, he finished reading the contract and then signed his name directly on it. So I'm now a shareholder of Ferrari? I've become a billionaire? Lu Feng asked the system in disbelief. Yes, host. The system's voice sounded in his head again. So every day can be refreshed? Lu Feng asked again. Yes, the system level is now at the initial level 1. Please work hard to increase the level, and as the level increases, better items can be unlocked. How do I increase the level? When Lu Feng heard this, he was very puzzled. To be honest, he still didn't know how the system worked, and why it suddenly appeared to him. Your total worth exceeds 10 billion, and the system has automatically upgraded to level 2, and the mall mode has also been enabled. You can redeem many unexpected items in the mall. And so on. When your total wealth reaches 100 billion, you can upgrade the system. Okay, I understand. It seems that I can only work hard every day to buy items for you to upgrade your rank. Lu Feng said with a face that looked like it needed a beating. While Lu Feng was chatting with the system on a small island deep in the Atlantic Ocean, in a luxurious manner, the butler was reporting the situation to an elderly man with graying hair. Old patriarch, the Ferrari shares have been taken over. Oh? A light exclamation, the old man seemed surprised, and a hint of sharpness flashed in his dark blue pupils. Who made the move, bypassing us to take it directly? The old man's authoritative voice came through. It was the Hua country. At the most critical time of our scheme, a huge amount of capital rushed in and took away the Ferrari shares in the blink of an eye. The butler respectfully replied. Well, I see. Do you need us to investigate? No need. It's only a measly 1% of the shares. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Leave, the old man with white hair said again. Yes, the butler slowly left. With the sound of the door closing, the old man seemed to be remembering something. It's this ancient country again. This ancient country with thousands of years of history hides too many mysteries. There's no need to go against such a mysterious country unless there are special circumstances, the old man muttered to himself as he sat in the dim room. On the other side, Lu Feng was riding a shared bicycle and preparing to go out to dinner. I'll treat myself to something nice to eat today. After all, I'm a billionaire. Chapter 2, The Ferrari Man. Squeak. A brake squeal sounded. Lu Feng parked his bike in front of the shop and shouted inside, Boss, I'll have the crab roe noodle and 4 crab roe dishes. Ha, Feng, you've struck it rich, so extravagant, the noodle shop owner said with a smile. Yes, I become rich thanks to good luck, said Lu Feng as he sat down at the table. Good for you, and don't forget to look after your old uncle when you get rich. No problem, uncle, you've looked after me a lot before. Have you found a job yet? The noodle shop owner asked again. Not yet, I'm still looking. Lu Feng gave a casual excuse and brushed it off. He wasn't going to tell anyone about the spike system. After all, this kind of thing was too incredible, and he didn't want to be caught and sliced up for research. Take your time. Don't worry, your noodles are ready, eat first, said the boss, carrying the noodles and walking over. Looking at the noodles, completely covered in a thick layer of crab roe, with some chopped green onions as a garnish, Lu Feng's appetite was piqued, and he started eating with his chopsticks. Boundless sky is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains, what? Hey! Who is this? Lu Feng picked up the phone impatiently, after all, no one likes to be disturbed while eating. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? A gentle voice came from the phone. It's me, who is this? This is Chun Xian, assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia, the gentle voice replied. Ferrari? What do they want with me? Lu Feng muttered. It's like this, have you received the contract? Yes, Lu Feng replied indifferently. Then would you be free to come to the company this afternoon to have a look? Or I can pick you up, Chun Xian said again. Okay, add me on WeChat and I'll send you the location, you can come pick me up. Lu Feng hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. If he didn't hang up the phone, his face would be a mess. This was a luxurious crab roe noodle with extra crab roe, and it couldn't be wasted. Chen Xian hung up the phone and quickly drove to the location that Lu Feng had given her. As she drove, she wondered about this mysterious Ferrari shareholder. You have to know that Ferrari is a world-class high-end sports car brand, and its shares have always been controlled by Italians. How did this mysterious shareholder acquire Ferrari's shares? Could it be a mysterious domestic tycoon? Chen Xian wondered as she drove. Because there are also many financial and internet tycoons in China nowadays, such as the internet giants Ma and Cheetah, and the head of the Cheetah Group. These are all international tycoons who can stir up a storm of bloodshed internationally. If these tycoons are the ones who have acquired Ferrari's shares, then it would not be surprising. Chen Xian drove and unknowingly arrived near the location given by Lu Feng. When she looked through the car window, she saw Lu Feng happily munching on an ice cream cone, wearing a white tank top and shorts. Chen Xian fell into self-doubt, and she picked up the phone with some hesitation and dialed. Hello. The phone rang once and was answered. Chen Xian looked out the window and saw the person holding an ice cream cone in one hand and the phone in the other, saying hello over and over again. Finally she came back to her senses and hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Feng, who was saying hello over and over again, was startled. He looked up and saw Chen Xian, dressed in a little black suit, a skirt that hugged her hips and black stockings, and standing at least 1.7 meters tall. Hello. Lu Feng responded, coming back to his senses. You are the assistant to the president of Ferrari, right? Yes, Mr. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you? Lu Feng asked curiously. It's like this, you are now a director of Ferrari, and our global president and director, Mr. Enzo, would like to meet you, Chen Xian replied. Do you mean I have to go to Italy to meet him? No, Chen Xian hurriedly explained. It's just a video call between you and him. Mr. Enzo would like to get to know you and has prepared a gift for you. You just need to go to the company with me. Oh, that's fine, let's go, Lu Feng finally agreed. Chen Xian hurriedly got into her little BMW with Lu Feng. On the way, Chen Xian kept observing Lu Feng. He was such a young person, one who could even be considered a college student, who had acquired the shares of Ferrari despite the siege of so many capital predators. Who exactly was he? Was he the successor secretly groomed by the domestic capital barons? Or was he the eldest son of some mysterious ancient family? He couldn't have been relying on his handsome face. Chen Xian, who had been guessing the whole way, didn't guess the result. After parking the car, Chen Xian took Lu Feng to the temporary branch of Ferrari, which was actually not very busy. The reason was that Ferrari had not really established a branch in China, so the so-called branch only had Chen Xian, the assistant to the president, and a dozen employees. Lu Feng followed Chen Xian to the office. Lu Feng was a little excited when he saw Chen Xian use the computer to send a video request to the global president on the other side of the ocean. After all, this is a legendary figure who holds a pivotal position in the automotive industry. Drip. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, a prompt sound pulled Lu Feng back to reality. At this time, an elderly man in his 60s appeared on the computer screen. He had a kind face and was full of energy, especially his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's. If his enemy let slip even the slightest hint of a weakness, he would pounce on it. This was an old man with strong methods and a sharp mind, and that was Lu Feng's first impression of Enzo. Hello, Mr. Lu. Enzo spoke fluent Chinese to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I didn't realize your Chinese was so good, Lu Feng said, a little surprised. Ah, you're too kind. China is an ancient civilization with thousands of years of history. I've always been interested in China, Enzo said with a smile. Ha, really? Lu Feng said with a smile. Then you must come to China and take a good look. I believe you won't be disappointed by the beautiful scenery, the food, and the history and culture here. Okay, I'll definitely go and visit when I have the chance. I'm looking forward to your visit. I'll personally show you around the city. By the way, what is the reason for your visit this time? Lu Feng asked. Well, this time, I mainly want to welcome you to the Ferrari family, and by the way, as your host, I'll give you a little gift, Enzo said with a smile. You really went to a lot of trouble, and I'm also very happy to meet a senior like you. We don't need to be so polite with each other. I was originally trying to figure out where to build the Ferrari branch in Asia, and since you're in the Magic City, then we'll just build the branch directly in the Magic City. Since you are here, you can be the president of the Asian branch. The appointment letter will be sent directly to you, so don't refuse. Enzo made the decision without being able to refuse. Since you have said so, I will respectfully obey. Lu Feng saw this and directly agreed. Chapter 3, The Second Spike. The two talked for a while before hanging up. After leaving Qinxian, Lu Feng refused her request to walk him home. He needed some time to himself, because what had happened today was too unbelievable. Just this morning, he was a loser college student who had just been dumped by his girlfriend. Apart from being handsome, he was useless and had nothing what a narcissist. Even if you are handsome, you are no match for our readers. But because of a chance system binding, his life had changed dramatically. From a worthless loser, he became someone who could talk to the Ferrari boss on equal terms. His life had taken a dramatic turn, and he really needed to calm down. So he walked all the way back to his rented room, and after returning, he lay on the bed, tossing and turning. No, let's go back into the system and see if it's true. Lu Feng said, and then sat up straight, concentrating and entering the brain interface. Welcome back, host, the system responded normally. System, when will you refresh the second screen? Lu Feng asked. It is refreshed every morning, the system replied. That's too slow, it's like a year. At this point, Lu Feng, who had already tasted the sweetness, didn't want to wait a moment longer. This is the system's default setting, it cannot be changed, the system said coldly. Forget it, I'll go to sleep for a while, impatience cannot eat hot tofu. Besides, didn't Enzo say that the appointment letter would be delivered to me tomorrow? Tomorrow I will be the president, the overbearing president Lu Feng will officially go online. Lu Feng thought to himself as he logged out of the system and prepared to sleep until the items were refreshed. Then he set an alarm for himself and waited. At 12 a.m., the alarm went off on time. Ding dong, ding dong. With the sound of the alarm, Lu Feng quickly sat up and entered the system interface at the speed of light. As soon as he entered, the system prompted a refresh. Ding. The item of the day has been refreshed. Please make a selection. Lu Feng immediately looked over at the sound of the words. The items refreshed this time are: Hypercar Koenigsegg Agera worth 27 million renminbi. A large flat floor in Guanlan International, Dongcheng District worth 74 million renminbi. Rolex Green Water Ghost Limited Edition worth 12 million renminbi. I really love you, system. You know, I normally can't even see these things, and now I can actually pick and choose from them here. You are really amazing. I must be the chosen one, said Lu Feng smugly. Ding. System prompt, please don't daydream, host. Please make a choice immediately. Well, that's cold. Then I'll choose the penthouse. It's the most expensive of the three options, and I always choose the expensive ones, not the right ones. This will also be good for the system to upgrade. Besides, I don't even have a place to live yet. How can I, the future president of Ferrari, not have a good place to live, said Lu Feng. Ding. The host has made a choice. A large flat in Guanlan International, Dongcheng District. The relevant documents will be on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. Lu Feng said as he logged out of the system and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. In the morning sunshine, through the leaves, the light fell in patches on Lu Feng's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and quickly pounced onto the table, where he saw the red book he had been longing for. Nice. Lu Feng exclaimed, quickly opened the property ownership certificate, and saw that it was for the 6th floor of Building 7 at Guanlan International in Dongcheng District. The name written in the owner's column and the official seal below told Lu Feng that the house, worth 74 million yuan, was his. With a trembling heart and hands, he got dressed and left. Lu Feng hummed a tune as he opened the door and walked out. It was still cool in the early summer morning, not the scorching heat of midday. There was only a gentle breeze that caressed his face, just like a gentle mother stroking her child. Parking his car on the roadside, Lu Feng, who had bought 2 buns, ate them and rode his bike to his big mansion. Shared bicycles cannot enter the community. At the sound of the security guard's cold voice, our big landlord sheepishly parked his car in the place where shared bicycles were placed. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the safety of the owners, no one without an appointment is allowed in. Please notify the owner, and we can let you in. Is there any way that I am the owner? Lu Feng said speechlessly. I'm sorry, esteemed owner, 9527 is at your service. The security guard quickly saluted and said. Do I still need to register? No need. Please show me proof, and I will arrange for a car to take you in. Hearing this, Lu Feng took out the keys in his pocket. Because the keys were all custom made, the security guard could tell whether they were real or fake just by looking at them. Welcome home, owner. 9527 reporting for duty, the security guard said loudly. Okay, very energetic. Take me to building 7, Lu Feng laughed, thinking that the security guard was very interesting. Under the security guard's guidance, he got into the security car and arrived in front of the house he had been longing for. With excitement in his heart, Lu Feng walked into the elevator. When he got out of the elevator, he saw the armored entrance door made of alloy armor in front of him. Lu Feng's heart had already flown out. He hurriedly used the key to open the door and did not forget to record his fingerprint on the door lock. After opening the door, the first thing Lu Feng saw was a huge dining and living room. The decoration was luxurious and beautiful. It was a standard 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with a study and 2 maids' rooms, with a total area of 343 square meters. This will be my house in the future, my first house in the Magic City, but definitely not my last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life. Lu Feng thought as he stood on the balcony and looked at the distant scenery of the Magic City. The whole city will be at my feet. The boundless horizon is my love, flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about the good things in life, a phone rang again. Hello, this is the private butler at Guanlan International. You can call me Xiao Wang. Did I interrupt you? I was wondering if you need to prepare lunch. You guys still have this service? Do you charge for it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course not. The property fee you pay includes the cost of ordering food, the butler said slowly. Then help me prepare it. Okay. Lu Feng hung up the phone, lay down on the sofa, and just wanted to watch TV when the phone rang again. When he looked at the note, it was actually from Chen Xian of Ferrari. What did she want? With doubts, Lu Feng picked up the phone. What's up, Miss Chen? Mr. Lu, your appointment letter has come down, I'll bring it to you, but I don't know your location, so I'm calling to ask, Chen Xian said gently. Oh, then just bring it to me. I'm on the 6th floor of Building 7, Guanlan International. Be careful on the way. After saying this, Lu Feng hung up the phone. But at this time, Chen Xian couldn't calm down because she knew as a native of the Devil City that Guanlan International was a luxury property with an average selling price of nearly 100 million yuan. This young man who had just become the president of Ferrari actually still lived in Guanlan International. With a mixed feeling, Chen Xian drove to Guanlan International. Because Lu Feng had given advance notice, Chen Xian arrived at the community without any problems. As she walked, Chen Xian took in the luxury of the community. Villainous rich people. I really have to fight with you. When will I be able to afford this if I have to work part-time? Chen Xian thought to herself. Ding dong. With the sound of the doorbell, Chen Xian arrived at Lu Feng's doorstep. Hearing the doorbell, Lu Feng walked over and opened the door. Mr. Lu, this is the appointment letter sent to you by President Enzo. Please sign it. After signing, you will be the president of the Asia Regional Branch. In the Asia branch, you will have absolute say, and even President Enzo will need to respect your opinion. Chen Xian handed over the document as soon as she met him. Although she felt bad about her poverty, she still had to continue working, otherwise she would be fired by her immediate supervisor. Okay, Lu Feng took the appointment letter and signed it. So now you are the real secretary of the president, Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, in the future I will be your subordinate, and I will do whatever you say, Chen Xian also smiled. Chapter 4, President, please don't do that. Ha, very good, my secretary, let's eat here at noon. I just ordered food, Lu Feng said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Chen Xian also replied without being polite, after all, she was very interested in this mysterious president. Young and handsome, and rich, this is the dream lover of many girls. Can I visit your house? Chen Xian asked, turning her head. Of course, I'll show you around. Lu Feng readily agreed, after all, he was also very interested in this house, and had not yet had a chance to take a look around before Chen Xian arrived. When Lu Feng led Chen Xian to the master bedroom, Chen Xian's eyes were immediately drawn to it, because what appeared before her was a super large round bed. Chen Xian estimated that it would not be cramped even if 4 or 5 people slept on it. Capitalist scum. Is this meant to encourage people to exercise? Chen Xian immediately thought this, but in fact she really misunderstood Lu Feng, because Lu Feng didn't even know what his master bedroom looked like. It even had a walk-in closet. She was so jealous. This was Chen Xian's second thought, because she was now in the walk-in closet of the master bedroom, looking at the rows of wardrobes made of precious fragrant wood. You have to understand that this is the Magic City, a world-class metropolis. The place she was standing in was inside the top luxury home in the Magic City, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Chen Xian was thinking this while accidentally pushing open the bathroom door. She honestly didn't mean to push open the bathroom door. It was mainly because the door to the master bathroom was so beautiful that she didn't realize it was a bathroom. Chen Xian was shocked again when she saw the bathroom, because it was even bigger than her bedroom. Inside the bathroom was an oversized double bathtub that hit her senses hard. Not only was there a bathtub, but the shower was also separated from the wet area. The most outrageous thing was that there was even a sauna. Chen Xian curiously touched this and that in the bathroom. Lu Feng was watching from behind without saying a word. Mainly because he had never seen it before, he just let Chen Xian lead the way. Suddenly, Chen Xian pressed something and the shower above her head started to spray. Chen Xian couldn't dodge in time and slipped and fell to the ground. Ouch, Chen Xian let out a cry of pain. Her work clothes also got wet from the shower, and when Chen Xian slipped and fell to the ground, she sprained her ankle. Lu Feng finally reacted. Are you okay? Lu Feng hurried over to help her up, and then got soaked himself by the shower that was still spraying. Don't ask why Lu Feng didn't turn off the shower first, the main reason is that he wouldn't have known how. Ouch, that hurts, I sprained my ankle, Chen Xian said with a frown. Lu Feng hurriedly looked over, and this glance was not a problem, because Chen Xian was wearing a short skirt today, and her pair of snow-white long legs immediately attracted Lu Feng's gaze. Plus, at this time, Chen Xian was already soaked through, her white shirt becoming translucent, and the black innerwear underneath could already be seen. Lu Feng was instantly mesmerized. Sigh, how long are you going to keep looking? Chen Xian's gentle voice, tinged with pain, came from the other room, waking Lu Feng from his trance. Sorry. Lu Feng hurriedly apologized, then hugged Chen Xian and went to the bedroom. I'll go find you some clothes, you blow your hair first. Lu Feng handed Chen Xian the hairdryer and then ran out of the room. Puff. Chen Xian covered her mouth and laughed at the fleeing Lu Feng. He really is cute, he's still a virgin, isn't he? Chen Xian laughed while looking at her impressive figure. Because her top was wet, her proudly erect 30cxs were clearly visible. And since she wasn't wearing stockings today, her long, slender legs were covered in water droplets. No wonder he couldn't resist, Chen Xian thought to herself. After Lu Feng ran out of the room, his heart was pounding rapidly. He had never experienced anything like this before. Although he had been in a relationship, they had only held hands because his girlfriend had rejected him. Today, when he suddenly saw such an attractive scene, Lu Feng said that this was a test for cadres, and cadres really couldn't stand it. While thinking about this, Lu Feng went to find clothes for Chen Xian. Because no one was living there were only bathrobes in the bathroom cabinet in this house. Lu Feng took a set of pink bathrobes and hurriedly took them to Chen Xian. You wear this first, give me your clothes, and I'll put them in the dryer for you. Lu Feng handed Chen Xian the bathrobe and said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian said, taking the bathrobe that Lu Feng handed her. I'll find some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis for you to apply, Lu Feng said, and then went out again. Hello, please send me some medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, Lu Feng said as he walked out of the room and made a phone call. The community manager on duty here received the call and hurried over with some safflower oil. Mr. Lu, here is the safflower oil you asked for. Are you hurt? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The housekeeper asked with concern. No thanks, it's just a slight sprain, Lu Feng politely replied. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Your lunch will be ready soon and I'll bring it to you later, the housekeeper said and then left. Lu Feng took the safflower oil and went to the bedroom. Here's the medicine. You apply it yourself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian, who was sitting on the bed in a bathrobe. From his angle, he could just see a hint of snow-white skin. With great reluctance, he averted his gaze and handed Chen Xian the medicine. President Lu, I can't bend over right now. Could you please apply it for me? Chen Xian's soft voice came, as if it still carried a hint of charm. Okay, Lu Feng could only grit his teeth and agree. He gently placed Chen Xian's foot in the right place, then opened the safflower oil and poured it into his hands, before placing them on Chen Xian's ankle and slowly rubbing them together. The moment the snow-white, delicate ankle made contact, it sent shivers through Lu Feng's heart, and the warm, comfortable touch made him wish he could turn into a werewolf. Hiss. Mr. Lu, please be gentle, slower, it hurts a bit. Okay, I'll be gentle. Lu Feng gently cupped Chen Xian's ankle and massaged it. Chen Xian also went from the initial pain to feeling comfortable. The warm, large hand gently massaged her ankle, and every press was so comfortable that Chen Xian wanted to scream out. Lu Zong looked really handsome as he concentrated on his work. Chen Xian thought to herself as she enjoyed Lu Feng's massage. Okay, that's about enough. After about 5 minutes, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Xian's foot down. Lunch will be here soon, let me help you get there, Lu Feng said again. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lu, you're so considerate, Chen Xian replied softly. Lu Feng helped Chen Xian slowly walk to the living room, and just as they sat down, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Here it comes, Lu Feng said. Opening the door, he saw the butler from earlier waiting outside the door with a slightly plump chef pushing a meal trolley. At the moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the chef said in unison. Mr. Lu, have a nice meal. Then they helped Lu Feng carry the sumptuous meal on the trolley into the dining room. Thank you. It is our pleasure to serve you. The butler and the chef said as they withdrew. Click. With the sound of the entrance door closing, Lu Feng sat down at the table with Chen Xian. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, with its braised abalone, Australian lobster and crab bigger than their faces, Lu Feng and Chen Xian were both silent, and then said to themselves, it's good to be rich. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian paid no attention to what was going on outside the window, and with one mind, they busied themselves with the cooking, and finished off all 6 dishes in the soup. Belch, I'm so full, I'm bursting. Chen Xian, after finishing eating, didn't care about appearances and lay down on the sofa just like Lu Feng. President Lu, Belch, thank you for your hospitality, this is the best meal I've ever had. Chen Xian belched and thanked Lu Feng. You're welcome, Belch, you're my soldier, Belch, Lu Feng was too full to speak. Then the two of them lay down on the sofa without any sense of appearance to rest. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu forgot to tell you something. Chen Xian sat up suddenly as if she had suddenly thought of something. Chapter 5, Location of the Ferrari branch. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he has handed over the branch to you, you will be responsible for all matters related to the branch. He asked you to take a look at which location in the city would be good for the branch, Chen Xian replied. What? I'm responsible for the location? Aren't they responsible for the location? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Yes, Chen Xian said with a smile. Then are they ready with the funding and everything? They're not going to make me pay for it, are they? Mr. Enzo has already transferred the startup capital, a total of 500 million renminbi in the early stages, and will continue to add funds in the future. Chen Xian replied, and when it came to this kind of serious business, she quickly got into the swing of things, after all, she was a professional. Oh, that's good, then I'll get ready and see where it's more appropriate to choose. Lu Feng said calmly. Okay, then just let me know when you've chosen. Chen Xian looked at Lu Feng, who had calmly agreed, and thought to herself. It seems that there really is a big shot behind this, otherwise General Manager Lu wouldn't seem to care about such an important matter as choosing a location. He must be confident. You have to know that it's not easy to set up a branch in the Magic City, even if you're Ferrari. It involves too many people and too many things, and you even need government permission. Chen Xian was rambling on, while Lu Feng was actually panicking inside. He had just graduated from university, so where did he know anything about site selection or have any experience? He also had no connections, but in front of the staff he could only pretend to be calm. Then Mr. Lu, I'll go back first. I've disturbed you for so long and asked you to treat me to dinner, so I'm really very sorry. Next time I'll treat you. Chen Xian said this while standing up. Okay, can you drive now, or shall I give you a ride home? Lu Feng also stood up. No thanks, Mr. Lu, I've already recovered a lot. I'm really troubling you, Chen Xian said. Then you can take this bottle of safflower oil back with you. Just apply it a few more times. Then thank you, I'll leave first, you don't need to see me off. With a click of the door, Chen Xian left. Lu Feng also returned to the bedroom to get some more sleep. After all, he didn't sleep well last night. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he smelled a nice smell, which turned out to be the smell of Chen Xian's body. On a June evening, the sunset was reflected in the sky in reddish hues. Although there was no longer the intense heat of the afternoon, after a day of exposure to the sun, the air still smelled of the heat of summer, and the leaves were curled. With a stretch, Lu Feng woke up. Hey, where is a good place to set up shop? The prime triangle area is long gone, and it's hard to find anywhere else. I can't pick a place in the suburbs, Lu Feng said, distressed. Forget it, let's go eat first. I don't want to think about it. I can't go looking for a place tomorrow. I also need to buy a car, otherwise I, the president of Ferrari, can't keep riding a shared bicycle. As he thought about it, Lu Feng became distressed again. Although he is now the president of Ferrari and lives in a big mansion, he has no money. He has less than 2,000 yuan in his bank card. When Lu Feng went out, he kept thinking about these things, and before he knew it, he had walked to a barbecue restaurant and went in to get something to eat first. Boss, grill 5 skewers of kidneys, 10 skewers of lamb, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng shouted. Okay, you go find a seat first, it'll be ready in a minute, the boss promised. After about 10 minutes, with a yell from the boss, the steaming barbecue was served. Lu Feng was drinking beer and eating kebabs when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Lu Feng. 2 young men walked over, his college roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li. They were from the same hometown and had lived together since graduating. It's you guys, come over and have a drink. Lu Feng greeted them. They were still on good terms, after all, they had shared a dorm room. You brat, hiding here eating well by yourself, not even inviting us. Zhang Kai said with a smile, then sat down next to Lu Feng with Lu Li. I came out for some fresh air and a drink, Lu Feng replied with a smile. You're still not over it, are you? I'd say Su Lily doesn't deserve you like that, she's a scum girl, Zhang Kai said from the side. No, it's not because of that, I just wanted to drink, Lu Feng replied helplessly. Cut it out, you see if I believe it, Lu Li also echoed. Really, I just wanted to come out for a drink, I really got over the shadow of the broken heart long ago. Looking at Lu Feng's serious expression, Lu Li and Zhang Kai also let their hearts drop. Then let's have a good drink today, my brothers. Zhang Kai said while opening a bottle of beer, and Lu Li on the other side also opened a bottle unwillingly. Okay. The 3 then clinked glasses. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked, munching on a kebab. I'll find something soon. Lu Feng replied. He couldn't say that he was already the CEO and would be taking off soon, or people would think he was crazy. Well, find a job to start with, and then look for a good one while you're at it. If all else fails, come work for us. We pay 4,500 yuan as an intern, with all the usual benefits, and you get 8 days off a month. Zhang Kai chimed in. No thanks, I'll be accepted soon. If I can't make it anymore, I'll definitely come to you for help, said Lu Feng with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything more. You're so handsome and capable, you'll definitely succeed. There are so many rich women in Shanghai, and if you're noticed one day, you'll become rich and successful, and we'll still have to rely on you, said Lu Li, also joking. By the way, Lu, you can't be late for the class reunion in a couple of days, Zhang Kai suddenly said. Class reunion? Okay, I know, just let me know where it is and I'll be there. Lu Feng replied. I'm telling you in advance, Su Lily will be there too, and she might even bring that boyfriend of hers who was more than 20 years her senior. You can't get carried away, I heard that his old boyfriend is a supplier for a real estate company, and he's got connections in both the black and white worlds, Lu Li also chimed in. Don't worry, it won't happen. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Besides, she really doesn't deserve me doing this. Lu Feng gave them a reassuring look and said. Okay, let's drink. Lu Feng raised his glass and said. It was late at night before the few people dispersed. Go. Take it easy on the road. Got it. Don't forget the class reunion. Old Lu. I know, don't worry, I will definitely go, Lu Feng could only say again. They drank for 4 or 5 hours, and it wasn't until almost midnight that the party broke up. Lu Feng then staggered alone to the residential compound and was helped home by the caretaker. After 3 years of relationship, how could he let go so easily? Thinking that his girlfriend had given up on him because he had no money and had turned to someone else's embrace, Lu Feng felt that he had been blind and had not been able to see through his ex-girlfriend's disguise earlier. Ding! Limited time flash sale system. The daily flash sale items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Chapter 6, Tianyu Group. Ding Ling Ling. Lu Feng was woken up by the alarm clock early in the morning. He stretched, turned over and tried to go back to sleep after turning off the alarm clock. He had a dream last night, in which he and Shen Xian had dinner together, went shopping together, and finally returned home and went to bed. That's why he was so tired and his back and waist ached. He was just about to go back to sleep when he suddenly sat up. It seems like I forgot something very important, Lu Feng said to himself. I have to refresh the system. Thinking about this, he hurriedly concentrated and entered the world of the brain, and then he saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. 30 million in cash legally and compliantly transferred to the host's bank card. 6 shops on Shifeng Avenue worth 52 million yuan. 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group worth 2 billion yuan. System, please accept my knees, you are my god, Lu Feng said exaggeratedly. Ignoring Lu Feng's antics, the system coldly prompted. Please make a choice as soon as possible. I'll choose 3, I have to choose 3, 2 billion, I'll be worth more than 4 billion in no time, Lu Feng thought happily. Ding! The host has made a choice, 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group. Please go to the Tianyu Group company to pick up the share transfer document. Why wasn't it delivered directly to me, and I have to go pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his incomprehension. Ding! The method of delivery is random each time, the system replied. Okay, I understand. I'm going out for breakfast, Lu Feng then got ready to get dressed and get up. Just as Lu Feng was getting ready to go out for breakfast. On the other side, Tianyu Group had become a mess. The company's CEO suddenly received a phone call from the chairman, who had been in the background for a long time. The content of the phone call was that he had failed in his investments, his capital chain had broken, and he had no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to tide over the difficulties. When the CEO learned of this, he was stunned. Drip. It wasn't until the phone hung up and the busy tone came that Wang Yu reacted. The subsidiary company is going to change, Wang Yu muttered. You have to know that Tianyu Company has always been the domain of the old director, who has 100% of the shares and speaks with absolute authority. Now there is a major shareholder with 10% of the shares. I wonder what impact this will have on the company's situation. Maybe even the president will be affected. Ding! Wang Yu, who was daydreaming, was startled by the computer's prompt tone. He looked down and saw that it was a document sent by the old director. It had the name and photo of the new shareholder. Looking at the photo of Lu Feng, who was young beyond belief, Wang Yu's heart was racing. Lu, come here for a moment. Followed the secretary's voice as she pushed the door open. Wang Yu said without looking up, there is a new shareholder at the company. This is his name and photo. Take it to the reception downstairs and make arrangements. The new shareholder will come today to sign the contract. Yes, President. The secretary then took the information to the reception downstairs to make arrangements. Meanwhile, our protagonist was leisurely riding his bicycle, holding a fried dough stick in his hand, eating as he hurried towards Tianyu Building. Squeak, the brakes squealed. Lu Feng parked the shared bicycle and looked up at the building in front of him. The 4 words Tianyu Group gleamed golden on the top of the building, dazzling Lu Feng's eyes. Without the usual face-slapping routine, the security guard simply let him go after registering that he had an appointment. Lu Feng then found the reception desk. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I think you have been notified. Please take me to your CEO, Lu Feng said to the 3 receptionists. Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Lu Feng followed the receptionist. As soon as they had left, the 2 remaining receptionists started chatting. Wow, is this our new director? He's so young and handsome, receptionist B. Yes, he really is handsome. Not only that, he has a gentle smile, receptionist C. If only I had such a perfect man as my boyfriend. Don't even think about it. A man as handsome and rich as him is not someone like us little people can compare with. How would you know if you don't try? What if the director likes someone like me? While the 2 receptionists were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Hello, I am the CEO of Tianyu Group. My name is Wang Yu. After the 2 shook hands and exchanged names, they sat down. Hello, Mr. Lu, I have already been notified. This is the share transfer agreement. Wang Yu then took a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group would be transferred to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh at the system's greatness. It was so well done. Lu Feng then signed his name in the signature box. Thank you for your trouble, Lu Feng said politely. It's nothing. Do you need me to show you around the group? Wang Yu said. Sure, that's what I want to do. Wang Yu led Lu Feng out of the office and introduced the company to him along the way. Lu Don, our company started out in real estate. After the initial capital accumulation, we have now also ventured into other industries. And now have a market value of 20 billion. Of course you already know all this, but I still feel it necessary to tell you. Well, I already know all that, and tell me about the rest, Lu Feng said in a seemingly calm manner. In fact, he knows nothing. He only knows that 10% of the shares are worth 2 billion yuan, but he is a director and cannot panic, he must remain calm. Wang Yu was secretly surprised when he saw Lu Feng's calm face. No wonder he is the big shot who spent a fortune to buy 10% of the group's shares, he has such a good attitude at such a young age. Director Lu, look, this is the new residential building in our group's newly developed community. Without realizing it, Zhong Wanyu led Lu Feng to the company's sand table simulation room. Looking at the tall buildings on the sand table, Lu Feng was also very excited. After all, when these houses were sold, his wallet would also grow fatter. Very good, Lu Feng exclaimed. Then we've pretty much finished looking around here, and I'll hold a meeting here to welcome you to our company today. After all, many of the senior management and employees don't know you, do you think so? Lu Feng looked around. Indeed, when the two of them were walking around the company just now, the company employees were very curious about him. All along the way, people were whispering about him, wondering who he was and what he did to make the CEO accompany him to introduce the company. Okay, you go arrange it, Lu Feng said after thinking about it. Okay, please wait in my office, Wang Yu replied. While Lu Feng was back in his office having a cup of tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the company's senior executives and managers of various departments, and told them to inform everyone that there would be an urgent meeting. Then, before Lu Feng could even process what was going on, he was already being pushed by Wang Yu onto the conference podium. Lu Feng had never experienced anything like this before. The most he had done was sing a few songs at the New Year's Eve party when he was at school. But then again, he was the main character, so Lu Feng quickly adjusted his state of mind and tactically cleared his throat. Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, I am the new director of our Tianyu Group. Many of you may not have heard of me or seen me before. That's okay, after today you will all know me. The reason for this meeting today is, firstly, for you to get to know me, and secondly, I also have something to tell you. Everyone. No more water figures. Spent almost an hour on the podium at the Lu Feng stand, and the meeting came to a successful conclusion. Mr. Lu, do you need me to send you home in a car? No thanks, I'll go home on my own. After refusing Wang Yu's offer of a car ride home, Lu Feng walked out of the Tianyu building and headed straight for his shared bicycle. Chapter 7, Cousin Lu Yanan. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bicycle, lay down on the sofa and yawned. Playing a game of glory. Lu Feng said, took out his phone, opened the game, and started playing. Mage, don't steal my mana. Archer, can you play? CNMLB. With a burst of national essence output, Lu Feng angrily exited the game. What the hell is this? One trap after another. Just as Lu Feng was muttering, the phone rang. Vast sky and boundless sea are my love. Hello? Who is this? It's me, brother. Who is this? Lu Feng wondered. It's me, your uncle's daughter, Lu Yanran. A pleasant but resentful voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before remembering that his uncle's only daughter, Lu Yanran, was also his childhood playmate. She was 2 years younger than him and had just been admitted to university this year. He wondered what she was calling about. Yanran, why did you suddenly call? Is there something wrong? Lu Feng asked. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Lu Yanran's pleasant voice came through the phone. No, I'm just curious. You're usually a busy person and you don't usually call me. Lu Feng laughed. Hey, you've been accepted into college, right? Then you asked Dad for a travel fund and are preparing to travel to your side, Lu Yanran also said with a smile. That's great, you're more than welcome. When are you coming over? I'll get the room ready for you, Lu Feng asked. It'll probably take a few days, I'll let you know in advance. Dad gave me plenty of money for this trip, I'll transfer some to you later. That's all for now, I have to go, I'll be waiting for you, bye. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile as he heard the busy signal on the phone. His cousin was just like that, full of character, but they had a very close relationship. Because he lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his eldest uncle, naturally he and his uncle's daughter got along very well. When they were young, they climbed trees together in the countryside, caught fish, made traps to catch birds, and went to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied at school, she would come crying to her big brother to take revenge. Lu Feng would then severely beat up the person who had bullied her, and as a result, both of them would be called in for a parent-teacher meeting. Uncle Feng was worried sick about all this. Yes, the little girl has gone to university in the blink of an eye, and I haven't seen him for 3 years, Lu Feng thought with emotion. Since going to university, Lu Feng has never returned home, because he doesn't want to keep relying on his uncle, so he chooses to work during the holidays to supplement his studies. Even though his uncle often sent him money or called him to come home, he refused. After all, he wanted to support himself. 3,000 yuan in the account. Lu Feng was interrupted in his thoughts by a sudden voice prompt. He looked at his phone and realized that it was money transferred from Lu Yenran. Brother is afraid you won't accept it, so he transferred it directly. Just accept it. When I come to visit you in a couple of days, you can spend it. Lu Feng felt warm in his heart when he read the note left by his sister. After all, this was his sister's concern for him. Lu Feng replied to his sister, asking her to be careful on the way there, and then prepared to go out for lunch. He had been in the Tianyu Group all morning, and now it was lunchtime, so he decided to go out for lunch and buy some clothes. After all, he was a billionaire, and he couldn't always wear shorts and a vest. Xianda Shopping Plaza. Lu Feng was browsing in the clothing store, trying to find something he liked. Just as he found a suit he liked and was about to try it on, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Bag up this suit for me, I'll take it. Lu Feng turned his head in puzzlement and found that it turned out to be the monitor of his university. What bad luck, Lu Feng sneered. This was not something he was deliberately picking on, but it was really that when they were at school, this so-called monitor of his was jealous of him because some girls wrote love letters to him and confessed their love. So they had a bad relationship since school, and they were definitely not on good terms when they met today, so there was no need for him to be polite. You poor guy, what did you say? Can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan also responded to Lu Feng without any courtesy. I said I'm really unlucky to see you, and I've lost my good mood for the day. Lu Feng was also unyielding. I see you as unlucky too, but how did you find the courage to enter this luxury store? Can you afford the suit you're looking at? How long will you have to work for 28,000 yuan? Chu Fan mocked. Sorry, since I like this suit, I'll buy it. Hello, come over and help me wrap this up. Lu Feng said to the salesperson who was watching the fun next to him. Oh, okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you, the salesperson replied hastily. No, I'll take this suit, and Chu Fan on the other side also shouted. Lu Feng looked at Chu Fan, who was arguing with him, but in his heart, he muttered. The next scene won't be him raising the price and buying it, and then me pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and slapping him in the face like crazy, will it? No, how can such a vulgar routine feel like it's in a novel? Lu Feng was mentally ranting. Sir, we have several more of these clothes in the store, I'll wrap up a set for each of you. As the salesperson finished speaking, Chu Fan, who had been making a fuss, froze for a moment. Lu Feng also felt awkward, because he had thought of so many things. Then, as the two salespersons wrapped up the two clothes, Chu Fan also left with a face of constipation, and before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh. You wait for me at the class reunion, you big school grass who got dumped. Lu Feng also paid for the clothes and was ready to go back. Don't ask where the money came from, he borrowed it from Wang Yu before he came. Thinking about the embarrassment when he borrowed the money, Lu Feng also had a headache. Who would have thought that a billionaire with a 4 billion fortune would not have a few $1,000s on him? At the time, Wang Yu thought he had received a scam call. Lu Feng, who had left Shida Plaza, was going to get something to eat and then go back, but who knew he would run into an acquaintance again? Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard someone calling his name and quickly turned his head to look over. He was shocked to see that it was his ex-girlfriend calling him. Seeing that it was Su Lily, Lu Feng asked indifferently. What do you want? Oh, nothing, I just saw it was you and wanted to chat with you, Su Lily replied with a smile. If you don't need anything, I'll go first. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, thinking about the happy times in the past, and then associated it with the scene of a man in his 40s pressing on top of her. Lu Feng felt a wave of nausea. Don't go yet. Have you found a job? Why don't you come work at my boyfriend's company? I'll let him give you an easy position, which is the least I can do to repay our past relationship, Su Lily said arrogantly. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng was really speechless. How could she call someone who was older than her father her boyfriend? How could she say it? Lu Feng now just wanted to leave quickly, because he suddenly realized that he didn't know his ex-girlfriend in front of him. No, I've already found a job myself, so you don't need to worry about it. You have time to chat with me, so you might as well spend more time with your boyfriend, Lu Feng said directly. Baby, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, an obese bald man ran over, and with his footsteps, his huge beer belly swayed. Lu Feng was speechless when he saw this scene. Su Lily is such a small figure, and she can't help but be crushed by his so-called boyfriend. Oh, just chat with your ex-boyfriend. Su Lily fell into the fat man's arms. Ex-boyfriend? It's the ex-boyfriend you dumped. After hearing this, the fat man couldn't help but look at Lu Feng and size him up. Pfft, nothing but good looks, nothing else, the fat man said disdainfully. Yes, I was young and stupid at the time, and he was so persistent in pursuing me that I reluctantly agreed, Su Lily hurriedly explained to the fat man. Ha ha ha, of course you were innocent. I knew that on the first night we met, the fat man laughed out loud when he heard Su Lily say that. Naughty, you're so bad, Su Lily pretended to be coy and pounded the fat man. Ha ha ha, men aren't bad, women don't love them, baby, what are you telling him? The fat man asked with a wicked smile. I didn't say anything, I just felt sorry for him and wanted you to help him, let him work at your company, after all, he was also someone's first love, Su Lily said coquettishly. Ha ha, okay, since you've asked, then you can come to my company. I think you have a good image, come work for me as a security guard. I'll pay you 5,000 yuan a month. What do you say? The fat man said disdainfully. Lu Feng, who had been holding back for a long time, retorted directly. You're as thick around the waist as you are tall, and you're all but in waist. Even a thin mosquito would sprain its ankle if it stood on you. You're not worthy. You two are a perfect match, a rotten shrimp and a smelly fish. Hearing this, the fat man and Su Lily were both stunned, and for a moment they stood there, dumbfounded. Lu Feng, on the other hand, turned his head and ran away. Why did I run? Damn it, do you think the burly men standing behind the fat man are just for show? It was only when Lu Feng had already run out of sight that the fat man and Su Lily reacted. Go after him, find him, and break his legs for me, the fat man said angrily. Hearing their boss's order, the burly men hurriedly chased after him. Hubby, don't be angry, Su Lily hurriedly comforted the fat man. Pop. The fat man slapped Su Lily directly in the face. Bitch, I'll fix you up properly tonight. Don't you have a class reunion? I'll go too, and I'll make him eat his words. Chapter 8, Collecting Rent in Times Square. Lu Feng sped all the way over to where he had parked his bike, then took off on it. What a day, running into two bitches in a row, he muttered as he pedaled. He arrived home shortly after, went into the bathroom to take a shower, then lay down on the bed. Shit, I was so busy running away that I forgot to eat. Order some takeout. Lu Feng then opened his phone and ordered a meal from Mei Lu. After skillfully ordering the meal and saving the address of Guanlan International, he opened the Douyin app and started browsing. Ding dong. Just as Lu Feng was enjoying the sight of the long-legged beauty, the doorbell rang. Hello, owner, 9527 is here to serve you. Here is your takeaway. With a familiar introduction, Lu Feng froze, because standing in front of him was the property security guard, number 9527. Why is it you? Where is my delivery person? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. To ensure the safety of the owner's lives and property, all deliveries are made by our property staff, 9527 said loudly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It is our pleasure to serve you. Then 9527 handed the delivery to Lu Feng and left. It is worthy of a luxury house, unlike some communities, which don't let delivery people in, but don't deliver themselves either, and make the owners come and get it, Lu Feng tweeted. Back in his room, Lu Feng opened the takeaway and started eating. After all, it was almost evening, and he had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. He had wanted to eat something nice at Chanda Plaza, but he had snubbed the fat man and skipped out without even eating. After finishing his meal, Lu Feng washed up briefly and then lay back on the bed, getting ready to go to sleep. After all, he still had to see if the system could refresh anything good for him at 12 a.m. Ding, ding, ding. As the alarm clock sounded, Lu Feng quickly sat up in bed, ignoring the sleepiness, and immediately focused on entering the system. Let's see if the system can refresh anything good today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Limited time flash sale items have been refreshed. A system prompt sounded in his ear, and upon hearing it, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The refreshed items are as follows. 1 Times Square worth 1.5 billion renminbi. 1 Audi R8 worth 2.4 million renminbi. Armani clothing set worth 12 million yuan. Lu Feng looked at the 3 options in front of him and fell into deep thought. Although he really needed a car, the cars that had been refreshed this time were not worth much. If it had been a luxury sports car, he would have chosen it, but forget it this time. He had just bought a suit, so he didn't need the whole Armani clothing set either. Then he could only choose the first option. I thought the first option would bring up Times Square, which is worth 1.5 billion, and the second and third options would be even better. But they turned out to be worse and worse. Lu Feng muttered to himself. System, I choose the first one. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 1, Times Square is worth 1.5 billion yuan. The documents will be delivered by courier at 8 a.m. As the system's voice fell, Lu Feng's wealth increased by another 1.5 billion yuan. Okay, that was good this time. It was delivered directly to the door. Lu Feng said this and logged out of the system. After all, it was early in the morning and he still had to sleep. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng, who was sound asleep, was woken up by the knock on the door. However, he wasn't upset at all. Instead, he quickly got dressed and ran out. Hello, your delivery, please sign for it, said the young courier wearing a helmet. Yes, thank you very much, said Lu Feng, taking the pen and signing his name. With a click, the door closed, and Lu Feng opened the file bag and took out the contents. Without the slightest hesitation, he signed the document. After all, he still had a lot of faith in the system. The darkness gave me eyes, but I used them to find light. With a ring, the phone rang, and Lu Feng answered it with a lot of questions. Don't ask why the phone didn't ring with the song My Love Is in the Faraway Sky. He wanted a change of pace. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard a pleasant voice on the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? I'm the manager of the Times Square property, my name is Wang Shui, the voice on the phone introduced itself. This is Lu Feng, what's up? Well, the rent for the Times Square under your name is due this month, so we'd like to ask you to come over and see if the rent needs to be raised for the next quarter. Then you can give us your account details and we'll collect the rent and transfer it to your account, said Wang Shui. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. As soon as he heard that there was money to be made, Lu Feng was overjoyed. Despite his current worth of billions, he didn't really have any money on him. The 500 million yuan from the Ferrari deal was in the company account and had nothing to do with him personally. Tianyu Group wasn't due for a dividend yet, so he was still a penniless man. Just pull over, master, Lu Feng said to the driver in front of him. Yes, he had taken a taxi today, not a shared bicycle. In his words. Are you kidding? I'm going to be rich soon, so what's the point of riding a shared bicycle? I'll take a taxi, definitely a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Lu Feng saw several people in suits standing at the entrance to the square, both men and women. If there were no accidents, they should be the people from the square property waiting for him. Wang Shui, on the other side, also mobilized non-stop after hanging up the phone. First, she arranged for her staff to go and notify the merchants in the square one by one, asking them to pay attention to their image and hygiene. Then she arranged for the cleaning staff to clean the public hygiene in the square, while she herself waited with the property staff at the entrance for Lu Feng's arrival. If you ask her why it was such a big deal, she had no choice but to make it grand. Now that the owner of the square had changed, if someone was unhappy, they could replace the entire property management company. If that happened, all of the dozens of people working there would have to pack up and go, and Wang Shui had worked so hard for so many years to get to her position as general manager. If Lu Feng was unhappy with anything and replaced the entire property management company, Wang Shui would have nowhere to turn to cry. With a worried heart, Wang Shui and the property management staff waited for half an hour before Lu Feng finally arrived. Hello, I'm Lu Feng. Ah, you are Mr. Lu, you are really young and capable, you are much handsomer in person than in your photos. The moment Wang Shui saw Lu Feng, she showered him with compliments, and then did her best to make Lu Feng happy, wishing she could spend the night with him. After all, she would not lose out, Lu Feng was so handsome and rich, and she might be able to climb up the social ladder with him. In this way, Lu Feng strolled through the square while Wang Shui kept on praising him. "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with our management?" Wang Shui asked cautiously. At this time, Lu Feng was sitting in Wang Shui's general manager's seat reading a report. "Well, the management is okay," Lu Feng answered without looking up, continuing to flip through the report in his hands. Hearing Lu Feng's indifferent answer, Wang Shui thought that she had done something wrong and made her new boss unhappy, and her heart suddenly felt half cold. In fact, Lu Feng didn't think about it that much. He was now shocked by the rent collection report in his hands. Store 07's quarterly rent is 120,000 yuan, Store 08's quarterly rent is 10,800 yuan, and Store 15's quarterly rent is 140,000 yuan. Times Square has almost 100 shops like this. Note, a quarter is 3 months, and shops come in all sizes, so rents vary. After reading it, he said that in the future, there is no need to start any businesses here, just collect the rent. Finally, Wang Shui, with a worried heart, Lu Feng finished reading the report. "Okay, I finished reading the report," Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui hurriedly replied, "Mr. Lu, are you satisfied? Well, the rent is acceptable, don't raise the rent next quarter. We also have to consider the situation of the merchants. As for when to raise the rent, I will notify you," Lu Feng said. "Mr. Lu is wise," Wang Shui said again, flattering him. "Okay, you don't have to keep flattering me. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid I'll replace you, aren't you?" Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm just being honest." Seeing that Lu Feng had exposed her trick, Wang Shui panicked. "You don't need to be afraid. Your company is doing a pretty good job. Before I came here, I was thinking that if you weren't doing a good job, I'd replace you. Fortunately, you're doing a pretty good job. So, General Manager Wang, keep up the good work," said Lu Feng slowly. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui's heart finally let go. Although she was more utilitarian, she still had professional means, otherwise she could not have sat in the position of general manager. "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your praise. These are what we should do. We will continue to work hard to manage it well," Wang Shui said happily. "Okay, I'll give you the account number. When you have collected the rent, just call me directly," said Lu Feng as he got up. Okay, I will transfer it to you on time," Wang Shui said hurriedly. "Well, I'll go first," Lu Feng said. "I'll see you out," Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. "No need. By the way, go back and inform everyone that this month, your salaries will be doubled, and then the salary will increase by 30%. As for the money needed, just take it from my rent." Lu Feng said while waving his hand, "If you want the horse to run, you have to let it eat well." He still understands this truth. After Lu Feng left the square, the property management staff all gathered around Wang Shui in a flurry. Chapter 9 Shen Suyan. "Sister Wang, what did Mr. Lu say? He's not going to replace our company, is he?" Yes. "Why are you so quiet, Sister Wang?" I'm finished, I'm going to lose my job. This Mr. Lu looks so handsome, and I was wondering if I should give him a chance to woo me, but then he turned around and fired us." Just as the employees were chatting away, Wang Shui finally spoke. "Quiet," Wang Shui said, "don't speculate. Mr. Lu is still quite satisfied with our work, and he said to let us continue to manage for him, so you are not unemployed." Just as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd next to her exploded. "Yay, amazed face, I knew that Mr. Lu wouldn't fire us after we worked so hard to manage. Hey, we don't have to be unemployed after all. It's not easy to find such a good job and such a good leader as Sister Wang. Since Mr. Lu hasn't fired us, I've decided to give him a chance to woo me." "Cut it out, don't flatter yourself. Mr. Lu is a big shot, and it's your good fortune to get even one glance from him." Just as the crowd was getting restless again, Wang Shui called them to order once again in time. Ahem, hearing Wang Shui clear her throat tactically, the employees all looked over. "Next, I have some good news to tell you. President Lu has said that this month's wages will be doubled. Are you happy?" Wang Shui also smiled and said. After a short period of silence, the crowd instantly boiled like boiling water. Amazed face. Happy carrot. Long life President Lu, long life Sister Wang, the employees happily celebrated. Stop, there is another piece of good news to tell you," Wang Shui added. As soon as the employees heard that there was still good news, they immediately stopped the commotion and looked at Wang Shui. President Lu said that wages will increase by 30% afterwards. As soon as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd erupted in another round of noise. All right, everyone just go back to work. President Lu has given us such great benefits, we have to repay him. Seeing that the employees were clamoring again, Wang Shui quickly called out to stop them. After the employees had all left, Wang Shui sat down as well. Phew, this day was really tiring, Wang Shui said. But when she thought about the increased wages, she smiled. On the other side, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square and also walked aimlessly on the street. Although he owned many industries, he was actually a big idler. The Ferrari branch had not been established well, and he was useless as the president. Tianyu Group had Wang Yu at the helm, so it was not his turn to worry. Times Square even fully delegated the property company to act on its behalf. Just as Lu Feng was about to hail a taxi to go back and play games, he saw an old man fall not far away. He hurried over and helped the old man up. Are you okay, Granny? Lu Feng asked. As soon as the old lady saw that the person helping her was a young man, she immediately let out a cry. Ouch, it hurts, you young man knocked my old lady over, you can't run away. While shouting in pain, the old lady held onto Lu Feng tightly. What's wrong with you? I was kind enough to help you up, but you're blaming me instead. Lu Feng asked angrily. I don't care. You're the one who knocked me over. Why else would you help me? You have to pay me compensation. It's not easy for an old person like me. The old lady was being unreasonable. Hearing the old lady's words, Lu Feng understood. He had run into a pottery collision. It was really unlucky for him to encounter such a misfortune. Old lady, I'm warning you, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. You fell down by yourself, and I helped you up out of the kindness of my heart. Don't slander me here, or I'll call the police. Lu Feng hurriedly said as he saw passers-by turning to look at them. Call the police, you're bullying an old lady, it's outrageous. Everyone come and take a look, in broad daylight a young man is bullying an old lady, and he wants to call the police to arrest me. When the old lady heard Lu Feng say this, she became even more unrestrained. Lu Feng looked at the crowd of onlookers and decisively took out his phone to call the police. As soon as the old lady saw Lu Feng call the police, she also called her son, telling him to hurry over. Within 2 minutes, a bald man with tattoos on his arms walked over, saying as he walked, "Who bullied my mom?" Lu Feng looked at the bald man who had come up to him and said without the slightest bit of hesitation. I saw your mother fall, so I kindly helped her up, but your mother bit back at me, saying that I knocked her over. Why didn't my mother sue someone else? If you didn't knock her over, why did you help her up? The man was being unreasonable. Oh my, they are truly mother and son. Lu Feng thought to himself, and just as he was about to retort, he heard a clear and gentle voice. According to what this gentleman said, does that mean that even if your mother falls to the ground, no one is allowed to help her? Does that mean that if someone does help her, it means that she fell because of them? The bald man heard the voice and shouted, which one of you is meddling in other people's business? Do you believe I will get you killed? Lu Feng also looked aside, and all he saw was a girl wearing a long white dress, with daisy decorations on her wrists and in her hair, standing there. She was slender, with a face shaped like a goose egg, a complexion like jade, snow-white skin, and eyes as clear as autumn water. The whole person looked fresh and refined. In the heat of the summer sun, she looked like a dewdrop on a jasper lotus leaf, crystal clear and dazzling. The girl continued, "It was me who said it. You slandered a good person, so you can't say anything back?" The man was also stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before, as if she had just stepped out of a painting. For a moment, he forgot to refute. Shuiying, why is it you? Come to me quickly, Lu Feng hurriedly said. He was afraid that the man would get angry and hit him again. Shuiying heard what Lu Feng said and walked over. Classmate Lu, long time no see, Shuiying greeted softly. Long time no see, Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and shyly greeted her. There was no way he could resist such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and greeting him. Just as Lu Feng was about to say a few more words to Shuiying, the man's rude voice came again. Who told you guys to flirt here? The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw that the pretty girl kept looking at Lu Feng tenderly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand and was about to fight. Lu Feng saw that the other party was preparing to fight, so he hurriedly pulled Shuiying behind him and stood in front of him, ready to fight the man. Shuiying looked at Lu Feng's back and saw the way he was protecting her, and the corner of her mouth gently tilted up. What are you doing? do you want to fight? Just as Lu Feng was about to fight the bald man, the police arrived. The old lady saw the police coming and was about to accuse the villain first. Comrade policeman, it's them, these two young people, they knocked an old man like me to the ground and tried to beat up my son. As soon as the old man spoke, Lu Feng laughed. Truly, shameless people are invincible. Hearing the old man say this, the policeman looked at Lu Feng and said, do you have anything to say? The slightly older policeman said, Uncle policeman, you can ask the people around, and you can also check the nearby surveillance cameras, Lu Feng said with confidence. Immediately, the two policemen asked the surrounding melon-eating people, and then checked the surveillance cameras. They saw that the old man had fallen by himself. And then Lu Feng had kindly tried to help her up. Not only that, but her son had even tried to hit him. After understanding what had happened, the old lady and her son were also taken away by the police. Before leaving, the old lady yelled that it was Lu Feng who knocked her down. As the police took the mother and son away, the surrounding melon-eating crowd slowly dispersed, leaving Shen Xiuying and Lu Feng on the field. Long time no see. Long time no see. The two said in unison, and then they shut up at the same time. Looking closely, Lu Feng's ears had turned red, and Shen Xiuying also lowered her head shyly. Chapter 10 Eating with the School Beauty. Why is student Shen here? Lu Feng broke the awkwardness and asked. I was just passing by here and saw this scene, so I came to take a look. Shen Xiuying lowered her head and played with a few slender fingers back and forth, saying, Thank you for speaking up for me today, Lu Feng said with gratitude. You're welcome #nervous face student Lu, Shen Xiuying said with a gentle smile. Have you eaten yet? I'll treat you to dinner, Lu Feng asked. As soon as she heard that Lu Feng was taking her out to dinner, Shen Xiuying's happy eyes nearly narrowed. Afraid that Lu Feng would find out, she quickly lowered her head again and then said softly, Is that okay, won't it bother you? Lu Feng, who had heard what she said, How could it? It would be my honor to have dinner with Xin University's most beautiful girl. That's right, Shen Xiuying is the school flower of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng doesn't know much about this mysterious school flower, because Shen Xiuying transferred to the school in his senior year. It is said that she came from the imperial capital. Just after she transferred to the university, she was immediately named the new school flower by all the men in the school because of her heavenly appearance. Even the girls can't help but feel a little jealous when they see Shen Xiuying. They only feel endless envy. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shen Xiuying took out her phone and sent a message before putting it back in her bag. Just as Shen Xiuying put her phone in her bag, a black business car that had been parked on the side of the road since the beginning drove away. So, Lu, where do you want to take me to eat? Shen Xiuying tilted her head and smiled at Lu Feng. I'll take you to a really good noodle shop. The boss's crab roe noodles are superb, Lu Feng replied immediately. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Lu Xiuying. Lu Feng heard this and called a taxi on his phone. The two of them got in the car and set off for the noodle shop. This is the place, Lu Feng told Shen Xiuying. Shen Xiuying, who had just got out of the car, looked at the small shop of less than 20 square meters in front of her and was also curious about how delicious it could be. Yes, Lu Feng took Shen Xiuying to the noodle shop he often ate at. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles, with double crab roe, and a chilled spicy crayfish. Okay, coming right up, the boss replied. Hey, is this Lu's girlfriend? She's really pretty, the boss said, noticing Shen Xiuying behind Lu Feng. No, we're not. We're classmates. We just happened to meet today, so we're having dinner together, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. You see if I believe it, just classmates who happen to meet. You'd bring someone here for dinner, the boss laughed. It's really not like that, Uncle Chen, you hurry up and go cook. Lu Feng hurriedly told the boss to go cook, for fear that Shen Xiuying would misunderstand. Seeing the boss go to the kitchen to cook, Lu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief and took Shen Xiuying to find a seat. Classmate Shen, don't be angry, the boss was just joking, Lu Feng explained to Shen Xiuying as he sat down. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Xiuying gave a wry smile and said, It's okay, classmate Lu, I won't be angry. The boss was only asking because he cares about you, I understand. Lu Feng let out a long breath of relief when he saw that Shen Xiuying wasn't angry. What he didn't know was that when the boss misunderstood that they were a couple, Shen Xiuying didn't explain, but instead just smiled happily. Here comes the noodles. As soon as the boss finished speaking, 2 bowls of crab roe noodles that looked very appetizing were brought up. The noodles were covered in a thick layer of crab roe and garnished with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Xin Shuyuan were drooling at the sight. "Thank you, uncle," Xin Shuyuan said gently to the noodle shop owner. "Ah, you're welcome, try it quickly." The owner was also very happy to hear Xin Shuyuan thank him. Lu Feng, who was standing nearby, also said, "Classmate Xin, hurry up and mix the noodles, otherwise they'll get mushy." "But, Lu, I'm from the north, and this is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodles today. I'm not very good at mixing them, can you help me?" Xin Shuying said to Lu Feng with a gentle look in her eyes. "Of course I can, I'll mix them for you first." Lu Feng didn't think much about it and simply agreed. Xin Shuying, who was watching Lu Feng mix the noodles for her, also gave a sly smile, then rested her chin in her hand and looked at Lu Feng with a face full of happiness. Just as Lu Feng was mixing the noodles for Xin Shuying, the boss came over again, holding 2 plates in his hands, one with crayfish and the other with handmade shrimp balls. "Your crayfish is ready too," said the boss as he put the crayfish on the table. "Uncle Chen, we didn't order shrimp balls," Lu Feng said doubtfully when he saw the boss put another plate of handmade shrimp balls on the table. "I know you didn't order it, but I'm giving it to you. You've brought your girlfriend here for the first time, so this is a gift for you," Uncle Chen said with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Chen, we're really just casual friends, so don't jump to conclusions," said Lu Feng, who immediately became anxious when he heard this. "Thank you, Uncle." Just as Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Xin Shuying said softly. The boss was also happy when he saw Xin Shuying thanking him and walked away. Lu Feng looked at Xin Shuying and was a little confused. The uncle has already served it, so of course I'm embarrassed to not accept it. Seeing that Lu Feng kept looking at him, Xin Shuying hurriedly explained. Lu Feng didn't think much about it when he heard it, picked up the noodles and started eating. Seeing that Lu Feng had started eating, Xin Shuying also ate politely. The meal lasted almost half an hour before it was over. "Are you done Classmate Xin?" Lu Feng asked, taking a sip of water. I'm done. It was so delicious, I was so happy to have eaten today's meal," Xin Shuyuan said, as if she meant it. It must have been really delicious, Lu Feng thought. After all, he had fallen in love with this noodle dish after just one meal. "Goodbye, boss." After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Xin Shuyuan walked out of the noodle shop. The trees along the roadside were arranged in an orderly manner, their canopies blocking out the sky. There wasn't a breeze in the air, the sound of cicadas coming from between the dense branches, the fine green leaves turned over by the sun, and the sound of birds singing from afar was melodious. "Thank you, Lu, I had a really good time today," said Xin Shuying, smiling as she got into the taxi. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him smiling, Lu Feng felt like a breeze had come, cool and comfortable. "You're welcome. Drive slowly on the way back and be careful," said Lu Feng, smiling as he closed the door for Xin Shuyuan. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Lu Feng felt as if something had suddenly been taken from him, leaving a void in his heart. "Never mind, I don't want to think about it. I'll go home and play games." Lu Feng also took a taxi home. Xin Shuyuan, on the other hand, had the driver pull over not long after she got in the car. The driver was also very puzzled and couldn't figure out what this pretty young girl wanted, but he did as she asked anyway. After all, the customer is king. Just as the driver had stopped the car, an extended Maybach pulled up next to the taxi, and a woman dressed like a secretary got out and opened the taxi door. "Miss, I've come to take you home." The driver was stunned when he heard this. Who was she talking about? Could it be the pretty young girl in the back seat? Didn't she just get in the car a moment ago? Just as the driver was racking his brains, Xin Shuying got out of the car, and the secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for Xin Shuying to get in. Xin Shuying, who had gotten in, seemed like a different person in an instant. If the Xin Shuying just now gave the impression of being gentle, cute, and someone you would want to protect at first glance, then the Xin Shuying now gave the impression of being cold and arrogant. "Don't forget to pay the fare." Xin Suyu closed her eyes after she finished speaking. Hearing this, the secretary took out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to the taxi driver, before returning to the Maybach. Looking at the luxury car that had already gone far away, the taxi driver had not yet reacted. Looking down at the 500 yuan in his hand, the driver was lost in thought. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Is this a movie? The driver muttered to himself. Chapter 11 Class Reunion. On the Maybach. "Miss, the boss just called," the secretary in the car said to Shinsuyu in the back row. "What is it?" Shinsuyu coldly replied. The boss asked when you will return to the imperial capital. He and his wife miss you very much. You call him back and say I will go back in a while, Shinsuyu said when she heard the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want this to get out. If my parents find out, you know how I am. Shin Xian said lightly. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly replied. After saying that, Shin Xian closed her eyes again and pretended to sleep, but in her heart she was thinking about the time she spent with Lu Feng today. Suddenly, it seemed like she had suddenly thought of something happy, and her mouth slightly lifted up. Ah Feng, you can't escape from my grasp, Shin Xiuying muttered. Back home, Lu Feng had just lain down on the bed when his phone rang again. Old Lu, the class reunion is tonight, don't be late, Zhang Kai's voice came over the phone. Tonight? Okay, I got it, Lu Feng replied. The address is Tinglong Hotel, Zhang Kai said on the phone. Such a luxurious place, can the classmates' wallets hold out? Lu Feng asked suspiciously when he heard it was Tinglong Hotel. You have to know that Tinglong Hotel is also very famous in the Magic City. A casual table of dishes costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, and this is an ordinary private room. If it's a high-end private room, then a casual table of dishes will cost 200,000 yuan upwards, not to mention the top-level private room above the high-end private room, which is even more expensive. Don't worry, we don't have to pay. The monitor will pay for everything. Zhang Kai happily said when he heard Lu Feng's question. Okay, I understand. After hearing Zhang Kai say that the monitor would pay, Lu Feng's doubts were also resolved. He knew that the monitor, Chu Fan, was very wealthy. Chu Fan's father's net worth was upwards of 1 billion. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng also opened the game as he wished to prepare to go in and kill everyone. Until the sky slowly grew dark. And the game crystal was broken, Lu Feng also ended the game of 7 consecutive defeats. Damn, what kind of teammates are these, rubbish. Lu Feng kept complaining, then got dressed and prepared to go out to attend the class reunion. It was summer dusk, the sun was setting in the west, and the streaks of sunlight in the sky were no longer so blinding. They were soft and beautiful with the evening glow. Lu Feng also arrived at the hotel on time. Old Lu, over here, Zhang Kai shouted at Lu Feng, who was not far away. Seeing Zhang Kai shouting at him, Lu Feng also immediately walked over. You brat, you're so late, everyone is almost here, Zhang Kai said, putting his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder, while Zhang Li stood next to them. I was too engrossed in playing games, and I accidentally overdid it, Lu Feng explained. Okay, let's chat later, let's go in first, Zhang Li said. With a click, the door opened and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, his classmates greeted him enthusiastically. It's the university's #1 schoolboy, Lu De. You've become even more handsome since I last saw you. A girl wearing sexy black stockings teased. Yes, with his talent and good looks, he should have found a good job, a boy with black glasses chimed in. It's been a long time, Lu Feng said, greeting everyone. Okay, let's all sit down and chat. Zhang Kai pulled Lu Feng and found a seat. Why haven't I seen Chu Fan? Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The monitor went to find the hotel manager. Zhang Kai unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng and said, because he just graduated not long ago, the classmates are still not strangers, so the scene quickly became lively. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and most of the content of their conversations was gossip, relationships, and work. Just as everyone was having a good time, Chu Fan opened the door and walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw Lu Feng. Yo, isn't this the big school grass who got dumped? Why did you just get here? I thought you were afraid to come. Remember to drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment later. Chu Fan immediately mocked. Hearing Chu Fan mock him, Lu Feng was not willing to be outdone and retorted, just because you are also qualified to make me drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment? What are you? The classmates nearby saw the two people trading insults and instantly fell silent. After all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan were both popular figures during their school days, one rich and the other good-looking. The two had not gotten along since school. Pfft, he's just a loser who got dumped. You're being given face by letting you drink. Chu Fan can't stop talking about being dumped. Chu Fan, you shouldn't bully people like that. Lu Feng is also a victim in this matter. At this time, the black-haired girl next to him couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. The classmates nearby were not surprised to see someone speaking up for Lu Feng. After all, whenever Lu Feng was targeted by Chu Fan before, the girls in the class would stand up to help Lu Feng fight back. There was no choice, because Lu Feng was handsome. No matter how handsome he is not even 1/10 as handsome as the reader. What else can you say besides bringing this up? How can you say that about me, a loser who can only rely on his father? Lu Feng retorted. Seeing the two men's anger growing, the other students hurriedly pulled them apart. As Chu Fan sat down, the crowd also instantly split into two groups, one surrounding Chu Fan and the other surrounding Lu Feng. It's just that Lu Feng's side was far less populated than Chu Fan's. After all, everyone had graduated for some time, and they had all experienced the beatings of society, and they all understood one truth, and that was that in society, it depends on who has money, not on how handsome you are. Luckily, Chu Fan's family is rich, so everyone is willing to surround Chu Fan. As for Lu Feng's side, there are only Zhang Kai, Luli, and 2 or 3 girls, one of whom is the girl in black silk. Su Qingyu, our Lu school grass is single now, if you don't hurry up and take the chance to try, the girl on the other side said to the girl in black silk. I would like to try, but I don't know if Lu Feng is willing, Su Qingyu said with a smile. Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Zhang Kai and Luli also heckled from the side, then just try it, Lao Lu, how long are you going to stay a widow? Lu Feng heard what they said and quickly waved his hand to refuse. I have just graduated and haven't settled down yet, so I'm not considering a relationship for the time being. Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment also appeared in the eyes of the girl across from him named Qingyu. Just after Lu Feng finished speaking, for some reason, the shadow of Shen Xiuying suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Feng shook his head and hurriedly shook off the image. Are you kidding? Who is Shen Xiuying? She is a famous iceberg beauty with a very mysterious background. You have to know that none of the usual school scoundrels dare to go near Shen Xiuyuan. From this, it can be seen that Shen Xiuyuan must be someone important. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about Shen Xiuyuan, the door opened with a click. Excuse me everyone, I'm late, a pleasant voice came, it was our school flower Shen Xiuyuan. Wow, the big school flower is finally here, a male classmate cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female students happy, then Shen Xiuying's arrival undoubtedly excited the male students. After all, which toad doesn't want to eat swan meat? How will you know if you don't try? What if Shen Xiuying likes someone like me? The male students present thought to themselves. Come over here, classmate Shen. Big school flower Shen, sit here. The male students present hurriedly issued invitations one after the other. Even Chu Fan revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, Classmate Shen, there happens to be an empty seat over here. Come sit with me. Who knew that Shen Xiuying didn't even look at him and walked directly over to Lu Feng? The male students' hearts were about to break as they watched this scene. Could it be that Shen Xiuying, who was as cold as ice, had also fallen under Lu Feng's spell? This was the only thought in the hearts of all the male students in the audience. Lu, can I sit here? Shen Xiuying gave a smile that was enough to kill all the men in the room and said gently. Seeing Shen Xiuying take the initiative to speak to Lu Feng, the male classmates all wanted to kill Lu Feng. Of course you can. Lu Feng looked at Shen Xiuying and cheerfully agreed, and Shen Xiuying sat next to Lu Feng. At this time, Chu Fan, who was sitting on the other side, also revealed a murderous look when he saw Shen Xiuying sitting next to Lu Feng. After all the students in the school knew that Chu Fan liked Shen Xiuying. When he saw Lu Feng and Shen Xiuying chatting happily, Chu Fan was also puzzled. After all, they were not that familiar with each other when they were at school. It's impossible. Chu Fan thought in his heart. No one else knows about Shen Xiuying, but he does. On the first day Shen Xiuyuan transferred to the University of Finance and Economics, the school held a special meeting, and then the rich boys were picked up by their parents. Especially when he thought about what his father had told him in the car, Chu Fan was even more confused. I don't care what you do normally, but you must not mess with this Shen Xiuyuan, or I will personally sink you in the Huangpu River. Those were the exact words of Chu Fan's father, but his father also said that if he could pursue Shen Xiuying head-on, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked about Shen Xiuying's background, his father only said one sentence, which shocked Chu Fan and made him break out in a cold sweat. She went to the University of Finance and Economics because the boss of the Devil City personally made the call, and the boss also personally issued the order that no one was allowed to disturb her. Otherwise, why do you think all of us suddenly want to take you home? It's because we're afraid that you'll get into trouble with the wrong people and destroy our families. Whenever Chu Fan thinks about his father's words, he feels a sense of dread. That was the boss of the demon capital, and just one step up would have been entering that place. Such a character actually called to escort Shen Xiuying. It can be imagined how big Shen Xiuying's background is. If I can really win Shen Xiuying's favor, I will really take off, Chu Fan thought to himself. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Shen Xiuying chatting with Lu Feng, and Chu Fan felt unbearable. Just as Chu Fan was thinking about how to make Lu Feng look ridiculous, the door was pushed open again. "Hello everyone, I'm sorry, there was traffic, I'm late," a voice came from outside the door. Lu Feng, who was chatting with Shin Shoying, also suddenly raised his head when he heard this voice. Chapter 12 Mutual Tearing. As soon as the voice fell, a girl wearing a purple dress and holding the arm of a bald man walked in. Yes, this woman is Lu Feng's first love and ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. As soon as Su Lily entered the private room, she looked around, as if she was looking for something, until she saw Lu Feng sitting with Shin Shoying. "So you did come," Su Lily said with resentment. She was furious when she saw Lu Feng. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been beaten by her boyfriend and ridiculed. At the same time, the bald man also noticed Lu Feng, but his eyes were fixed on Shin Shoying next to him. "What a gem, if I could sleep with her, I would be willing to live 10 years less," the bald man thought to himself, and even forgot to find trouble with Lu Feng. "What, you can come but I can't? Is this your house? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean? Why are you so nosy?" Hearing Su Lily's questioning, Lu Feng immediately retorted. Su Lily was speechless at Lu Feng's retort and had to tug the bald man's arm. "Hubby, look at him, he was the one who scolded you last time." Feeling someone tugging him, the bald man reacted and looked at Lu Feng. "You little brat, I've caught you, if I don't break your legs today, I'll write my surname backwards," the man immediately yelled. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the man speaking like that. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Chu Fan. "Lily, do me a favor. Today is a class reunion. Let's talk about whatever it is later and don't ruin everyone's fun." Hearing Chu Fan's words, and considering Chu Fan's father, Su Lily also pulled the man down and sat down, preparing to settle scores with Lu Feng after dinner. The war had finally subsided, and the food had been served. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chu Fan stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Classmates, today is our first reunion since graduation. I also take this opportunity to wish you all find good jobs and get better and better. Come, let's all have a toast." Seeing this, the others also stood up and raised their glasses. For a while, the scene was very lively, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the previous unpleasantness. However, in this happy atmosphere, there are always people who like to find trouble and upset everyone. Su Lily then lifted another glass of wine and looked at Lu Feng with ill intent. "I would like to toast to Lu Feng alone with this glass of wine." Everyone fell silent when they heard Su Lily say this. After all, they knew that Su Lily would never mean any good. Sure enough, Su Lily stood up and raised the glass in her hand towards Lu Feng. "I want to thank him for letting me go, otherwise I would not have met my current boyfriend. If I continue to be with him, I think my life will be over." Hearing such insulting words, a flash of anger flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He just wanted to stand up and retort, but he didn't expect Chu Fan to stand up next to him. "Haha, yes, fortunately, Lu Feng has some self-awareness, otherwise, Lily, you will have a hard time following him for the rest of your life," Chu Fan said with a mocking look at Lu Feng. Su Lily saw that Chu Fan was helping her, and her courage grew even greater. "Yes, class monitor, I heard that some people still haven't found a job, and they're useless because they're so full of themselves." Su Lily continued to mock. "Hey, who's to say that's not true? At first, I wanted to help him out because of Lily's face, and let him work for my company, but who knew that not only was he ungrateful, but he insulted me instead." The bald man, who had been quiet, suddenly joined the fray. When Lu Feng heard this, he was about to stand up, but Lu Li and Zhang Kai held him back. "Calm down, don't get worked up," Zhang Kai whispered. While Lu Feng was being held down by the two men, Shin Shoying, who was sitting next to them, couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Su Lily directly in the face. "You're in no position to judge others. A hypocritical gold-digging woman like you actually found a man older than your own father for money. I really don't know how you can call that your boyfriend." Shin Shoying responded in a mocking tone. Su Lily was directly confused by this sudden scene. The man next to her saw his woman being beaten and just wanted to say a few words, but was scolded by Shin Suyen. "How dare you stand up, find a lover younger than your own daughter, and shamelessly come to her class reunion? Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress?" The bald man was also silenced by Shin Suyen's few words. Just as the two men were stunned by Shin Shoying's retort, Chu Fan stepped forward again. "Shoying, what are you doing?" "This is none of your business," said Chu Fan, looking at Shin Shoying. However, he did not expect Shin Shoying to launch an indiscriminate attack on him as well. "How dare you speak? I called you monitor, but you really think you're something, helping outsiders bully your own people. How can you be so shameless? And don't call me Sua Yao. I don't know you well. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Be careful, I'll make you eat your words. Shu Fan's face turned blue and white when he was told off, but he just didn't dare say anything, because he knew Shin Suayao's terrifying identity. But just because he didn't dare to say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't. Just as Shin Suayuan had finished arguing with Shu Fan, the bald man on the other side finally reacted, raising his arm to hit Shin Suayuan. At this critical moment, Lu Feng finally broke free from Zhang Kai and Lu Li's restraints, grabbed Shin Suayuan and pulled her behind him, then firmly blocked the slap that the man was about to deliver. Beating a woman, is that unbecoming? Lu Feng looked at the man and said coldly. The man laughed out loud when he heard Lu Feng's words. Ha ha, what are you pretending for, kid? Today, as soon as you leave the hotel, I'll see if I can break your legs. After hearing the bald man's words, Lu Feng just calmly smiled. I hope you can keep up this tough talk later. After saying that, he took out his phone, found the phone number, and dialed it. Ha ha ha, kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who are you calling? Don't think I don't know your background. Lily told me everything. You're just a poor orphan with no parents. The man immediately mocked Lu Feng as he saw him making the call. Ha ha. Lu Feng simply gave a cold sneer and didn't say anything. And the outgoing call rang twice before someone picked up. Hello, Chairman Lu, what's the matter calling so late? Is there a supplier called Xiao under the group? Stop his goods and send someone to carefully check the quality of his past supplies and the payment, Lu Feng said calmly into the phone. Okay, Chairman Lu, I'll do it, the voice on the phone directly agreed. Lu Feng saw this and didn't say much, and hung up the phone directly. The man on the side laughed even harder when he heard what Lu Feng said. Ha, kid, don't pretend, you're going to make me laugh to death. Su Lily, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. Lu Feng, you can't be so shocked that you've lost your mind, otherwise you apologize to me, and I'll give you some money to go to the hospital to have your brain checked? An apology is not enough, I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me, and then I'll break his legs, the man said viciously. But before a few minutes had passed, the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man took out his phone and saw the note on it, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Lu Feng was standing there, looking at him with a smile. The bald man felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Feng, but he still pressed the answer button. What is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The man said with a fake calmness. President Xiao, Tianyu Group suddenly terminated our cooperation, and they sent someone to check all the previous supply bills and quality overnight. Madam already called and asked the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager just said we've offended someone we shouldn't have and hung up. What should we do now? Hearing the voice on the phone, the man panicked. Seeing Lu Feng across from him looking at him with a teasing smile, he suddenly broke into a sweat. What do you think? You got the notice, aren't you scared? Don't worry, if there's nothing wrong with the materials and bills you supplied before, then you'll be fine. But if there's a problem with the previous goods and bills, then you'll have a problem too. Looking at the man, who looked panicked, Lu Feng said calmly. At this point, the man was completely panicked. Combined with the phone call from his subordinate just now, he understood that he had kicked against the iron plate, or rather a titanium alloy steel plate. A phone call was enough to make Tianyu Group terminate the cooperation, and even sending someone to investigate the accounts overnight was as easy as killing an ant. Thinking about how he had just spoken wildly to such a big shot, and even shouted that he wanted to break the other person's legs, the bald man couldn't help trembling. Plop. The man's legs went weak and he knelt before Lu Feng. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I have an old man and a young child, they all depend on me. The bald man said with tears in his eyes. Lu Feng saw the man like this and did not feel the slightest bit of pity. If he were just an ordinary college student today, then the one kneeling on the ground would be him. Didn't you just say you wanted to break my legs so I'd be unable to get away with it? Now you know better, Lu Feng asked coldly. Su Lily and her classmates were stunned to see this scene. They didn't expect Lu Feng to make such a 360-degree change in the arrogant bald man's attitude just by making a phone call. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man directly bowed to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness, you are a great man and you don't hold grudges, please forgive me, the bald man said as he bowed. Lu Feng just looked at him coldly, without the slightest intention of forgiving him. Suddenly, the man seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Su Lily, who was still in a daze. Lily, you help me beg Mr. Lu will definitely let me go if he sees your face. At this moment, Su Lily, who had been dragged over, also reacted. How is that possible? You want me to apologize to him? Are you out of your mind? Where is your bodyguard? Call him out and beat him up. Su Lily continued to yell without realizing the situation. Maybe she realized it, but she still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Pop. The man slapped Su Lily in the face and yelled, "Apologize to Mr. Lu quickly, or I'll beat you to death." Su Lily, who had been slapped, saw that her classmates were looking at her and instantly felt ashamed. She grabbed the man's face and screamed. How dare you hit me? I'll scratch you to death. The man was also emotional at this point. His company, which he relied on for survival, had been driven to the brink of bankruptcy by a single sentence, and the cause of the incident was this bitch in front of him. So the man grabbed Su Lily's head in a direct fit of anger and slammed it onto the table. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male classmates who were watching the commotion finally reacted and hurriedly held the man down. But the man who was held down then knelt down before Lu Feng. Lu Xiao, this bitch made you unhappy. I'll tie her to your bed later. You can do whatever you want to her. What do you think? As long as you can forgive me, you can let me do whatever you want. Upon hearing what the bald man said, Lu Feng was shocked. Not only Lu Feng, but everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect the bald man to be so shameless. And when Su Lily heard what the man said, she rushed up to grab the man again. Good you Xiao Bo, you actually did this to me. You have to know that in the beginning, you were the one who said you liked me and wanted to marry me, otherwise how could I break up with Ah Feng? The man laughed out loud when he heard Su Lily's words. Ha, even at a time like this you're still pretending to be innocent. It was my Land Rover that was parked on the side of the road, and you saw the phone number I left to move the car and took the initiative to contact and seduce me. Now you're even turning the tables on me. Everyone present also felt their worldview shattered when they heard the two of them talking. At this time, the man didn't care what others thought of him, and he said to Lu Feng again. Lu Xiao, don't listen to her nonsense. She seduced me. I'll give her to you today, and you can do whatever you want with her. The man said he was going to call the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest Su Lily. That's enough. Lu Feng said impatiently when he saw that the two of them were going to continue fighting. Chapter 13 Midsummer Night. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man hurriedly shut his mouth. If it were me on my knees begging for mercy today, would you agree to let me go? If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid your bodyguards would have broken my legs just by stepping outside. Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at the bald man kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the bald man immediately fell silent, because he knew that if it were Lu Feng kneeling here today, he would definitely not let him go. Why are you not speaking? You won't let me go, so I will do the same to you. Seeing that the man was silent, Lu Feng continued. That's enough. We're all classmates, there's no need to make things so difficult. Lu Feng, do me a favor. Seeing that Chu Fan had jumped out again to play the demon, Lu Feng rudely confronted him. There's no need for you to come out and pretend to be a big shot at a time like this, my good class monitor. You just jumped on me when I was down, and now you're coming over here to be a good guy. Is your brain full of shit? You forget things so quickly. Chu Fan was so rudely confronted that he was speechless and could only silently retreat again. After arguing with Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned to the bald man and said, You have only yourself to blame. You can expect to be punished. After saying this, Lu Feng took Shen Xiuying and was about to leave. Ah Feng, wait a minute, Su Lily called out, seeing Lu Feng about to leave. Do you have anything else to say? Lu Feng said impatiently. Ah Feng, can we go back to the way things were? Su Lily begged. She is not stupid, but very clever. From just one phone call from Lu Feng, the bald man immediately softened. She understood that Lu Feng must be very powerful now, so she wanted to return to Lu Feng's side. Do you think that's possible, Su Lily, or do you think that I, Lu Feng, would want a worn-out shoe that someone else has worn? Lu Feng sneered. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily was also stunned. Lu Feng no longer bullshitted with her and left the private room with Shen Xiuying, because he felt that there was no need to stay at this classmate reunion. Zhang Kai and Lu Li looked at Lu Feng walking away, glanced at each other, and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back, and could no longer hold back her grief and indignation. She went straight up and started fighting with the bald man again. This time, none of the students tried to stop the fight, because everyone knew that Lu Feng was not the same person as before, and they were afraid of offending him. But Su Lily, being a girl, could not beat an adult strongman, and soon she was beaten and confused. While fighting, the bald man kept saying, "Bitch, if it weren't for you, would I offend Mr. Lu? You bitch, I'm going to sell you to Africa." Hearing that the bald man wanted to sell her to Africa, Su Lily panicked, because she understood that the man could really do such a thing. At the thought of being sold to Africa and living a miserable life, Su Lily hurriedly embraced the bald man's thighs and begged him, "Hubby, don't do this to me, don't you love me the most? Don't you want to marry me?" Looking at Su Lily, who was hugging his thighs and begging desperately, the bald man mocked. "You're not worthy of me marrying you. I just see that you look pretty and have a good life, so I'm just having some fun with you." After saying this, the bald man kicked Su Lily away and prepared to call the bodyguards to come and take Su Lily away. Lu Feng didn't know any of this because he had already walked out of the hotel with Shin Xiuying. "Thank you, classmate Shin, you helped me again today." Lu Feng thanked Shin Xiuying. "You're welcome. I couldn't stand them either," Shin Xiuyuan said with a smile. "Then I'll treat you to dinner as compensation for today's class reunion," Lu Feng said. "Great, because of you, I didn't even get full," Shin Xiuyuan teased. Just as Lu Feng was about to take Shin Xiuyuan to dinner, Zhang Kai and Luli caught up with them. "You two are running so fast, what do you want to do, and you didn't even wait for us," Zhang Kai said breathlessly. "I was just about to take Shin to dinner, do you two want to come together?" Lu Feng looked at Zhang Kai and said. We won't go, you two go ahead." Seeing Shin Xiuyuan behind Lu Feng looking at the two of them with murderous eyes, Zhang Kai and Luli immediately backed off. "Okay, then we'll go first." Upon hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng said directly. For some reason, after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng was actually very happy, as if subconsciously he didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go to dinner together. You two have fun, we'll go back first," Zhang Kai said, pulling Luli away. Seeing Zhang Kai and Luli go far away, Lu Feng and Shin Suyuan called a taxi and left the hotel. "Lu Lao, did you see it?" Zhang Kai, who had already gone far away, suddenly said to Lu Li. "I see it. A pair of dog lovers. I don't know when they got together. No wonder Lu Feng walked out so quickly. It turns out that there is a beauty in his arms." Lu Li also said with a face of indignation. "Yes, what kind of person is Shin Xiuying? She's an iceberg. How did Lu manage to get her?" Zhang Kai looked puzzled. "Who knows? Although the school flower goes with the school grass, Shin Xiuying obviously comes from a very powerful family. Will Lu be chased by her father?" Lu Li said worriedly. "I don't know, who cares? It's better to die under the peony flower and be a flirt even in hell. Maybe Lao Lu likes excitement. Let's not worry so much, let's go eat late night snacks." "I'm still not full," Zhang Kai said. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lu Li nodded in agreement and went with Zhang Kai to have late night snacks. Lu Feng and Shin Xiuying also took a car here and arrived at a food stall. "The food here is fried really well, especially the clams, you must try it," Lu Feng said to Shin Xiui. "Okay, I find that student Lu seems to have a special insight into food," Shin Xiui asked with a smile. Usually when I'm not in class, I don't do much except work part-time, so I hang out at these roadside fly-by-night restaurants. After a long time, I know where the good food is and where the bad food is," Lu Feng said, and opened a bottle of drink for Shin Xiuyuan. I didn't realize you were a foodie," Shin Xiuyuan laughed, taking the drink and covering her mouth. The two then chatted for a long time, and only stopped when the food was served. After the stir-fried vegetables were served, Shin Xiuyuan couldn't wait to taste them. This is really delicious," said Shin Xiuyuan, picking up a piece of garlic-flavored pork rib. If you like it, eat more. Take your time." Lu Feng was momentarily transfixed by the sight of Shin Xiuyuan, who was eating non-stop in front of him. This was a completely different Shin Xiuyuan from the iceberg beauty she usually was. Cute, pretty, gentle, these were the words Lu Feng used to describe the current Shin Xiuyuan. At this moment, looking at Shin Xiuying eating, his heart suddenly changed a little. He might not have realized it himself, but it seemed that whenever he saw Shin Xiuying, he would become happy. The two of them kept eating until almost 11 o'clock before they finished their meal. Lu Feng then prepared to call a car for Shin Xiuying to take her back, but she refused. "Let's walk together," Shin Suoyuan suddenly said, looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful and moving Shin Suoyuan, and nodded with a devilish smile. On a summer night, the stars hung high in the sky, and the heat of the day was long gone, replaced by a cool breeze. Lu Feng and Shin Suoyuan walked together by the river. The two of them didn't say a word, but they were very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why, but whenever he was with Shin, even if they didn't do anything, he would feel very happy. A gentle breeze blew, blowing Shin's hair and messing up the young man's heart. On this midsummer night, the young man and woman by the river made a moving picture. Chapter 14 A Luxury Convoy. After parting from Shin, Lu Feng, with 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, returned home, but what kept going through his mind were the words Shin had just said. Feng, I really had a super great time today, thank you for keeping me company, Shin said gently, dressed in a long skirt. When he thought about this, Lu Feng's heart became confused. After thinking about it, he decided to call Shin to ask what she meant, but then he realized that he didn't have her phone number. Maybe I'm being self-sentimental. How could she possibly like me? Lu Feng said to himself with a laugh. He then went into the bathroom and took a shower, before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. In the morning, Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas singing, and he got up unsteadily to get ready for the day. In the bathroom, Lu Feng brushed his teeth while thinking about the beautiful dream he had last night, in which he had met Shin when he was very young. The two of them played house together, and Shin always argued that she wanted to be Lu Feng's wife and bear him children. Why would I have such a strange dream? Lu Feng thought to himself. After washing up, Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. This was now Lu Feng's happiest time of the day. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, he also heard the sound he had been waiting for. The items available for today's flash sale have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. A set of all Patek Philippe watches worth 470 million renminbi. Ocean Conqueror yacht worth 230 million renminbi. A top luxury fleet, including 6 Mercedes-Benz G63S, 1 Audi A8 special bulletproof command vehicle, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Worth 1 billion renminbi. Note, the cars in the fleet are all specially customized versions that have been modified and generally cannot be pierced by bullets. The cars are equipped with automatic fire extinguishing and air purification equipment, and the Rolls-Royce in the middle even has a set of emergency treatment equipment, which even includes the owner's matching blood. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Lu Feng was also in deep thought as he looked at the 3 options on the panel. What should he choose? Everyone says that every successful man must have a watch, but as the old saying goes, the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, and the super rich play with yachts. I really want a yacht too, Lu Feng said, struggling with himself. System, can I have them all? Lu Feng asked cheekily. No, you can only choose one. The system ruthlessly rejected Lu Feng's request. Okay, as usual, choose the expensive one. I'll choose number 3, said Lu Feng helplessly. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 3 selected. Reward issued. The convoy will arrive at the basement of the residential community within 2 hours. With the sound of the system, Lu Feng also exited the system space. As for why he chose the convoy, in fact, Lu Feng had also considered a lot. First of all, he doesn't even have a car to go out now. He either takes a taxi or shares a bike, which really doesn't match his current status. Second, this fleet is not an ordinary fleet. After special modifications, safety has been greatly increased, so he can travel with peace of mind in the future. After all, he is considered a wealthy man now. What if someone wants to rob him? Besides, there is no telling if his enemies will ambush him in the future. So for the sake of his life, Lu Feng chose the fleet. Just as Lu Feng was waiting at home for his fleet to arrive, the appearance of a luxury fleet on Binhai Avenue in Shanghai attracted people's attention. The convoy, which was speeding along the road, was made up of a total of 8 cars. There were 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles in the front, followed by an Audi A8, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in the middle and again 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles at the back. Which big shot is this traveling in style? People speculated as they watched the convoy of luxury cars. Other vehicles on the road also kept their distance when they saw the convoy, for fear of scratching these luxury cars. Some more nosy people even filmed the convoy online, which in turn caused an uproar on the internet. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance to the Guanlan International Community. The security guards were so shocked by the scene that they didn't dare to go forward. The darkness gave me eyes, but I used them. With the ringing of his phone, Lu Feng answered the call. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng asked. Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered is at the entrance to your community. Please come and inspect it, a man's voice came over the phone. Lu Feng hurriedly packed up and went out as soon as he heard that the car fleet had arrived. At this time, with the arrival of the car fleet, the residents of the community also became excited. Because although everyone who lives in Guanlan International is either rich or noble, most people cannot afford such a luxurious car fleet. So many people were wandering around, trying to find out who in the community had such great power. The property management of the community also hurried over at this time, but looking at the luxury convoy on the side of the road and the tall men in black standing neatly next to it, the property security didn't dare approach for a while. After all, a month's salary is only so little, it's not worth it. Lu Feng also arrived at the scene at this time. Seeing so many people gathered, he was a little puzzled. Then, when he saw his convoy, he understood. It turned out that they were all here to see the car. With the arrival of Lu Feng, the burly man in charge led the other men in black to bow to Lu Feng and say, "Mr. Lu, your car is ready. Please get in and experience it." As soon as the burly man finished speaking, the people were shocked and unable to speak. They looked at the young man in front of them and guessed what kind of background he had to have such great energy to put together such a luxurious convoy. At that moment, Lu Feng said, "This is really awesome. What's the difference between this and the god of war returning to slap everyone else in the face? It's so cool." While thinking about this, Lu Feng pretended to be calm and got into the car. With a roar, the convoy slowly left the residential area. Lu Feng, sitting in the car, looked at the driver in front of him and was very curious. Since the system had only rewarded the convoy, what about these drivers and bodyguards, were they also rewarded? Could the system still bring people back to life? Thinking about this, Lu Feng asked the system. "System, what's going on with these bodyguards?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. "Host, these bodyguards will leave at 10 p.m. tonight. The system cannot create living things for a long time at its current level." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. This means that these bodyguards were really created by the system, and it can really create living things. Upon thinking about this, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. "System, when can you create living things for a long time?" Lu Feng impatiently asked. "Ding." The system replied, "After the system is upgraded to level 2, it will be able to refresh characters in the daily spike items and open the system mall at the same time." "Damn, that's awesome, I didn't realize you could even bring people back to life," Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. "Looks like I need to work hard to get the system upgraded to level 2 soon," Lu Feng thought to himself. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Xian suddenly called. Lu Feng had to stop his rambling when he saw this. "Hello, what's up, Secretary Chen?" "Hello, Mr. Lu, how are you? Do you have a moment?" "I need to speak with you," Chen Xian said gently over the phone. "Something? Okay, I'll be right there," Lu Feng said after thinking for a moment. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng asked the driver to turn around and head to the temporary office of Ferrari. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian took a few of her employees and went to the bottom of the office building to wait for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Xian saw a team of luxury cars approaching from afar. But Chen Xian didn't think much of it, because their temporary branch was located in the Golden Triangle of the Magic City. There were countless listed companies and large groups here, and it was normal for a luxury convoy to drive in such a place full of bigwigs. But as the sound of the car's brakes sounded, the convoy stopped in front of Chen Xian and the others. A group of black-clad bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood in position, and then the burly man in charge opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce. Lu Feng, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, slowly got out of the car. Chen Xian was stunned by this scene and guessed for a long time that the big guy turned out to be one of their own people. Looking at Lu Feng, who was surrounded by a group of black-clad men, Chen Xian hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Lu," Chen Xian said respectfully. The employees behind her were surprised to see Lu Feng, but they still said in unison, "Hello, Mr. Lu." Chapter 15 A once-in-a-millennium coincidence. Lu Feng saw the Ferrari employee who greeted him and also smiled and responded, "Hello everyone." After greeting everyone, Chen Xian led Lu Feng towards the company. Because this was a temporary rented venue, not many employees had been recruited, and this was also the reason Chen Xian had asked Lu Feng to come today. "President Lu, it's been a few days, and the European headquarters has asked when the branch here can be established." Chen Xian poured a cup of tea for Lu Feng and said. Hearing Chen Xian's question, Lu Feng also had a headache. He still had no goal yet, but since people had asked, he had to give an answer. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to delay it for a few more days to see if the system could then display something, he suddenly thought of something. He then said to Qin Xian, I also wanted to talk to you about this today. I had someone looking at the site before, and it just so happens that I'll give him a call and ask how it's going. Lu Feng said, picked up his phone and dialed. After 2 rings, the phone was answered. Hello, Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Wang Yu's voice came over the phone. At that moment, Wang Yu was worrying about the group's business. The situation is like this: Tianyu Group has built a factory covering an area of 80 acres, as well as an office building that goes with the factory. But now that it's all been built, the other party has run out of money because their capital chain has broken, and they can't afford to buy it. Wang Yu has been worrying about this matter for the past few days, because most of Tianyu Group's funds were invested in the development of this factory. As a result, there is simply not much working capital in the account at the moment. What's more, there is a residential area behind the group that needs to be developed. Moreover, although the factory and office building are in a good location, this also makes them very expensive, and they cannot be sold in the short term. Not being able to sell them means no money, and no money means that the development of the residential area behind it will have to be halted, which will deal a blow to Tianyu Group's stock and reputation. All of Wang Yu's worries have been killing him these past few days. It's like this, La Wang, can our group help me find a good location and then help me build a factory and office building? Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian and asked with a pretense of composure. Wang Yu here was stunned by what Lu Feng had said and didn't even realize he had dropped his phone. Hey, La Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, you won't lose a single cent. Lu Feng thought Wang Yu was afraid that the new director was going to fleece the company, and hurriedly explained. Yes, Mr. Lu. Wang Yu finally came to his senses when Lu Feng spoke again and hurriedly agreed. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu said that he had never heard such a pleasant voice in his life, not even when his wife said I do to him during their wedding. Lu Feng was also relieved to hear that Wang Yu had agreed. Well, then I'll trouble you. Just let me know how much money you need. Lu Feng said he was going to hang up, but then Wang Yu's excited voice came over the phone again. President Lu, don't hang up yet. I happen to have a completed factory with matching office buildings here. The location is absolutely great, Wang Yu said hurriedly, afraid that Lu Feng would hang up. What the? Wang Yu is so fast at work? He's already found it? Lu Feng was shocked to hear what Wang Yu said. Are you serious, Lao Wang? Don't lie to me, Lu Feng asked a little suspiciously. Really, Mr. Lu, it's true. Shall I send someone to pick you up? We can go and have a look now, Wang Yu said hurriedly when he saw that Lu Feng didn't believe him. You don't need to pick me up. Send me the location and I'll go and have a look now, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu quickly sent the location of the factory. Mr. Lu, I'll be waiting for you at the factory, Wang Yu said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, said Lu Feng calmly, before hanging up. Wang Yu hung up the phone, hurriedly told his secretary to gather the company executives in the lobby and get ready to leave for the factory. Hurry up, tell them to gather quickly, if they're late, they can just go to hell. Wang Yu said as he hurriedly headed to the lobby. Within 2 minutes, most of the company's executives, all in charge of the factory project, had gathered in the lobby. The receptionist was stunned, wondering why these leaders were standing neatly in the lobby without even sitting down. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Wang Yu rushed out directly, and while walking, he said to the executives standing there. Hurry up, follow me, get in the car, and then he took the lead and got into the car waiting at the entrance. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives hurriedly followed, and the receptionist was stunned. With the engine roaring, the convoy drove off like it was flying close to the ground. What's going on? Why is the CEO taking the leaders out in such a hurry? Employee A said curiously. I don't know, is he going to grab a project? Employee B also said curiously. Don't guess, just look at how anxious the CEO is, it must be something important for the group, maybe something big is about to happen to the group, Employee C said with a mysterious look on his face. While the employees were discussing this, Wang Yu was sitting in the car, constantly urging the driver to drive faster. Faster, if you get there in 10 minutes, I'll give you a promotion and a pay rise, Wang Yu said excitedly. Seeing that his CEO was in such a hurry, the driver also gave it his all and drove like a bat out of hell down the road. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was rushing to the destination with Chen Xian. Chen Xian, who was riding in a Rolls-Royce for the first time, looked left and right, touching this and that, and looked very curious. Wang Yu, on the other hand, quickly arrived at the factory location thanks to the driver's efforts. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu led the executives out of the car and stood in the scorching sun waiting for Lu Feng. But the executives on the side couldn't understand why the president had gathered them together and brought them all to the door of this factory, as if they were waiting for some big shot. "President, is there any leadership coming down to inspect today?" one executive asked. Wang Yu, however, answered non-committally, "Do you know that these days the company has reached a critical moment?" The executives on the side laughed out loud when they heard this. "President, you're joking, our company is now booming, how could it be at a critical moment?" Another executive echoed. "Yes, President, the factory we are in is under my responsibility, and it has been successfully completed. As soon as the money arrives, our company will have enough money to successfully complete the next project and also take the land in Xiqing district." "I know all of this, but what if we can't get the money for this factory?" Wang Yu asked. Yes, only Wang Yu and the old director knew that the company would not be able to get paid for this project, because the impact of this event was too great, and if they were not careful, the company could go bankrupt. Therefore, Wang Yu did not tell the other senior management of the company. How is that possible? Now that the project has been successfully completed, does Hong Feng Group want to renege on its debt? An executive asked incredulously. "What would you do if I told you that Hong Feng Group had gone bankrupt?" Wang Yu looked at the executives and said. Hearing Wang Yu say this, the executives panicked instantly. Because they understood that if they could not receive the project payment on time, Tianyu Group's next project would have to be suspended, not to mention competing with other groups for the land in the west of the city. "Does the old director know about this?" one executive suddenly asked. "The old director told me about this matter. The reason I didn't tell you is that I was afraid of causing chaos," Wang Yu said indifferently. "What do we do now?" The executives were instantly in a panic. "Quiet," Wang Yu snapped. The executive slowly quieted down upon hearing Wang Yu's words. "You are all old people, and you should know that the old director of Hong Feng Group and our chairman have been friends for many years. Otherwise, they would not have dared to complete the project directly after receiving only 30% of the construction fee." Upon hearing this, the executives nodded. It was precisely because they knew the relationship between Hong Feng Group and their own chairman that they appeared so surprised when they heard that the construction fee could not be collected. "It is because of this relationship that we have put up too much money for this project ourselves, which has led to the company having very little working capital. And the chairman doesn't have much working capital either, and he even sold 10% of the company's shares before," Wang Yu said slowly. The company executives nodded in response. They all knew about these things, but now that they were about to go bankrupt, what was the point of talking about it? Wang Yu saw that they were all downcast and didn't say much, because he had been even more disheartened than these executives before. But now it's fine, the factory will soon be taken over by someone, and it's still their new director Lu Feng, so he decided to help Lu Feng increase his voice in the group. "Although the group is now facing the crisis of bankruptcy, have you forgotten that we also have a new director?" The executives were instantly excited when they heard Wang Yu's words. "President Wang, is it that Director Lu is willing to help?" an executive hurriedly asked. The others also looked at Wang Yu with anticipation. Wang Yu saw this and didn't hold back. "Yes, there was really no other way. I contacted Chairman Lu and told him about the company's current situation. I wanted him to help contact someone to see if they would buy the factory, but after learning about the company's current situation, Chairman Lu gave me a huge surprise. He said he would buy the factory to help the company ease its immediate financial difficulties, which is why I hurriedly asked you to come with me to accompany Chairman Lu to see the project." Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives immediately shouted, "Long live Chairman Lu!" Seeing this, Wang Yu began his plan. "I know that at the beginning, most of you held a prejudice against Chairman Lu, thinking that a young man who bought the group's shares with his family's wealth was actually a brat who knew nothing." Hearing Wang Yu's rebuke, the executives all lowered their heads in shame. "But today, this young man, whom you thought knew nothing, has saved the group, saved us, and kept our jobs. Therefore, from now on, I will not allow anyone in the company to speak ill of Chairman Lu behind his back. If anyone ever does, don't blame me for being unforgiving," Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. "Yes, Mr. Wang, don't worry, we will never do that again," the executives immediately promised. In fact, they would have done the same even if Wang Yu had not said anything, because, as Wang Yu said, Lu Feng had saved their jobs. Just after Wang Yu finished his speech, a convoy of luxury cars arrived from afar. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Chapter 16 Factory Inspection. Looking at the motorcade approaching them, Wang Yu was actually a little dazed and wasn't sure if it was Lu Feng who had arrived, because the motorcade was so ostentatious. As the motorcade stopped, a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car. After getting out of the car, the beautiful woman hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce and then stood aside, bowing and waiting. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who got out with her also quickly opened two black sunshades and held them above the back door. Against the backdrop of the black-clad bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng walked down from the Rolls-Royce. At this time, Lu Feng looked dazzling to the senior executives of Tianyu Group, as if a god had come down to earth. "Hello, Lu Dong," the group of senior executives said to Lu Feng, suppressing the shock in their hearts. "Hello, you've worked hard, coming here to accompany me to see the project on such a hot day," Lu Feng said, greeting them. No hard work, the senior executives hurriedly said. "Just kidding, this is the ancestor who saved their jobs, not to mention accompanying him to watch the project. It is not impossible to accompany him to sleep." "Lu Dong, then let's chat while we watch." Wang Yu came to Lu Feng and made a gesture of invitation. "Well, let's take a look," and then Lu Feng started the tour under Wang Yu's guidance. "Lu Dong, you see, this is the factory area covering an area of 70 acres. We used the best materials when building it, and the designer drew hundreds of drawings just to design the entire factory area," Wang Yu introduced as they walked. "Well, it doesn't look bad." Lu Feng nodded as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction. In fact, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Having settled the issue with the Ferrari branch, he wouldn't have to worry about it every day and not be able to sleep well. After a short while, the factory tour was over, and Wang Yu led Lu Feng to the office building. A 15-mo office building stood before Lu Feng's eyes, with an 8-story height and a semi-curved main design. The snow-white exterior walls told the story of the building's grandeur. Looking at the office building in front of him, Lu Feng turned to Chen Xian and asked, "How does Secretary Chen feel?" Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speculate that Lu Feng was asking his secretary about his mistress. While Wang Yu was guessing, Chen Xian spoke up. "President, the location you chose is impeccable, both in terms of location and the office building and supporting factory in front of you. It's simply perfect." "President? Is that me?" Wang Yu looked at Chen Xian blankly, a little confused. Lu Feng also laughed at the sight of Wang Yu, who was puzzled because Chen Xian had called him president. "Don't guess, it's me. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually still the president of the Ferrari Asia branch. This factory and office building is the branch I chose for Ferrari." After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were directly dumbfounded. What the hell, the young man in front of them is not only their director, but also the president of Ferrari? Has the world now reached such a state of exaggeration? Wang Yu asked cautiously, "Mr. Lu, is it the Ferrari that makes sports cars, and are you really their president?" Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng laughed directly. "Ha, of course, otherwise which Ferrari would it be? I am currently the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and the person next to me is the assistant Ferrari assigned to me." Hearing Lu Feng's precise answer, Wang Yu said he was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Chairman Lu, you really impressed me. You became the president of Ferrari Asia at such a young age. You are really young and capable. I'm really sorry that I questioned you before," Wang Yu said sincerely. "Ha ha ha, I became the president because I hold Ferrari's shares and am their director," Lu Feng said modestly. Unexpectedly, after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. "So you still hold shares in Ferrari?" Wang Yu's voice trembled a little as he spoke. "Yes, what's the problem?" Lu Feng asked in return. No problem," Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said. Poor President Wang, he was so shocked today that he didn't want to speak. Back then, he felt pretty awesome when he became the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, but now he was instantly outshined by Lu Feng. Wang Yu wanted to die. Seeing that Wang Yu was fine, Lu Feng was about to talk about the price of the factory and buy it. However, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice coming from his ear. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment." Lu Feng turned his head and looked over, only to see an elderly man in his 60s walking over with the help of a nanny. Wang Yu and the executives of Tianyu Group saw the elderly man run over directly. "Old director, why have you come?" Wang Yu, the leader, asked. "I came to see the rising star who helped our company overcome a critical moment," the old director said with a smile. He then bowed deeply to Lu Feng, who hurriedly ran up to the old man and helped him up. "You must be Li Yunfeng, Mr. Li," Lu Feng said, taking the old man's hand. "Ah, that's right, I'm the old man," the old man said with a smile. "I really appreciate your timely help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my life's work would have collapsed this time. Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "It was you who helped me a lot. Where else would I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I am also a director of the company, and it is my duty to help the company overcome difficulties." "You are being too modest." Ha ha ha. Hearing what Lu Feng said, the old man laughed happily, and then took Lu Feng's hand and said with a serious face, "I am really relieved to have a director like you in the company." "Not at all, you are too polite." The two men then held hands and chatted for a long time, until the old man's nanny reminded him that it was time to drink some water. The old man took the glass of water the nanny handed him and took a sip, then said, "Get Feng a bottle too." The nanny hurriedly ran to the car and got another bottle of water to give to Lu Feng. After watching Lu Feng finish the water in his hand, the old man said, "Feng, are you really going to buy this factory? Will there be a shortage of funds because of this factory? Otherwise, we can just leave it here and sell it slowly. As for the money the company needs, I, your old man, will go out on a limb and ask my old friends to borrow money to tide us over." Upon hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng said, "Don't worry, old man, I really need this factory and I have enough money to buy it, so you can rest assured. I'm not being brave." After hearing Lu Feng say this, the old man still felt uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Feng would break his own capital chain because of helping him, and he would be the sinner at that time. Just as the old man was about to say something, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. "Old director, you still don't know, our new director is also the president of Ferrari Asia, and he is the president who holds Ferrari's shares." The old man was also stunned when he heard this. He never expected that Lu Feng actually had such a status. "And Chairman Lu bought this factory to use as a branch for Ferrari, so he shouldn't need to invest too much, and Ferrari should take the majority," Wang Yu explained again. The old man still didn't believe Wang Yu when he heard what he said, and turned to look at Lu Feng. "Old man, Wang Yu is right, this factory really doesn't cost me much money," Lu Feng hurriedly explained when he saw the old man looking at him with questioning eyes. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the old man said nothing more, but kept shaking Lu Feng's hand and saying repeatedly that the younger generation was awe-inspiring. In fact, Lu Feng also had great admiration for the old man in front of him. From starting from scratch to the current market value of 20 billion yuan, the old man relied solely on his extraordinary vision and resolute actions. Moreover, the old man was also particularly kind-hearted. At first, he was afraid that Lu Feng would get into trouble for helping him and then refused Lu Feng's help. "Since you all have no objections, let's talk about the factory. How much money do you think it will cost?" Lu Feng said, seeing that no one was speaking. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Yu did not dare to respond, but looked at the old man. "Tell the person in charge of this project to come out and figure out how much it will cost. Don't do any blind calculations, just calculate the cost price, and don't even include labor costs," the old man said imperiously, slapping his thigh. Hearing the domineering statement of the old master, Wang Yu and a group of senior executives were at a loss for words, and they could only do what the old master said. Lu Feng, who was standing aside, was anxious, because he didn't want to take advantage of the old master. "Old master, you can't do this, one thing is one thing, I haven't thanked the group for helping me solve such a big problem, how can I let the group suffer a loss, let's just calculate it however we want." "No, Xiaofeng, you have helped the group so much, you must be calculated this way today," the old master said very domineeringly. Seeing that an old man and a young man were about to argue over this matter, Wang Yu immediately stepped in to smooth things over. "How about this, let's first calculate the market value, and then you two talk about it in detail, how about it?" "Okay, you calculate it," the old man agreed upon hearing this. Seeing that the old man had agreed, Wang Yu led a group of executives in charge of the project to calculate it on the spot. After less than 5 minutes, Wang Yu came over with a piece of scratch paper. "It's calculated." "President Lu, boss, please take a look," Wang Yu said, and handed the two the results of his calculations. According to the calculations, our Tianyu has invested a total of 1.4 billion in this project, and Hongfeng Group has invested the first batch of funds of 600 million. The market value after completion will be 2.8 billion, Wang Yu explained. Then we'll take 1.4 billion from Xiaofeng, and at that time, we'll take 200 million out of the 1.4 billion and give it to Hongfeng Group for my old friend to use for his retirement," the old man said after taking a look. Hearing the unyielding tone of the old man, Wang Yu could only comply. At this time, Lu Feng was not satisfied with the price. "Old man, you can't do this, this is directly half less, you have suffered too much," Lu Feng hurriedly refused. It doesn't matter, if it weren't for you, Xiaofeng, my hard work for most of my life would be gone. The old man said firmly. Old man, no, I really can't accept this price. Lu Feng still shook his head. Everyone present was silent as they watched the two arguing over whether one should charge less or more. Chapter 17 Meeting Enzo again. After countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for 1.9 billion. Wang Yu and the executives, who had witnessed the entire transaction, said that they had never seen such a miraculous transaction in their lives. Secretary Chen, transfer the deposit first, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Okay, Mr. Lu, Chen Xian nodded and replied. Since we have both solved a big problem today, I propose that we all have lunch together. What do you say? Wang Yu said from the side. Well, that's good. We have to thank Xiaofeng properly today. As soon as the old man Li heard this, he immediately agreed. Okay, let's have lunch together and celebrate. Seeing that everyone else also proposed having lunch, Lu Feng also agreed. Then the several people got into their cars separately and prepared to go to dinner. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped beside an ancient farmhouse-style building. The old man looked at the curious Lu Feng and then explained to him the building. This is the Tingtao Xiaozhu, or real private kitchen. Anyone who comes here, no matter what your status is, must make a reservation for dinner. It just so happens that I made a reservation here a couple of days ago, so you're in luck today. Lu Feng was also interested in the place in front of him when he heard the old man's words. Really? Then I'm in your good graces today, said Lu Feng with a smile. The old man then led Lu Feng inside, and this time the dinner party would only be Lu Feng and the old man, as well as Chen Xin and Wang Yu. As for the executives, they had already gone back. Lu Feng, who had just entered Tingtao Xiaozhu, was shocked by the scene in front of him. For what presented itself to him was a verdant bamboo forest, covering an area of more than 20 acres, and in the bamboo forest were situated quaint little pavilions. You have to understand that they are in the city of demons, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, and the owner of this hotel has gone to such lengths as to decorate with a large bamboo forest, which is a testament to his wealth and energy. Guided by a young girl in a cheongsam, Lu Feng and the others arrived at a small building in the bamboo forest. The young girl in the cheongsam opened the door and lit some high-quality agarwood incense before letting Lu Feng and the others in. Once inside, everyone took their seats. Everything you can see and touch right now is made of high-quality agarwood and rosewood. The cost of just this small loft is no less than 200 million yuan. The old man said with a smile. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They didn't expect the decoration here to be so luxurious. And the ingredients here are all airlifted from all over the world. A casual meal is at least 3 million yuan. I originally planned to invite someone here for dinner to see if there was anyone who could help the company tide over the difficulties. I never expected that by mistake, I ended up inviting you, the hero who solved the company's big problems. Ha ha ha, isn't that great? You haven't wasted this meal either, said Lu Feng with a smile. Ha, that's right. The younger you are, the more satisfied I am. It's a pity that I only have an unworthy grandson and no granddaughter. Otherwise, I would really let you be my grandson-in-law, said the old man with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was also shocked by the old man's words. He hurriedly waved his hand to refuse, saying, Old man, you can't arrange a marriage anymore. We now advocate free love. The old man laughed when he heard Lu Feng's words, and then changed the subject. But at this time, Lu Feng's mind somehow once again conjured the image of Xin Xiuying. Knock, knock, knock. While Lu Feng was daydreaming, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door, and then he saw a group of beautiful women wearing green cheongsams and carrying plates walking over. The girls gently placed the dishes on the table, slowly bowed to everyone, and then retreated. Since the dishes are all on the table, everyone, let's eat, the old man said. After hearing this, the few people did not hesitate and picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted for about an hour and a half before it was over. Before leaving, the old man kept holding Lu Feng's hand and asked him to visit him at home when he was free. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. The group then parted ways. The old man went home directly because he was old, while Wang Yu had to go back to work at the company. Lu Feng and Chen Xian returned to the temporary Ferrari branch. Secretary Chen, the location of the branch office has been settled, and we can start recruiting staff next. We should first set up the general framework of the company, so that we can give an account to the headquarters at that time. Lu Feng said to Chen Xian as they sat in the car. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry, I'll get right on it when I get back. Hearing Lu Feng's plan, Chen Xian hurriedly nodded to show that she understood. The car soon arrived at the temporary Ferrari branch, and the two got out and headed straight for the office. The next step for the two of them was to transfer the 500 million yuan that Ferrari headquarters had previously called for to Tianyu Group, and then to ask Ferrari headquarters for the rest of the money to buy the factory. In the office, Chen Xian was transferring money to Tianyu Group, while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Do. As the video call connected, Lu Feng saw Enzo again. "Hi Lu, what can I do for you?" Enzo greeted him with a smile on the video call. "Mr. Enzo, it's been a long time. I've got some news for you. The location for the branch has been chosen and the construction has already started. I've already transferred the deposit, and now I'm waiting for you to transfer the rest of the money," said Lu Feng with a smile. Hearing that Lu Feng had settled the branch matter so quickly, Enzo on the other side of the computer was very surprised. After all, he had given Lu Feng full authority to set up the branch, and it was also a way to test Lu Feng. As a result, I didn't expect Lu Feng to solve the matter so quickly. Even Enzo, the big boss in charge of Ferrari, was a little surprised. Lu, you really surprised me," Enzo said with a little adjustment in his emotions. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled blandly. And Chen Xian, who was standing next to him, had already passed the data of the branch factory and office building to Enzo while the two were chatting. While Enzo was looking at the data, Chen Xian began to take credit for Lu Feng. "President Enzo, you don't know, this time with the branch, President Lu has helped us save a lot of money. I believe you can see from the data that the layout and location of the factory this time are impeccable. Most importantly, the market value of the factory is 3 billion, and President Lu bought it for 1.9 billion. When Enzo heard Chen Xian's words, his first reaction was disbelief. "Lu, you two aren't conspiring to play a joke on me, this is almost impossible," Enzo said with a surprised face. "After all, this is not buying groceries at the market, where you can cut the price in half. For a purchase like this, which involves billions of dollars, it's already pretty good to get 10% off." Lu Feng saw that Enzo didn't believe him, so he explained the situation to him. "It's like this, Mr. Enzo, this factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in. For some special reason, I took it over at cost." Hearing Lu Feng calmly say such a big thing, Enzo was also unable to remain calm. "Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold a stake in the group, I can't let you lose out. I'll have someone transfer 1.5 billion directly to you, which, together with the previous 500 million, will make a total of 2 billion. As for the extra 100 million, it's your fee for your help," Enzo said with a heroic air. Chen Xian, who was standing nearby, was stunned when she heard this. "Do you rich people just give thanks directly in hundreds of millions?" After hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. After all, he was only outwardly prosperous, but actually very poor on the inside. "Then thank you, Mr. Enzo," Lu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and calmly thanked Enzo. You're welcome. In addition to the extra 100 million, I'm also going to give you a gift, but I have to keep it a secret for now. You'll know when the gift arrives," Enzo said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. "Okay, Lu, I'll stop chatting with you for now. I have a meeting to attend to on the new energy front. I've been busy with these matters and it's all been too much for my head," Enzo said while rubbing his head. "Okay, then goodbye, you must come to Huagua sometime," Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up. "Secretary Chen, is Ferrari also entering the new energy sector?" Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his understanding, Ferrari has always built fuel-powered cars, and suddenly learning from Enzo, the Ferrari boss, that Ferrari is also entering the new energy sector, Lu Feng is still very curious. "Yes, President Lu, Ferrari established a new energy department a long time ago to research new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake, and Ferrari also wants a piece of the pie in this gluttonous feast," Chen Xian explained after thinking about it. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. "Yes, just look at Tesla. It has become the richest man in the world by relying directly on new energy. Not only Tesla, but also these domestic car manufacturers have entered the field of new energy one after another, attempting to overtake in the curve. And as an old car manufacturer, it is only reasonable for Ferrari to lay out new energy sources early." Lu Feng sat in the boss's chair and analyzed. "By the way, thank you for saying those words for me just now. Because of those words, Mr. Enzo has given me an extra 100 million yuan." Lu Feng suddenly said to Chen Xian. "You're too kind, Mr. Lu. I was just telling the truth, Xinshan responded modestly. That's not how it works. After the 1.5 billion is transferred, you'll transfer 1.4 billion to Tianyu Group. And take 1 million from the remaining 100 million for yourself as a reward from me. Lu Feng looked at the humble Chen Xian, and the more he looked at her, the more satisfied he became. He simply waved his hand and rewarded her 1 million yuan. Boom! Chen Xian was so shocked by Lu Feng's generosity that she almost fell over. What, you don't like the amount? Lu Feng teased, looking at Chen Xian's surprised expression. No, I'm just so excited, Chen Xian quickly explained. Don't get too excited, just do a good job for me, and you won't lack benefits in the future, Lu Feng directly promised big things. Yes, Mr. Lu, don't worry, Chen Xian quickly promised. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, I have to go, don't forget to transfer the rest of the money to my account, Lu Feng said as he stood up and was about to leave. President Lu, please wait a minute, let me treat you to dinner. Last time I said I wanted to treat you to dinner, but I never got the chance. This time you have rewarded me with so much money, I must treat you to dinner. Chen Xian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng and said. Facing Chen Xian's request, Lu Feng thought about it for a moment and still agreed. Okay, let's go out to dinner together, but let's not go to some fancy place, just find a restaurant and have some food. Chapter 18 Strolling through the old street. Chen Xian happily jumped up when she heard that Lu Feng had agreed. Lu Feng told the bodyguards to go back first, and he would just take Chen Xian's car. In fact, Lu Feng was mainly afraid that these people would just disappear in the same place once the time was up, and they would scare the others to death. The bodyguards heard Lu Feng's arrangements and drove off. Lu Feng got into Chen Xian's car and set off for dinner, but since it wasn't yet dinner time, Lu Feng and Chen Xian went to the old street of Shanghai together. The old street of Shanghai has a long history. It has existed since the Republic of China period. After the passage of history, the old street is now even more lively and grand. After parking the car, Xinshan led Lu Feng into the old street. Looking at the many hawkers dressed in clothes from the Republic of China era shouting their wares, and the typical buildings from the Republic of China era on both sides of the street, Lu Feng thought he had traveled back in time. Mr. Lu, come to this side of the old street, you must try the pastries from Yuanfu, especially the osmanthus pastries, Xinshan said to Lu Feng. Really? Then I'll listen to you tonight, you make the arrangements, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Xinshan also directly led Lu Feng to Yuan Fuji. Boss, I'll have a box of osmanthus cakes and a box of mixed pastries, Xinshan said to the boss. Because it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon and there weren't many people in the old street, it was only in the evening that the old street was bustling with people, so there was basically no need to queue up to buy things now. Mr. Lu, try this osmanthus cake, Xinshan said, holding up a piece of osmanthus cake. Looking at the osmanthus cake in Chen Xian's hand, Lu Feng took it and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very delicious, as Chen Xian had recommended. The mouthful was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, and the soft, delicate texture was also very good. Eating one piece seemed to remove the tiredness of the day. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lu Feng eating so deliciously, Chen Xian also held the box and started eating. Mr. Lu, you eat slowly, I still have a box of pastries here, you try them all, Chen Xian said indistinctly with her mouth full of pastries. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Lu Feng took the pastries in Chen Xian's hand, took out a piece of water chestnut cake and put it in his mouth. It was indeed very good, Lu Feng praised in his heart. Then the two of them walked while eating the pastries in their hands, until Chen Xian saw another stall selling stinky tofu and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng along to go over there. Boss, give me 2 orders of stinky tofu. Mr. Lu, do you like spicy food? Chen Xian asked, turning her head. I can eat a little spicy food, Lu Feng replied. Then 1 order of extra spicy and 1 order of slightly spicy, Chen Xian told the boss. Okay, the boss agreed, and then started frying the stinky tofu. In no time at all, 2 steaming hot servings of stinky tofu were ready. After taking the 2 servings of stinky tofu from the boss, Chen Xian handed the slightly spicy one to Lu Feng, and then couldn't wait to eat it herself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian eating so happily and started eating as well. The two of them then kept on strolling and eating until it was evening, and they came out of the old street, each holding a cup of yellow wine milk tea. Mr. Lu, let's take a rickshaw to dinner. You must take a ride in a rickshaw on the old street to experience the way people traveled in the Republic of China, Chen Xian suggested, drinking her milk tea. Okay, let's take a ride. Looking at the rickshaw in front of them, Lu Feng was also very curious. After all, he had only seen rickshaws in movies and TV dramas before, and it would be nice to experience it. Hearing Lu Feng's agreement, Chen Xian went up to the rickshaw driver and negotiated the price. "Uncle, can you make it cheaper? It's too expensive. We're both so light, it'll be easy for you to pull us," Chen Xian said to the boss. "Oh dear, young lady, this is already the best deal I can offer," the boss said helplessly. "Can you make it cheaper, uncle, please?" Chen Xian continued. Okay, 80 is the lowest price," the boss agreed. "Hey, thanks boss," Chen Xian said quickly, thanked him, paid the money and then ran over to Lu Feng. "Okay, it's done, Mr. Lu, let's go," Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian got on the rickshaw together, enjoying the breeze blowing in their faces. Lu Feng, sitting on the rickshaw, comfortably closed his eyes, as if all the unhappiness could just drift away with the wind. After a while, the rickshaw driver took them to their destination. "We've arrived, you can get off now," said the rickshaw driver. Hearing the boss's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and got off the rickshaw with Chen Xian. "Thank you, boss," Lu Feng and Chen Xian said together. "You're welcome," said the boss, "you have a good time," and then pulled the rickshaw away. "How was it, Mr. Lu?" "It felt great, didn't it?" Chen Xian asked. "Yes, it felt really good, and it was a great experience," Lu Feng agreed. "But are you sure you can still eat?" Lu Feng expressed his doubts. "Of course I can, Mr. Lu, don't underestimate me," Chen Xian responded. Then Chen Xian led Lu Feng into a small restaurant with a very nostalgic feel. Looking at Chen Xian, who was familiar with ordering food, Lu Feng felt that she must come here often. "You must come here for dinner a lot, don't you?" Lu Feng asked. "Yes, we usually go here for gatherings with girlfriends and other things. The owner is a native of Shanghai, and his Shanghainese cuisine is delicious," Chen Xian explained. Then, after about 10 minutes, the food the two had ordered started to arrive one after the other. Stir-fried shredded eel, braised pork in Shanghai style, and chicken with scallion oil and shanglu sauce are all famous local dishes from Shanghai. "Mr. Lu, hurry up and try it, it really tastes superb," Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Looking at the food in front of him that made his taste buds tingle, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and start eating. "Is it delicious, Mr. Lu?" Chen Xian asked with anticipation. It's delicious, the taste is really good," Lu Feng nodded and praised. After about half an hour, the two of them also finished eating all the food on the table like a whirlwind. "Mr. Lu, have some water," Chen Xian said, and got up to pour a glass of water for Lu Feng. The two sat on the chairs for a while before they left the restaurant. After refusing Chen Xian's request to see him home, Lu Feng took a taxi home alone. Upon arriving home, Lu Feng took the elevator to the parking lot without saying a word, because he wanted to see if the bodyguards and driver were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked cars in the underground garage, but there was no one there, that Lu Feng believed that they had really left after the time. After a brief wash, Lu Feng, lying on the bed, slowly fell into deep thought. From having nothing a few days ago, and his girlfriend running away with someone else because he had no money, to now being the president of a company with billions of assets, and with a bank card that had a 9-digit deposit, these were earth-shattering changes that had happened in just a few days. Whenever he thought about it, Lu Feng felt that it was unreal. Not to mention that he had also, as in the novel, severely slapped his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his arch-enemy in the face, which was really fucking awesome. But unbeknownst to him, the figure of Shin Shouying once again appeared in his mind. Although he was now considered pretty awesome, it seemed that compared to Shin Shouying's background, he was nothing. Yes, Lu Feng also learned some of Shin Shouying's background from the last class reunion. Shin Shouying, who could make the big shot in the Magic City personally call, definitely had a big background. Anyway, Lu Feng, who was now worth billions, could not afford to invite him. To put it even more harshly, not to mention inviting him, it would be difficult to even meet him. After all, he is a truly important person, a busy person who exists in the world, and ordinary people would be lucky to meet him. The pressure is so great. Lu Feng thought to himself as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Bah, what a narcissist, not knowing whether Shin Shouying likes him or not, he dares to think so much, really shameless. Chapter 19, My cousin is here. Early the next morning, Lu Feng got up because Wang Shui from Times Square called to say that the rent had been collected and had been transferred to Lu Feng's bank card. Lu Feng hung up the phone and saw the text message from the bank. Seeing the long string of numbers, he smiled. It's really great to collect rent, Lu Feng said to himself. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast, the phone rang again. It turned out to be his sister Lu Yanran calling. Brother, you hurry up and come to the airport to pick me up. I've already arrived in the Magic City, Lu Yenran said briskly on the phone. Hearing what Lu Yenran said, Lu Feng hurriedly asked in return, I thought you weren't coming for a couple of days. Did you remember it wrong? I told you the date was today. How could you forget? Men really are unreliable, Lu Yenran said angrily. Okay, just wait at the airport for a while, I'll come and pick you up right away, Lu Feng quickly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng took the car keys and went out the door, without even having time to eat breakfast. Driving his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lu Feng also experienced the feeling of being a rich second generation, and the feeling of steering the wheel with one hand was really good. Due to the morning rush hour traffic, Lu Feng drove for more than an hour before reaching the airport, and then he called Lu Yenran as soon as he arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yenran, who had already been waiting at the airport for a long time, complained to Lu Feng after receiving his call that he had arrived too late and made her wait for so long. Upon hearing his sister's complaints, Lu Feng hurriedly said that he would treat her to a big meal later to make it up to her, and Lu Yenran was willing to let it go. Brother, I'm here. Lu Feng, who was looking around for someone, heard someone call her name. She turned around and saw that it was her cousin Lu Yenran calling her. She hurried over. You made me look for a long time, little sister? Lu Feng said, taking the suitcase from Lu Yenran, and then looking at the girl standing next to Lu Yenran, who looked graceful and delicate. Who is this? Oh, right, brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my classmate and best friend. This little rich girl paid for the airfare. How about it? I'll introduce you as a match. Lu Yenran teased. Seeing that Lu Yenran was about to introduce a match to him, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. What are you talking about? That's a bad match, he said, and then gave the girl next to him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, beautiful. My little sister just likes to joke around. The girl on the side heard Lu Feng apologize to her and smiled. It's okay, brother, I know. After that, the girl introduced herself again. My name is Lin Wan, I'm Yenran's best friend, and I'm also here on a trip with her. Hello Lin, welcome to the Magic City, you just got off the plane, let me take you to dinner, said Lu Feng, and directly picked up the girl's suitcase and prepared to take them to dinner. Then thank you, brother, the girl said softly. Hey, I knew you were the best, and it was worth it to bring you a pretty and rich little rich woman, Lu Yenran said with a wicked smile. Lu Feng pretended not to hear what Lu Yenran said, and walked in front with 2 suitcases. When they got to the car, Lu Yenran asked Lu Feng where the taxi was. Lu Feng told him that the Mercedes-Benz in front of him was his car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yenran was directly stunned, and even Lin Wan's eyes next to her flashed with a trace of surprise. What, this car is yours? You didn't rent it, did you? Brother, there's no one else here. You don't need to waste like this, Lu Yenran said in surprise. This really is my car, not rented or borrowed. It's truly my own car, Lu Feng explained helplessly. Lu Yenran's eyes widened when she heard Lu Feng's words. Oh, brother, you didn't rob a bank, did you? We can't do anything illegal, Lu Yenran said worriedly. Seeing that Lu Yenran just wouldn't believe him, Lu Feng directly opened the trunk and put the luggage in, then opened the back seat door and shoved the chattering Lu Yenran in. After doing all this, Lu Feng also thoughtfully opened the other side of the car door and invited Lin Wan to get in. Lu Yenran, who was walking along the road, kept complaining about Lu Feng's evil deeds, saying that Lu Feng was not gentle with her. How could he just stuff a young girl into the car? What was the difference between that and a human trafficker, and then treat Lin Wan like a gentleman, a typical case of seeing a pretty girl and forgetting his sister. Lu Feng, who was driving in front, ignored Lu Yenran's antics in the back and concentrated on driving. Seeing that Lu Feng ignored her, Lu Yenran patted Lu Feng on the shoulder again. Brother, did you really buy this car? Where did you get all that money? You're not being supported by a rich woman, are you? Hearing Lu Yenran's words, Lu Feng resisted the urge to punch her and said, This really is my car. Your brother is considered to have achieved something now, so I bought a car to serve as a facade. Are you really not being supported by a rich woman? Lu Yenran still didn't believe him. Really not, Lu Feng said with gritted teeth. Hearing Lu Feng's unequivocal answer, Lu Yenran believed him. So, brother, what do you do now? How can you afford this multi-million-dollar car? Lu Yenran asked again. After all, she was still very shocked. How could someone just graduate and then start a successful business? I just started a company with someone else, Lu Feng replied. Then where did you get the money? You know that in the past 3 years, my father has been sending you money, and you haven't touched a penny of it. Lu Yanran was even more puzzled when she heard that Lu Feng had started a company. I didn't invest any money, I invested my skills. Hearing Lu Yanran's questions, Lu Feng casually made an excuse and said that after all, if he told the truth, he was afraid that Lu Yanran would go crazy, so he planned to tell Lu Yanran slowly. Finally, after Lu Yanran had asked an unknown number of questions, Lu Feng and the others arrived at the place to eat. Looking at the luxuriously decorated restaurant in front of them, Lu Yanran hurriedly took Lu Feng's hand and said, "Brother, it's fine to just eat something in the morning." Lu Feng smiled when he heard that Lu Yanran wanted to save money for herself. "It's fine, let's eat here. The breakfast here is very famous throughout the whole city, and it's similar to the breakfast in Guangzhou and Shenzhen," Lu Feng explained. Lu Yanran became anxious when she heard Lu Feng's words. She was afraid that Lu Feng was putting on a brave face to attract Lin Wan's attention, because she had said that introducing Lin Wan to Lu Feng was a joke. She knew her sister's views and family background, and even if Lin Wan agreed, her family would never agree, even if Lu Feng had achieved something now and drove a car worth millions. "Silly girl, I already told you, my brother is rich now, and if he doesn't take you out to eat well with his money, then what's the point of having money?" When she heard Lu Feng say this, Lu Yanran's eyes instantly reddened. Yes, her brother has loved her since she was little. When she was little, her brother would save his allowance and buy her delicious food, and would secretly prepare a birthday present for her on her birthday. After she had suffered an injustice at school, her brother would stand up for her, and although her uncle would scold him every time he did, he would still stand up for her without hesitation. Thinking about this, Lu Yanran suddenly embraced Lu Feng. Lu Feng was shocked by this sudden scene, and after a while, he patted Lu Yanran's back to comfort her. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Did someone make you feel aggrieved, or did your uncle argue with you again?" "It's okay, I'll go back and reason with your uncle." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran cried even more. Seeing her best friend suddenly burst into tears, Lin Wan also hurriedly comforted her. Lu Feng looked at the passers-by, who were all casting looks at him as if they were looking at a scumbag, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran and ran into the restaurant. "What's wrong, girl, why are you suddenly crying?" Sitting at the table, Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran, who was still wiping her tears. Lu Yanran wiped her tears as she heard what Lu Feng said and said, "It's nothing, brother, I just feel that you are too good to me, I'm so moved." Lu Feng laughed out loud when he heard his sister's words. "Ah, silly girl, it's only right for a brother to be good to you, who else would I not hurt if not my own sister?" Lu Feng was also unable to stop laughing and crying when he heard this. Looking at Lin Wan next to him, who was laughing so hard that she could hardly straighten her back, Lu Yanran suddenly remembered that there was someone else next to her. She hurriedly straightened herself up a bit and then said viciously to Lin Wan, "Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll bite you to death." Lin Wan laughed even louder when she heard the threat. When she saw that Lu Yanran was about to pounce, she hurriedly begged for mercy and promised that she would never tell anyone. Chapter 20 Lu Yanran's shock. "Okay, stop messing around and order the food." Lu Feng said this and handed the two menus to Lu Yanran and Lin Wan respectively. The two little girls took the menus and started ordering, discussing which would taste better while they ordered, and it took a long time to order. Barbecued pork buns, glutinous rice chicken, rice rolls, steamed spare ribs, and chicken feet were served one after the other. Lu Feng directly told them to eat. Lu Yanran took the lead, picked up a chicken foot and put it on Lu Feng's plate, saying, "Brother, try the chicken feet first." Lu Feng was very gratified to see his younger sister picking food for him. The little brat from before had finally grown up and become a young lady. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, looked at Lu Yanran as she served Lu Feng, and became suspicious. Oh, what a self-absorbed brother, now even his best friend doesn't matter." Hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Yanran blushed, and said rudely, "Eat your food, there's so much of it that you can't even stop talking about it." After about half an hour, the three of them finally finished eating. Lu Feng paid the bill and took the two of them away. "Hey girls, are you going to go out and play now, or take a break and go tomorrow?" Lu Feng asked while driving. After hearing Lu Feng ask, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan exchanged opinions and decided not to go out today, but to go out tomorrow after a good rest. Lu Yanran had already booked a hotel, because she knew that Lu Feng was only renting a very small apartment in the Magic City, and there was simply no room for so many people. But Lu Feng did not let her rent a house, saying that he could naturally arrange for them when she arrived. So Lu Yanran had no choice but to agree to Lu Feng's arrangements and went back with him instead of staying at a hotel. There was no conversation along the way. The car soon drove into the Guanlan International Community. Looking at the neatly laid out gardens and the fake mountains and waters in the community, Lu Yanran was once again shocked by Lu Feng. Brother, don't tell me you live here now, Lu Yanran asked with disbelief on her face. Yes, I live here. Why is that so shocking? Lu Feng said with a smile, and drove directly to the underground garage. This is so luxurious. Renting a place here must be very expensive. How much is the annual rent? Lu Yanran asked curiously. What rent? I bought this house myself. What? You bought it yourself? How much did it cost? You were able to buy a house in the Magic City? Lu Yanran felt as if she had heard something unbelievable. Not much, just about 100 million yuan, said Lu Feng indifferently. 100 million yuan. Lu Yanran shouted directly, and Lin Wan, who was next to her, was also very surprised. She was curious about what her best friend's brother did for a living, and was able to buy a luxury car and a luxury home just after graduating. Just as Lu Yanran was still in shock, Lu Feng parked the car in the parking space, got out, opened the car door, and patted Lu Yanran on the head before the little girl reacted. Brother, let me tag along with you. Just give me 20,000 to 30,000 yuan every month, and I'll be fine. Lu Yanran got out of the car and cuddled up to Lu Feng's arm, cooing like a little girl. Lu Feng heard what Lu Yanran said and refused without even thinking. What are you thinking? The most important thing for you right now is to finish your studies before you can think about anything else, Lu Feng said sternly. Okay, Lu Yanran's face instantly pouted when she heard Lu Feng's words, looking unhappy. Let's go, I'll take you back to rest. You must be exhausted. Lu Feng said, and then took Lu Yanran and Lin Wan in the elevator, preparing to let them go home and rest. The three of them walked out of the elevator and arrived at the entrance door. As soon as she saw the entrance door, Lu Yanran couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Wow, brother, your door is really luxurious. Lu Yanran said in shock as she looked at the armored door in front of her, worth millions. Lu Feng heard this and smiled lightly without saying a word. Lu Yanran was even more surprised when Lu Feng unlocked and opened the multi-million-dollar copper armored door with his pupils. Wow! This is where you live? It's so luxurious and extravagant. Lu Yanran said, and walked quickly inside. This hall must be as big as our house, and this balcony is longer than my life. Lu Yanran said to Lu Feng. If you like it, I'll reserve a room for you, and you can come and stay whenever you want, Lu Feng said while inviting Lin Wan to sit down and pampering her. Really? Lu Yanran said hurriedly. Of course. I'll take your fingerprint later, and you can pick a room. You can come here whenever you want, Lu Feng said, pouring a glass of water and handing it to Lin Wan. Thank you, brother, Lin Wan said, taking the glass of water. Thank you, brother, you are too good to me, Lu Yanran also said excitedly. The few people sat in the living room for a while, and Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran to go and see the room that had been prepared for her. I'm sorry, Lin, I didn't know you were coming, so I've prepared a room. Today, you two will have to share a room, Lu Feng said to Lin Wan. It's fine, brother, the two of us often share a bed at school, Lin Wan said gently. Yes, brother, don't worry about it, Lu Yanran also said. Okay, then you guys just get some rest. You definitely didn't sleep well last night, so I won't disturb you. With that, Lu Feng exited the room. Looking at the room that Lu Feng had prepared for her, and seeing the bed covered with bed sheets of her favorite color and a large collection of dolls on the bed, Lu Yanran's eyes reddened again. My brother is really too good to me, Lu Yanran muttered. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, also directly pulled her to sit by the bed when she saw Lu Yanran's red eyes again. Can you tell me about your brother, Yanran? Lin Wan wiped away Lu Yanran's tears and said. Hearing that her best friend wanted to hear about her brother's story, Lu Yanran secretly smiled in her heart. What was that saying? A woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. Thinking about this, Lu Yanran took Lin Wan's hand and told her about the two of them when they were little. Lu Feng hurried back to his bedroom, too, because he was afraid that his sister would wait too long at the airport today. Lu Feng didn't even know what the system had refreshed today, so after settling his sister down, he hurriedly ran into his room. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng quickly focused his attention and entered the system. As he arrived, the system's prompt sounded on time. Ding! The limited time spike system has been refreshed. The items refreshed today are as follows. 1 Augusta Westland AW-109 civilian helicopter worth 62 million renminbi. 1 Xianyun manor worth 1.8 billion renminbi. The Pulley Hotel and Spa worth 740 million renminbi. This time I've had such good luck, all the items that have been refreshed are good, Lu Feng said to himself. Let me see what to choose. Lu Feng looked up at the window in front of him and started thinking. The first one is a helicopter. Although Lu Feng really wants to experience what it's like to fly a plane, he can't fly one, and you can't just buy a helicopter and fly it. There are airways involved, and a lot of other things, so it can't be chosen for now. The second one is the Tianyu Villa. Lu Feng doesn't even know where it is, but it should be a manor, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. But Lu Feng already has a place to live now, so he doesn't really need this. He would rather refresh the properties, because they can help him make money. And the third one is the industry that Lu Feng likes, a hotel, and it's not just any hotel. The Pulley Hotel is ranked in the top 10 in the whole city, so Lu Feng is very tempted. Just as Lu Feng was about to choose the third option, he suddenly thought of something. System, how much is still needed to upgrade? Lu Feng asked. Ding. Is checking the calculation. The result of the host's wealth is as follows. 1% of Ferrari Group shares is worth 2.1 billion yuan. 10% of Tianyu Group's shares worth 2 billion yuan. 1 Times Square worth 1.5 billion yuan. A top tuning team worth 1 billion yuan. A large flat in Guanlan International worth 74 million yuan. Lu Feng was very happy to see that his wealth had already reached 7 billion yuan. But he thought that the system required 10 billion yuan worth of wealth to upgrade, and that the upgraded system could refresh characters and open them all. After thinking for a long time, Lu Feng decided to choose option 2, because with the 1.8 billion yuan of the manor, it would be almost 9 billion yuan, and he might be able to upgrade the system tomorrow. System, I choose option 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding. The host has made a choice, option 2, a Xianyun Manor. Please go to Xianyun Manor to sign. The mechanical voice of the system came out. I have to go there to sign for it. Okay, I'll go there now, said Lu Feng helplessly. He then logged out of the system, opened the door, greeted Lu Yenran in the second bedroom, and told the two of them to call the butler if they wanted lunch delivered. Lu Feng followed the navigation system, and he didn't stop driving until he was almost out of the city. Looking at the asphalt road leading up the mountain in front of him, Lu Feng opened the gas pedal and drove up. It wasn't until they were almost at the top of the mountain that they saw the manor. At this time, there were several figures in suits standing in front of the manor gate, and when they saw a large car approaching, they hurriedly prepared to welcome it. Creak. With a brake, the car stopped next to the several men in suits, and Lu Feng opened the door and got out. You must be Mr. Lu. Hello, I am the person in charge of this transfer of the manor. You can just call me Zhao, the person in charge said hurriedly. Well, hello, thank you for making the trip, Lu Feng said indifferently. It's no trouble, it's our pleasure to serve you, the man responded. Let's take a look at the house, Lu Feng said. Okay, please follow me. Chapter 21 The Awesome Manor. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request to see the house, Xiao Zhao hurriedly led him into the manor for a tour. Mr. Lu, as you can see, the door is made of a special alloy and is bulletproof. It is also equipped with the most advanced self-identification system, which can easily identify whether the person or car inside the manor is authorized. If it detects an intruder, the door will close instantly and a second door will drill up from the bottom for defense. Xiao Zhao introduced the manor's door to Lu Feng. After introducing the gate, Zhao Xia introduced the fence to Lu Feng. The entire manor covers an area of nearly 70 acres, all of which is surrounded by a fence. The surface of the fence is covered with a layer of alloy steel plate that is 2 centimeters thick. Even the top of the fence is equipped with a high-voltage electric fence and a monitor. As soon as the monitor detects someone attempting to climb over the fence, the high-voltage electric fence will instantly activate. After hearing Xiao Zhao's introduction, Lu Feng couldn't have been more satisfied. This was practically a fortress, and it was impervious to the resident evil. Xiao Zhao then took Lu Feng on a tour of the garden scenery in the manor. Lu Zone, the layout you are seeing now was personally laid out by the Suzhou garden master and his team. From the rockery to every tree and flower here, including the stream, they were all built in strict accordance with the Suzhou style of gardening. After introducing the landscaping, they finally arrived at the villa area. Then, Xiao Zhao led Lu Feng into the area where the villas were located. There were 3 secondary villas in a triangular formation, tightly surrounding the main villa in the middle. Then a small river about 2 meters wide flowed slowly around several villas. Opening the villa gate, Xiao Zhao began to introduce the main villa to Lu Feng. The entire main villa has 4 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground, for a total of 7 floors. The exterior walls of the 4 floors above ground are divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is decorated in an antique style, followed by an alloy steel plate that is 5 centimeters thick, and the final layer is a concrete wall that is 40 centimeters thick. Holy cow, this is amazing! Lu Feng was surprised, but on the surface he looked as calm as Mount Tai. Seeing that Lu Feng was still so calm after hearing so much, Xiao Zhao's heart secretly speculated about Lu Feng's background. What kind of big shot could be so calm? You have to know that when he first learned about this house, he was shocked and couldn't react for a long time. Next, Xiao Zhao took Lu Feng on a tour of the entire villa, introducing everything from the lobby, the reception room, the lounge area, the entertainment area, the fitness area, and the study. Finally, the few of them took the elevator to the basement. What shocked Lu Feng the most was that the third basement level was actually a shelter. It could store enough food to feed a dozen people for a year, and it had its own air purification equipment and equipment for purifying drinking water. Moreover, the entire manor had also spent a lot of money to build an intelligence system, which meant that in the future, Lu Feng could control everything in the manor from the main villa, including the monitoring system and the defense system. After Lu Feng finished looking around, he sighed inwardly that he was still far from being a real rich man, and his horizons were still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao gave a brief introduction to the other 3 villas. Of course, they were no match for the main villa. The other 3 villas only had 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground, and their protection was not as good as the main villa. After listening to the introduction, Lu Feng also directly asked Xiao Zhao to take out the transfer certificate and signed it without hesitation. After completing his task, Xiao Zhao did not linger and left with his staff. Looking at Xiao Zhao and his entourage, who had already gone far away, Lu Feng could not wait to start manipulating the system of the manor. He clicked into the defense interface and, after seeing from the surveillance that Xiao Zhao and his entourage had driven away, immediately activated the defense system. He saw the manor gates quickly close, and then a fully enclosed gate made of alloy rose up from the ground. A high-voltage power grid on the wall also went into full operation instantly. Living here is invincible, Lu Feng said happily. He then entered the surveillance system again, and, seeing that the entire manor was under surveillance, he withdrew contentedly. Just find some bodyguards and patrol the place a bit, and that'll be fine, Lu Feng muttered to himself, looking at the empty manor. And if it weren't for the total gun ban in the country, Lu Feng would have wanted to get some guns for self-defense. While Lu Feng was still wandering around inside the manor, everyone in the other manors on this mountain knew that the manor at the top of the mountain had a new owner. Who on earth could have managed to take over the manor at the top of the mountain? You have to know that when I first offered 2 billion for it, no one would sell it to me. An old man in a tang suit muttered. You have to know that there are only 18 manors on this mountain, and the owners of each one are all big shots in the city or even the whole of China. The Xianyun Manor at the top of the mountain has been bought, that's interesting, an old man with a commanding presence and an endless aura of power muttered. You go to the manor at the top of the mountain right now and give the owner an invitation. Just say that my old man is celebrating his birthday in a few days and invite him over for a get-together. Upon hearing this, the servant immediately went out to deliver the invitation. At this time, Lu Feng was also finished exploring the entire manor and was preparing to leave contentedly. However, before he could get into his car, he was stopped. Sir, please wait a moment, a young man quickly ran over. What is it? Lu Feng asked, surveying the person in front of him. It's like this, our family's old man asked me to come over and give you an invitation, hoping to get together with you. The young man said, and then took out an invitation and handed it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation handed over and was also puzzled. He didn't know their family's old man, so why was he invited to go over? Just as Lu Feng was about to refuse, the servant saw Lu Feng trying to refuse and hurriedly said, My family's old man's surname is Yi and his name is Min. I'm relying on. Lu Feng was shocked by the name and broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the name of the previous head of the demon capital? Why would such a big shot suddenly want to find him? Seeing that Lu Feng was a little confused, the servant explained. It turned out that Yi Weiman lived here. He heard that a new neighbor had moved in, and it happened to be the old man's 70th birthday in a few days, so he wanted to invite him to attend. Lu Feng nodded after listening. Okay, I understand. Please go back and tell the old man that I will definitely go to his birthday party. After hearing this, the servant said goodbye to Lu Feng and left. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the car, still had a slight tremor in his hand. There was nothing he could do. The boss of the city, the biggest of the big guys, had actually invited himself to the birthday banquet. Whoever would not be excited? Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and drove away from the manor, because there were still 2 girls at home waiting for him to return. After the servant returned here, he also told the old man about Lu Feng. You mean a young man of only 20 or 34 years old is here? The old man asked suspiciously. Yes. After receiving a definite answer from the servant, the old man fell into deep thought. Is it the heir of someone from the imperial capital, or the successor cultivated by those families? The old man muttered to himself. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get an answer now, because Lu Feng had already arrived home immediately. With a click, the door opened. Seeing that the living room was empty, Lu Feng walked to the door of the room and knocked. Yanran, Lin, get up, I'll take you to dinner, Lu Feng said as he stood outside the door. Got it, brother, we'll get up right away, the voice of Lu Yanran, who had just woken up, came from inside the room. After hearing what Lu Yanran said, Lu Feng turned his head directly and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the two of them. After a while, Lu Yanran, who was rubbing her eyes, walked out with Lin Wan. Brother, you're back, Lu Yanran said yawning. Well, I just got back, so I'll take you out to dinner, said Lu Feng, sitting on the sofa. Can we not go? I'm so sleepy, I don't want to go out, said Lu Yanran, her face showing no signs of energy. We still have to eat, and judging from the way you look, I don't think you ate lunch. Lu Feng asked, surprised to see the two of them so listless. It's true, brother, we were so sleepy that we didn't get up to eat, explained Lin Wan. Then you should go eat even more. Let's go. I know a really delicious restaurant. I'll take you there. Lu Feng stood up and went out first. Oh, that's fine. Wait for us for a while, we'll wash up and put on some makeup. Lu Yanran had no choice but to agree. Well, hurry up as much as you can. I'll wait for you in the car. Remember to lock the door. Got it. Chapter 22 The Origin of Shinshuoying. Lu Feng waited in the car for a long time before the two of them came downstairs, so it can be seen that it is really troublesome for girls to go out. Where are you going to eat? Lu Feng asked while driving. We don't know either, you make the arrangements, Lu Yanran replied, keeping her nails polished and her head down. Let's go to Rui restaurant, I don't know if there are any seats at this hour, Lu Feng made the decision directly as he saw that the two of them didn't have any specific destination in mind. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang, and Lu Feng took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Lu Feng said, looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone. It's me, Shinshuoying, the voice on the phone said. Hearing that the call was from Shinshuoying, Lu Feng almost crashed the car into the guardrail as his hand trembled. What are you doing, brother? Are you trying to kill someone? Lu Yanran screamed, and Lin Wan next to her was also startled. Shinshuoying on the phone heard the voice of a girl and instantly became curious. What, is there someone next to you? Did I disturb you? Hearing Shinshuoying's misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. No, it's my sister. They've come to visit me and I'm taking them out to dinner. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shen Suyan on the other end of the line let go of her clenched hand and returned to her gentle state. It's like this, there's a birthday in a couple of days and I want to ask you to come with me because I'm afraid I'll be lonely, Shen Suyan said softly. As soon as she heard Shen Shuiying's invitation to go to the party with her, Lu Feng was very excited and quickly agreed. Seeing Lu Feng's agreement, Shen Shuiying on the other end of the phone revealed a nice smile. Then thank you, Lu student, I was going to invite you to dinner today, but since you want to accompany your family, it will be in a few days. Lu Feng was overjoyed to hear that Shen Shuiying wanted to invite him to dinner, and he couldn't even care about his younger sister. It's fine, they don't want my company anyway. I'll drop them off at their destination and then I'll come find you. Lu Feng said quickly. It won't delay you? Shen Shuiying on the phone seemed to smile. No, I'll add you as a friend, then you can send me your location and I'll come over later. Lu Feng took the opportunity to ask to add Shen Shuiying as a friend. Okay, I'll wait for you, Shen Shuiyuan said tenderly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng made arrangements for the two people in the back row. You guys go eat by yourselves for a while, I have something I need to take care of. After he finished speaking, he transferred 10,000 yuan to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran looked at Lu Feng suspiciously after hearing this. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? I just heard a girl talking on the phone, it couldn't be your girlfriend, could it? No, it's just work. I transferred the money to you. I'll drop you off at the old street in the Magic City later, you guys go have a good time, Lu Feng explained. Okay, we'll go on our own, Lu Yanran saw that she had no choice but to agree. Then Lu Feng put the pedal to the metal and sent Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to the old street, clicked on the location sent by Shen Shuiying and hurried over. Driving all the way, Lu Feng arrived at the destination smoothly. After parking the car, Lu Feng called Shin Shuiying to ask her where she was. I'm at the Riverside Bistro. You can see me when you arrive. After hearing this, Lu Feng ran all the way to the Riverside Bistro. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Feng said as he arrived at the door and saw Shin Shuiying waiting for him. I just got here too. I hope I didn't disturb you by suddenly treating you to dinner today, Shin Shuiying said tenderly, looking at Lu Feng. No, I'm just the driver. Now that I've dropped them off, I'm done for the day. Okay, let's go in then, Shin Shuiying said, and led Lu Feng inside. Sitting in a chair, Lu Feng looked at the warm interior of the tavern and then at Shin Shuiying in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't find anything to say. What's wrong, are you nervous? Shin Shuiying laughed when she saw Lu Feng, who was silent. Ha, no, I'm just too hot and didn't react for a moment, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. Then the two sat in the tavern, drinking and chatting like a couple in love. Suddenly, Shin Shuiying looked at Lu Feng and changed the subject. Ah Feng, you've changed. I can feel that you're not just an ordinary recent college graduate anymore. Hearing Shin Shuiying's slightly intimate address, Lu Feng's heart jumped. Why do you say I'm not an ordinary college graduate? Lu Feng pretended to be confused and asked in return. Shin Shuiying smiled. An ordinary person couldn't possibly scare a boss with connections in both the black and white worlds into kneeling with just one phone call. Ah, I was lucky to know his superior company just right to get him to do it, Lu Feng said modestly. He didn't want anyone to know about the existence of the system, not even someone even closer. Then, why did you drive such a nice car here today? Shin Shuiying smiled gently and directly exposed Lu Feng's excuse. Well, it was a fluke that I managed to start a successful business, Lu Feng said with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't want to talk about it, Shin Shuiying raised her glass and clinked it with Lu Feng's. Then Shin Shuiying spoke again. Do you remember what I said on the phone a few days ago, asking you to accompany me to someone's birthday celebration? I remember, you said you were afraid of being bored if you went alone. Do you know the name of the person whose birthday it is? Shin Shuiying's face revealed an inexplicable smile. I don't know, how would I know? You just told me today, Lu Feng replied doubtfully. His name is Yi Weiman, the former head of the Shanghai Mafia, Shin Shuiying said in a light tone, revealing a great figure. Lu Feng was stunned. He didn't expect it to be Yi Lao. You see, not long ago, he also received an invitation from Yi Lao, saying that he was invited to come over and get together. But he didn't expect Shin Shuyu to also want to bring him along. This is just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Shin Shuyu looked at the surprised Lu Feng and gave a faint smile, but in her heart, she was secretly happy. Ah Feng, you're shocked, aren't you? You're such a big shot, why did you bring me along? Lu Feng asked, looking at Shin Shuiying. Nothing, I was just afraid of being bored, so I brought you along. You know, I don't have many friends here, Shin Shuiying said lazily. Is it really because you were bored? This is the former head of the demon capital. If you sell this opportunity, I estimate that 100 million will be snatched up, Lu Feng said with a face full of disbelief. You should know by now that I come from a very powerful family, Shin Shuiying replied without answering the question. I know, Lu Feng said with a sigh. I come from the imperial capital, one of the four families of the imperial capital, Li, Yi, Shin, and Wang. I come from the Shin family, Shin Shuiying slowly revealed his background. When he heard that Shin Xinyuan came from the Shin family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng was actually not at all shocked, because he had long guessed that the surname Shin, who transferred from the imperial capital a year ago, would let the current head of the magic capital call for a personal escort, and only the Shin family in the imperial capital could do it. You should have guessed it a long time ago, right? Shin Xinyuan looked at Lu Feng, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to dissolve people. Lu did not reply because he was thinking about why Shin Shuiying was telling him all this. Seeing that Lu Feng did not reply, Shin Shuiying said to himself again, I don't have much longer. My family has arranged a marriage alliance for me with the pride of the Li family in the imperial capital. The two families want to use the marriage alliance to fight for the supreme position. Boom. This sentence seemed to strike Lu Feng's head like a thunderbolt, directly causing him to sit in his chair in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 23 System Upgrade. Lu Feng really didn't expect Shin Shuiying to tell him such a big secret, and when he heard that Shin Shuiying was about to enter into a political marriage, Lu Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. What does that have to do with you taking me to the birthday banquet for Master Yi? Lu Feng asked, trying to appear calm. Because I know that you have achieved a little success now, so I am going to help you so that you can grow up soon, Shen Shouying said slowly, revealing the reason. What? So that I can grow up soon? Why? Lu Feng was even more puzzled when he heard this. Because the boy I like is still too weak, Shen Shouying looked at Lu Feng tenderly, her love for him undisguised in her eyes. Upon hearing Shen Shouying's words, Lu Feng's mind went blank instantly, and he sat motionless in his chair. It wasn't until a long time later that he came back to his senses. What do you mean by that? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shen Shouying looked at the excited Lu Feng, pursed her lips, smiled, got up, and left. Lu Feng saw Shen Shouying leave and hurriedly chased after her. Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Who are you really? Lu Feng grabbed Shen Shuyu's soft jade-like arm like a snow lotus and said. The moment he grabbed Shen Shuyu, Lu Feng was instantly captivated by the gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng grabbing her arm, Shen Shuyu was not angry, but gently took Lu Feng's hand and stroked his face lightly. She said gently, Feng, now you know that knowing too much is not good for you. You need to work hard to become stronger. After saying that, Shen Shouying left, leaving Lu Feng standing alone. Shen Shouying, who had gotten into the Maybach, looked at Lu Feng not far away, and the feelings in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Feng, I'm sorry, but this is the only thing I can do now. If you can get Yi Lao's full support, then there is a possibility between us. Although I told you so much in advance, putting you under so much pressure, I believe you can do it, because the time we have left is really running out. On the other side, the disoriented Lu Feng didn't know how to get home. He just knew that someone had called him a designated driver, and then he appeared in the bed of his bedroom. Lu Yanran and Lin Wan had not yet returned, and the two were still shopping. Lu Feng fell asleep in a daze on the bed, taking advantage of the alcohol. The next morning, Lu Feng was awakened by a crackling sound. He got up and realized that the two girls were preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen was a mess, there were fried eggs, warm sandwiches, and oatmeal on the table. Lu Yanran hurriedly greeted her brother when she saw him get up. Brother, you're up. Hurry up and wash up, and try our cooking. Hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lu Feng instantly understood that the sound in the kitchen just now was the two of them preparing breakfast. In order not to let the two down, Lu Feng gathered his spirits, washed up, and then sat down at the table. He picked up a blackened fried egg and, in the expectant eyes of Lu Yanran, put it in his mouth. Instantly, Lu Feng's mouth was filled with a bitter and burnt taste. It's delicious. Lu Feng swallowed the egg with difficulty, and then praised Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's eyes instantly filled with light upon hearing her brother's praise. Yes, I knew my cooking was great. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, watched as Lu Feng actually ate the fried egg and praised Lu Yanran. She was a little disbelieving, and she picked up one doubtfully and put it in her mouth and took a small bite. Less than a second after the egg entered her mouth, Lin Wan felt a salty and astringent taste rush to her brain, and then she spat it out. Wan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yanran said hurriedly as soon as she saw Lin Wan spit. It's nothing, I just didn't feel well when I woke up this morning and didn't want to eat, Lin Wan said with a wry smile. Then do you want to go back to your room and rest for a while? Lu Yanran asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan revealed a look of relief and quickly ran back to her room, leaving Lu Feng with nothing but a look of begging for mercy. Lu Feng was suddenly speechless. Looking at the dark food on the table, in order not to hurt his sister's feelings, he gritted his teeth and directly ate all the food as quickly as possible, without looking back, and ran back to his room. This strange scene confused Lu Yanran. What's wrong with these two today? So strange. After returning to her room, Lu Feng didn't even have time to see what the system had refreshed today before she ran directly to the bathroom and vomited. Just as she had finally finished vomiting, her stomach rumbled again, and a wave of defecation rushed to her brain. Lu Feng had no choice but to sit on the toilet again and let off a firecracker. Crackling. After about 10 minutes, a pale Lu Feng walked out holding onto the wall. While thinking that he definitely could not eat Lu Yanran's cooking again, he lay down on the bed and opened the system. Ding! The items available for today's special offer have been refreshed. The results are as follows. Tenglong Hotel worth 1.9 billion yuan. A building in Yuxian community worth 10 yuan. A 500 million yuan exchange card worth 500 million yuan. When he saw the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name Tenglong Hotel was very familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was the place where the class reunion had been held some time ago. It had been brought here by the system. Lu Feng thought about it and looked at the second option, a building. He knew that his dream was to be a landlord, and how great it would feel to just sit back and collect the rent. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because he didn't lack money at the moment. He'd better choose the first one, since the system was about to upgrade anyway. With this 1.8 billion, my worth would exceed 10 billion. Thinking about the system upgrade, Lu Feng ultimately chose the most expensive option, the Tinglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Option 1, the transfer agreement for the Tinglong Hotel has been placed on the host's bedside table, the system's monotone voice prompted. Lu Feng heard that this time the transfer agreement was placed directly next to him, so he quickly exited the system interface and immediately saw the transfer agreement on the bedside table. He picked it up and quickly signed it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system had not yet been upgraded, so he returned to the system interface. System, why haven't you upgraded yet? In response to Lu Feng's query, the system immediately gave an answer. Ding! System upgrade requires the consent of the host. Consent, I agree, you can upgrade now. Ding! The system has detected that the host's wealth has exceeded 10 billion, and the system is starting to upgrade. The upgrade will take 24 hours, during which time the system will fall into a dormant state. Please prepare yourself, the system replied, and then there was no more movement. System? System? Lu Feng called out twice tentatively, but no one answered. Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally, the upgrade is complete. I'm looking forward to the changes in the second level system. I can refresh my character and buy things in the mall. Wow, just thinking about it makes me happy, said Lu Feng to himself. Shin, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger. I will build a huge business empire and prove to the Shin family that I, Lu Feng, alone can be a family. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shin again and made up his mind. But for now, let's go take a look at the Tinglong Hotel that belongs to me. I'll take Yanran out to eat something nice. Lu Feng thought about this and opened the door to go out. Chapter 24 Slapping Chu Fan in the face again. With Lu Yanran and Lin Wan, Lu Feng drove out the door. Girl, when you want to go back, let me know, and I'll go home with you. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Oh, really? That's great. My parents miss you all the time. Lu Yanran immediately jumped up happily at the news. But you have to keep a secret about what you see in the next few days. Don't tell anyone when you go back. I don't want them to worry. Lu Feng gave Lu Yanran a heads up in advance. He was afraid that Lu Yanran would blab and scare her aunt and uncle. In a flash, Lu Feng arrived at the Tinglong Hotel. Just as he was about to park the car and go in, he saw someone he least wanted to see, Chu Fan. And Chu Fan also saw Lu Feng. Wow, he's driving a big car and brought these two little beauties to show off. Is this car rented? Chu Fan sneered as soon as he saw Lu Feng. Brother, who is this? Lu Yanran asked. Just some bitch. I don't even want to bother with him. Let's go. Lu Feng didn't even bother to respond to him. After all, they were standing at different heights, and they saw different views. Lu Feng was now too lazy to argue with Chu Fan. But when Lu Feng ignored him, Chu Fan became even more aggressive. He said to the two girls behind Lu Feng. Hey, you two beauties, don't fall for it. This guy is a poor guy. He must have rented this Mercedes-Benz, and he definitely can't afford the food at the Tinglong Hotel where you're taking him. At this point, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan also understood. The man in front of them, who kept talking, must be Lu Feng's rival, and naturally he didn't look favorably on Chu Fan. We are happy, and we are willing to follow him even if he is poor, even if we have to drink cold water, we will follow him, Lu Yanran retorted directly. Yes, it is good that Brother Lu brought us to this big hotel to see it and broaden our horizons, Lin Wan added. Hearing what the two girls said, Chu Fan was suddenly confused. He really couldn't understand what Lu Feng had poured into the two girls' heads to make them so devoted. Lu Feng heard what the two girls said and immediately said on the side, although I don't have much money, there's nothing I can do about it, because I'm handsome. Chu Fan was speechless when he heard this. What are you, Chu Dashao, doing here, entertaining your classmates again? Chu Fan straightened his proud chest upon hearing this. Today, it is my father who is hosting a banquet for others, and he asked me to come here to prepare in advance. How about it, poor people, except for the last time when I had mercy and invited you to dinner, you probably won't be able to come here again in your life. Xu Fan was in the middle of talking when he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden voice. Xu Fan, what are you doing over there? Have you done what I asked you to do? A middle-aged man walked over with a group of people. Hearing that it was his father asking, Xu Fan hurried over and said that he had taken care of everything and was just waiting for them to come over. After hearing this, Xu Fan's father nodded and then looked at Lu Feng and the other two people. Are these your friends? No, I wouldn't be friends with such pretentious people. They had to come over here and put on a show, Xu Fan said disdainfully. After hearing his son say that they were not his friends, Xu Fu simply walked away. After all, there were still people he had to entertain behind him, and he didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Xu Fan watched his father walk away, and without bothering to mock Lu Feng, hurriedly followed his father and walked away. Seeing a few people go far away, Lu Yanran asked her brother, "Was that your rival just now?" "No, it wasn't. He's just a self-righteous bitch," said Lu Feng indifferently. "Let's go, we'll take over this hotel," Lu Feng said as he lifted his foot and walked. What? What do you mean take over this hotel? Is this hotel yours? Lu Yanran hurriedly pulled Lin Wan up after hearing this. The hotel manager had received a phone call long ago. In order to show off in front of the new boss, the manager directly led the staff to stand by the door waiting to welcome Lu Feng. Xu Fan's father also happened to walk to the hotel entrance with the guests he wanted to entertain, and when he saw the general manager standing there, he hurriedly and enthusiastically walked over. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, how dare you wait here for me," said Xu Fan's father excitedly, and then he wanted to shake hands with the hotel manager. The hotel manager, who looked confused, shook hands with him. Xu Fan, who was following behind, was also overjoyed when he saw that his father had actually made the manager of Tinglong Hotel stand at the door to greet him. "My dad is really something." At this time, Lu Feng also walked over. When he saw Lu Feng, Xu Fan just wanted to mock him, but then he saw the hotel manager running over quickly and standing directly in front of Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, how are you?" "Well, this time I just came over to get acquainted, so there's no need to be so formal." Watching the hotel manager and his staff bowing solemnly, Lu Feng said flatly. Seeing the general manager nod repeatedly at Lu Feng's words, Xu Fan rubbed his eyes, doubting that he might not have woken up and needed to go back to sleep because this scene seemed too unreal to him. But before he could react, Lu Feng made an arrangement for him. "This person, have you seen it? Permanently blacklist him and don't let him appear in Tinglong Hotel again." After saying that, he pulled the two little girls, who were already shocked and unable to walk, and was about to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped when he passed Xu Fan's father. "This person is not allowed in either. Like father, like son." The manager hurriedly stopped Xu Fan's father, who was about to enter, and said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, but just now our general manager said that you and your son can no longer enter our Tinglong Hotel from now on. Please leave." Hearing the manager say this, Xu Fan hurriedly walked up to the manager. "Mr. Zhang, you must not be fooled by that poor guy just now. He is a loser, he is nothing." Just as Xu Fan finished speaking, the hotel manager's face turned cold. "Security, come here for a moment, throw this kid out." The manager said into the intercom, and a few men in security uniforms quickly ran over and then carried Xu Fan away. While being dragged away, Xu Fan kept cursing Lu Feng. In the face of all this, Xu's father still hadn't reacted. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? You have to give me an explanation today, otherwise I'm not a vegetarian." Although he didn't understand what was going on, Xu's father still threatened the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning in Xu Fan's father's words and snorted directly. "Ha, I'll call you Mr. Chu, but don't really take yourself too seriously. If you offend our general manager Lu, be careful, you won't be able to walk away from it." After saying that, he turned around and left, and before leaving, he didn't forget to arrange for the security guards to not let Xu Fan's father in. Facing the taunts of the hotel manager, Xu's father dared not speak angrily because he knew too well the strength represented by Tinglong Hotel and he simply could not afford to provoke it. "Let's go, we're not eating here." "What the hell, listening so obediently to a young man, is this Zhang guy someone else's dog?" Xu's father didn't want to lose face in front of his partner. "Farewell, Mr. Chu, let's just cooperate. We didn't get to eat today, and we've suffered such a great humiliation following you. And your son has just clearly offended the young big shot. If we continue to work with you, we'll be finished if that big shot targets us." The partner finished speaking and left, without giving Xu Fan's father a chance to persuade him to stay. Hey, don't go, let's discuss this some more." Xu Fan's father tried to persuade him to stay a little longer, but the partner got straight into his car. Seeing that the partner had already gone far away, and then thinking about offending the big shot at Tinglong Hotel, Xu Fan's father was so angry that he just happened to be at this time when Xu Fan ran back again. "Dad, why have all your partners left?" Xu Fan asked. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that his father did not agree with him, but instead stared at him with the eyes of an enemy, Xu Fan was scared and took a few steps back. Pop! A slap was slapped on Xu Fan's face. "How dare you call me father?" Xu Fan's father roared like a beast, then grabbed Xu Fan and started punching and kicking him. It took half an hour before Xu Fan was taken away by ambulance. By this time, Lu Feng had already been escorted by the manager into the Tinglong Group's top-level private room, a room that was never open to outsiders. Chapter 25 Uncle called. Lu Feng, sitting in the top-level private room, handed the menu to the two young girls, who were still in shock. "Just look at what you want to eat and order it." Especially Wan Wan, she didn't even eat breakfast this morning. Lin Wan couldn't help but mutter in her heart when she heard this, "Isn't it because your sister's cooking is so bad?" Lu Yanran, who had just taken the menu, was startled when she saw what was written on it: Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, black gold abalone. "Brother, is this really your hotel?" "If it is, then I'll order a lot, because after all, I've only seen these things on TV. Lu Feng laughed out loud at her words. "Ha, you order a lot and eat as much as you like, it's all on your brother." But although Lu Yanran said that, she still didn't want to order much. Lin Wan, on the other hand, did not hold back with Lu Feng and ordered several dishes. Unlike Lu Yanran, she had noticed the difference in Lu Feng during their time together over the past 2 days. Soon, a large meal was served on the table, which was much more luxurious than the meal that Xu Fan had treated them to previously. "Brother, I'll be polite then, since there are no outsiders here," Lu Yanran said, before picking up a piece of black gold abalone and putting it in her mouth. "Wow, this is delicious." The moment the food touched her mouth, Lu Yanran was instantly conquered by the delicacies on the table. For the rest of the time, the three of them simply didn't have time to talk or chat, they kept on eating like crazy. Even Lin Wan, who was considered beautiful and rich, put aside her airs and took a big bite of the lobster on the table. The meal lasted for more than an hour before it was over. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng led the two young girls, who were already unable to walk, out of the hotel. "I'll talk to them later and double their salary this month, including yours." Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly issued a wave of benefits. "I understand, Mr. Lu, on behalf of all the members, I thank you," the manager said respectfully, suppressing his excitement. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Take care, Mr. Lu." The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his view before slowly rising. "Let's go to the Bund and have some fun," Lu Feng, who was driving, suddenly proposed. As soon as they heard that Lu Feng was going to take them to the Bund, the two girls were very happy and kept asking Lu Feng to drive faster. After all, they had long been fascinated by the Bund in the Magic City. There was no conversation along the way. And the car soon arrived at the destination. As soon as the two little girls got off the car, they held hands and ran to buy swimsuits, leaving Lu Feng behind. "Wait for me, I need shorts too," and Lu Feng hurriedly ran over. Unlike the two little girls, Lu Feng simply picked out a pair of shorts, changed into them and came out, sunbathing on the beach. After a long while, the two little girls finally changed into their swimsuits, shyly walked out, and the men who saw them were drooling all over the place. "Brother!" Heard someone call his name, and Lu Feng opened his eyes, and was then dazzled by the sight of two pairs of snow-white thighs in front of him. Although the two were wearing relatively conservative swimsuits, they still couldn't hide their beautiful figures. Lu Yanran was wearing a white swimsuit that made her look so cute and charming, while Lin Wan was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit that made people want to turn into wolves just by looking at her. "You've really grown up," Lu Feng muttered as he looked at the magnificent scenery in front of him, but he didn't know that his nose had started bleeding. "Brother, what are you talking about? Your nose is bleeding." Lu Yanran stamped her foot shyly. "Ha!" Lu Feng reached out and felt his nose, and sure enough, it was bleeding. "You two play here, I'll go take care of this first," Lu Feng said and ran off. Seeing Lu Feng's disheveled appearance, the two little girls couldn't stop laughing. Then, Lu Yanran took Lin Wan aside and the two of them applied sunscreen to each other. After Lu Feng had dealt with the nosebleed, he saw the two girls applying sunscreen and was so shocked that he turned his head back. Because he really couldn't stand the tempting scene in front of him, he simply didn't look. The two who had applied the sunscreen didn't delay and ran directly to the shallow water area to play. Looking at the two people fighting in the sea, Lu Feng's heart was also itching. Ah! What do you want? Lu Feng suddenly heard a scream and immediately ran over. What are you doing? Looking at the man in front of him who wanted to do something to the two little girls, Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to his side. Hey, what, we can't even come here to hang out with these two little sisters? A yellow-haired guy said defiantly. After hearing Huang Mao's words and Yanran's explanation, Lu Feng understood that these rascals had come over to chat up the two little girls because they looked so pretty and had such a good figure. I don't care who you are, but you scared my sister, so you have to apologize to me, Lu Feng said in a domineering manner. After all, his net worth was over 10 billion yuan, and he had met many important people and been to many important places. Lu Feng now really had the air of a big shot. The few small thugs were startled by the sudden aura of power exuded by Lu Feng, but then they thought to themselves that they were on the side of the many, and they could not lose in front of the beautiful woman. They wanted to surround Lu Feng and beat him up, but they were caught red-handed by the patrol coast guard who had arrived. As the few small thugs were taken away by the police, Lu Feng successfully joined the two of them in the game, citing the need to protect their safety. No wonder the king never goes to court anymore. This is too happy, and Lu Feng felt secretly happy in his heart. The group played at the beach for a long time, and they reluctantly went back in the evening. On the way back, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan were still discussing where to go tomorrow, but Lu Feng was just thinking about going back to bed quickly. When the two little girls got home, they were both tired and lying on the sofa resting, while Lu Feng was sitting in a rocking chair. However, just as he lay down, the phone rang again. The night has given me eyes, but I used them to seek out the light. Lu Feng, who heard the phone ringing, took out the phone and saw that it was his uncle, Lu Yanran's father, who was calling. Hello, uncle, how's your health lately? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got through. Good, both your aunt and I are in good health, came a hearty voice over the phone. Lu Yanran, who was lying on the sofa, was so startled by the call from her father that she sat up straight, and then looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yanran hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? The voice on the phone said. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat at this, but Lu Feng gave her a reassuring gesture when he saw her reaction. Don't worry, uncle, Yanran is very obedient here, I'll keep an eye on her for you. The voice on the phone laughed when it heard Lu Feng's words, haha, you kid, I'm just afraid that you'll spoil her if you dote on her too much. How could that be? Yanran and I aren't little kids anymore, so don't worry, Lu Feng replied with a smile. Well, I feel much more at ease with you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting her go out and play. She's so old, but she's still like a little kid. Lu Yanran's mouth pouted up high when she heard her father say that about her. On the phone, after asking Lu Yanran, her uncle asked when Lu Feng would be home. Xiao Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you so much. Lu Feng was very moved by his uncle's caring words over the phone. I plan to go back with Yanran this time, and I'll spend some time with you guys. Good, it's good that you're coming back. You brat, you haven't been back for 4 years, and you don't even take the money I send you. On the phone, his uncle's voice could be heard complaining. Lu Feng heard this and laughed, not daring to respond, but instead changing the subject. The two of them chatted for a long time before hanging up. As soon as Lu Feng hung up, he heard the sound of a bank card transfer on his phone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 5,000 yuan transferred from his uncle, with a note saying for Lu Feng to eat well and not to save too much money. Feeling his uncle's love for him, Lu Feng's eyes welled up with emotion. Uncle, let me show you my filial piety from now on. Lu Feng secretly made up his mind. After all, he had long since regarded his uncle as a father and Lu Yanran as a real sister. The few people who had been playing all day just lay on the sofa, motionless, not even wanting to eat. In the end, Lu Feng called and told the butler to bring the food over. After finishing eating, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan went back to their room to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the upgrade countdown displayed on it, Lu Feng suppressed his excitement and went back to his room to go to sleep. After all, the fastest way to pass the time is to fall asleep, isn't it? Chapter 26 The awesomeness of the secondary system. The next morning, as a ray of sunlight hit his face, Lu Feng woke up instantly from his sleep, and then quickly entered the system interface. Seeing that the system had already been upgraded, he cheered happily. System, you're upgraded. Ding. Yes, host. I have completed the upgrade. I will now introduce you to the changes in the upgraded system, came the mechanical voice of the system. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the system upon hearing this, and then noticed that there was an additional option for a mall on the system panel. With a try-it mentality, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. In an instant, he was shocked speechless by what was inside the system mall. "This is really shocking, system, you're awesome," Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the dazzling array of goods in front of him. Because everything was there in the mall that was displayed before Lu Feng's eyes: enhanced genetic modification agents, fighting master skill books, flying vehicle skill books, and vehicle skill books. There was also a lot of technology that far surpassed the current technology, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, exoskeleton armor technology, and everything else. Without paying any attention to Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! System upgrade successful, host is given one free mall draw. What is a draw? When Lu Feng heard the system's words, his forehead was full of question marks. It means that the host can choose to use this lottery opportunity to draw items from the mall. This lottery has no reputation point restrictions and is based entirely on luck, the system explained. What do you mean by reputation points? Lu Feng was even more confused after hearing this. Reputation points are a combination of the host's wealth and influence, which are used to generate currency for purchasing items in the mall, the system explained without getting tired. Although I don't quite understand, let's draw the lottery first. I'm kind of looking forward to drawing something, said Lu Feng excitedly. Ding! The lottery is being drawn. Please wait a moment. Lu Feng watched as the system interface flashed back and forth, jumping back and forth between countless items, and finally settling on the Fighting Master skill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fighting Master skill book. How do I use this skill book? Can I become a master fighter just by using it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Just click on the skill book and select Use Skill Book, the system answered. Oh, I'll give it a try, said Lu Feng impatiently. After all, what the system said was amazing: after using it, you can become an expert. Which boy doesn't have a martial arts stream? Ding! Today's instant kill item has been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. Just as Lu Feng wanted to try the Fighting Master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's item had been refreshed. Lu Feng didn't care about using the skill book when he heard this, and hurriedly looked to see what good things the system could refresh today. Thompson Epine Luxury Mansion worth 150 million renminbi. 30% of the shares of Star Entertainment worth 6 billion renminbi. A copy of the Super Battery Technology Blueprint worth 5 billion renminbi. Lu Feng was stunned when he saw what the system had refreshed. Man, this is only level 2 and it's already so awesome. Level 3 is going to be off the charts, Lu Feng muttered. The system's emotionless voice broke Lu Feng's fantasy. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Which one to choose? Although Thompson Riviera is very good, it depends on who you compare it with. In front of 6 billion yuan worth of shares and 5 billion yuan worth of blueprints, Thompson Riviera is nothing. Lu Feng directly filtered out the first option without even thinking about it. Although the shares are 1 billion yuan more expensive than the blueprints, in the long run, battery technology is still better. But I don't have a car manufacturing company, so what should I do? It's so difficult. Looking at the two remaining options, Lu Feng was once again torn between them. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Ferrari. Isn't Ferrari researching new energy sources? If I give them this technology directly, it will at least be worth 10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he actually thought of Ferrari, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No, foreign car building plans are already better than domestic ones, and if I sell this technology to Ferrari, the gap will become even more significant. Can't you see that domestic car brands are doing their best to research new energy sources? Isn't it just trying to complete a corner overtaking in the field of new energy? If I give these drawings to a foreign country, will I not be the one to blame? Lu Feng immediately dismissed the idea when he thought about being scolded by others. However, in the end, he still chose the super battery technology because he planned to build his own car at that time. If that didn't work, he would just donate it to the country or sell it to a domestic car company. After solving the problem of choice, Lu Feng directly used the skill book of the Fighting Master. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for a long time, but there was no response at all, which made him very anxious. System, why isn't this working? Ding, the host needs to log out of the system for this to take effect. You didn't say so earlier. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng let out a sigh and hurriedly logged out of the system. Just as he had just logged out of the system, a large amount of martial arts techniques and moves directly appeared in his mind, and then an inexplicable force also began to transform his body at the same time. Ah, it hurts, system, you're fucking cheating me. With a scream, Lu Feng passed out. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Yanran came over and knocked on the door to wake him up when she saw that he hadn't come out yet. Lu Feng, who had been woken up by the noise, hurriedly opened the door after hearing his sister calling him. What's wrong, Yanran? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Brother, are you a pig? It's already afternoon and you're still in bed? Lu Yanran couldn't help rolling her eyes at her brother, who had just woken up. Ha! Hearing this, Lu Feng opened his phone and glanced at the time. Sure enough, it was already 2 p.m. No wonder Yanran had come to wake him up. Oh, I stayed up late reading a novel yesterday and slept too late, Lu Feng said, making up an excuse. He couldn't say that he had fainted from pain. After hearing his brother's explanation, Lu Yanran didn't say much, just that she wanted to go to Qianda Square later and asked him to go with her. Lu Feng agreed directly. After seeing Lu Yanran off, Lu Feng, who had returned to his room, felt a change in his body. He punched directly, bringing out gusts of wind. Immediately afterwards, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng directly punched out a complete set of intercepting boxing. Damn, what is the system's background? It's so awesome. I'm not only proficient in various martial arts now, but even my physical fitness has improved a lot. Lu Feng let out a gasp as he looked at his fists. He then played around in the room for a long time, and after having enough fun, he went out and took Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to Qianda Square. The car sped all the way and arrived at Qianda Square without any problems. Today, you two can buy whatever you like, I'll pay for it, Lu Feng said to the two little girls with heroic spirit. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanran dragged Lin Wan and ran into the clothing store. However, after entering the store, Lu Yanran saw the prices on the clothes and didn't want to buy them. Brother, why don't we go to another store? Lu Yanran said, pulling Lu Feng's sleeve. No need, Yanran, just tell me which one you like, I'll buy it for you, Lin Wan said before Lu Feng could say anything. It's still not necessary. How can I let you spend money? Lu Yanran whispered. Saying this, she pulled the two of them to leave. Just as Lu Feng wanted to persuade Lu Yanran to buy here, he heard the sales assistant mutter beside him. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Feng's body had been strengthened, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. What kind of person is this? I thought we were going to make a big purchase, but in the end we can't afford a single thing. I hate people like this the most. They come to high-end stores even though they don't have any money. Employee A said. Yes, at first I thought that man had a certain air of refinement about him and assumed that he had money. But it turns out that he's just a pretentious jerk. Employee B said this while glancing at Lu Yanran. Hearing what the two sales assistants had said, Lu Feng walked over directly and then slapped the table, startling the two employees. What are you doing, slapping the table like that? The employees immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng said in a cold tone, looking at the two employees. We didn't say anything, the two employees said in their defense when they saw what was happening. Lu Feng saw that they were not convinced and directly told them to call the store manager over. How dare the two employees call the store manager over, and they kept stalling. At this time, the store manager, who happened to be returning from the bathroom, saw this scene and walked over directly. Sir, what happened? The store manager said softly as he walked over to Lu Feng. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager come, they hurriedly told a lie. Store manager, this gentleman said that we insulted him behind his back, but we didn't. The store manager's attitude cooled when he heard this. Sir, please explain. Lu Feng then took out a gold card from his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, my two sisters were shopping here, and no one came to greet them from the time they entered the store until they finished. They shopped by themselves for a long time, and when they were about to leave, your staff whispered to each other that we were poor and said that if we couldn't afford to buy anything, we shouldn't come here. Should I be angry? Seeing Lu Feng's black card from the Shanghai Pudong Development Bank on the counter and hearing what he said, the store manager was basically certain that it was his two employees who had been caught judging people by their appearance and talking behind their backs. Thinking about this, the store manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I'm sorry, sir, this time it was our fault, we were not managing the staff well enough. I will punish the two of them later, please forgive us. When Lu Feng heard the manager's apology, he just sneered. If apologizing could solve all problems, I think the world would be a beautiful place. The manager heard the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, the mistake in this matter was made by their employees. How about this? Today I will be the boss, and I will give you a 20% discount on all your purchases in the store today. Ha ha. Lu Feng sneered upon hearing this. Do you think I need to take advantage of these small advantages from you? After saying that, he took his card and left with the two girls, not forgetting to say something on his way out. If your employees only judge people by appearances, I suggest you close up shop sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, the manager's face turned black. After Lu Feng walked out of the shop, she could no longer suppress her anger and yelled at the two sales assistants. What have you two done? That's a gold card from the Shanghai City Bank, and you need at least 100 million in savings to have one. You don't want to work here anymore after offending such a big shot? The two employees heard that Lu Feng's background was so big and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, manager, we were wrong. What's the point of you apologizing to me? If you don't get that gentleman's forgiveness, you two can just get out of here, the manager said sternly. Hearing the manager's words, the two people hurriedly ran out to catch up to Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng had already walked into the clothing store across the street with the two little girls. Welcome. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Don't judge a book by its cover. As soon as Lu Feng and the others walked into the store, they were warmly welcomed by the sales assistant. Which type would you like to see? I'll give you a detailed introduction, the sales assistant said with a smile. Recommend some clothes for my two sisters. Price is not an issue, but they must look good, Lu Feng said indifferently. Okay, please follow me, the sales assistant led the way, and the two girls glanced at each other before following the sales assistant. At this time, the two employees from the previous store also chased after them and kept apologizing after seeing Lu Feng. Sorry, sir. We know we were wrong. Yes, sir, please forgive us. Lu Feng heard their apology and just sneered. You know you were wrong, you just know you're finished. After that, he ignored them and leisurely drank the water that the salesperson had just brought him. Lin Wanner, on the other hand, after about 10 minutes, had already changed into a green, fresh, strappy dress and walked out. Seeing Lin Wanner in this outfit, Lu Feng also praised her. Gee, that's really pretty, it's so eye-catching, this kind of fresh and clean match is just right to dispel the summer heat. Heh, thanks for the compliment, Lin Wan smiled gently, then stood next to Lu Feng and waited for Lu Yanran's appearance together, without even looking at the salesperson who was standing there apologizing. After waiting for 2 minutes, Lu Yanran walked out wearing a tea-break-style French white square-necked one-piece dress, with half-length white stockings on her legs, looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Wow, Yanran, you look amazing, Lin Wan said in amazement, looking at Lu Yanran, who looked like a princess. No, you look good too. You give people a very comfortable feeling, Lu Yanran replied with a smile. Then, blushing, she stood in front of Lu Feng and twirled around. Brother, do you like what I've chosen? Lu Feng was also transfixed. Although he knew that Lu Yanran was very pretty, he was still amazed by the way she looked in this outfit. It looks good, my sister looks good in anything, Lu Feng praised. Hearing the praise just now, Lu Yanran was even more shy and lowered her head. Following this standard, give each of them 2 more sets, Lu Feng said domineeringly. Lu Yanran, upon hearing this, climbed directly into Lu Feng's ear. Brother, don't, this place is also very expensive, the clothes I'm wearing and the ones Wanner is wearing add up to almost 50,000 yuan. Although you have money now, let's not buy so much. You little girl, go ahead and buy. I make so much money, how can you not help me spend it? Lu Feng laughed, and then pushed Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to the salesperson, asking them to buy a few more outfits. After about half an hour, the two girls each chose a few outfits, and Lu Feng then asked the clerk to check out. Hello sir, you have spent a total of 237,000 yuan. I'll give you a discount, so you only need to pay 230,000 yuan, said the salesperson after doing some calculations. Lu Feng took out his gold card with an air of dominance and swiped it. The salesperson became even more respectful at the sight of the gold card, and this scene made the two employees waiting at the door, ready to apologize, look red in the eyes. If this order had been placed in their store, they would have received a commission of almost 10,000 yuan, but now they had lost everything. Not only had they offended the customer, they also faced the prospect of being fired. After paying, Lu Feng, with the guide bowing respectfully, walked out the door with the two people, only to encounter the same two snobbish shop assistants. Sir, we really know we were wrong, please forgive us, the guide said with a tearful voice, trying to impress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not impressed, and he walked away without looking back, warning them that if they followed him again, he would call the police. The two employees were so scared that they did not dare to follow him. If you had known this, why did you do it in the first place? In the taunting of the sales assistant who had just closed a deal of 230,000 yuan, the two of them walked away dispirited, because they had not obtained Lu Feng's forgiveness, and the two of them went back to face the situation of being fired. After buying the clothes, Lu Feng took them to catch dolls again. The two little girls were having so much fun playing that if it weren't for Lu Feng dragging them out, they would have probably been able to catch all the dolls in the mall. Even so, Lu Feng had 2 big bags of dolls each in his hands. After finally getting out of the square, Lu Feng put the dolls in the car and was ready to take them home to rest, but the two girls said they hadn't had enough fun and wanted Lu Feng to take them out to play. There was nothing he could do, he had to spoil his younger sister. So Lu Feng took them to the Huangpu River again, took the ferry, and then took them to the tallest building in the city. The two of them, who had been playing for a long time, were finally tired, and Lu Feng, who had been following them around, was long gone. Hearing that they were finally willing to go back, Lu Feng was so happy that he almost cried. "Brother, you're so weak," Lu Yanran teased from the car. Yeah, that's not much exercise." Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Hearing the two ungrateful words, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. "You two still have the nerve to say that? I carried all the clothes you bought and the 2 bags of rag dolls you brought. I had to carry your bags wherever you went." Lu Yanran and Lin Wanda suddenly stopped talking. Indeed, Lu Feng carried all their things in bags. When they thought about this, they felt bad. "Hey, I know you've worked hard, and I'll cook for you when we get back," Lu Yanran said with a laugh. "Stop it, no need, we'll just eat something casual later." Lu Feng hurriedly stopped when he heard that Lu Yanran wanted to cook. Lin Wanner, who was standing nearby, was also taken aback and quickly helped persuade Lu Yanran not to cook. Lu Yanran was confused and couldn't understand why her brother and Wanner were so afraid of her cooking. After driving for a while, they passed by a barbecue stall. Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner expressed their desire to eat barbecue after seeing the barbecue stall, so Lu Feng stopped the car. "Boss, what's good here?" Lu Yanran asked as soon as they got out of the car. "Ah, there's so much good food here, including garlic enoki mushrooms, scallop vermicelli, secret lamb skewers, and spicy grilled chicken wings, the list goes on," the boss said with a smile. Hearing about so much good food, Lu Yanran quickly pulled Lin Wanner down to sit down, asked the boss for the menu, and started ordering. Lu Feng also parked the car and came over. Lu Yanran saw Lu Feng coming over, and thoughtfully gave him the menu, so that he could order something he liked to eat. She also said that she would pay for all the expenses that evening. Lu Feng heard what his sister said and, without being polite, ordered some food as well. After a while, when the 3 of them were about to collapse, the boss brought them the barbecue they had ordered. The 3 of them, who had been hungry all day, happily started to eat the skewers. Just as the 3 of them were having a good time, they heard a group of young men with tattoos at the next table loudly chasing away a homeless man. The homeless man was scared by the strong men and was about to cry. Seeing this, Lu Yanran and Lin Wan were both so angry that they couldn't eat the kebabs. However, because there was a large group of men opposite them, and they could tell from the tattoos on their bodies that they were not to be messed with, the 2 girls did not dare to go over. "Brother, let's call the police." "Look, they're smashing the old scavenger with bottles," Lu Yanran whispered, and Lin Wanner nodded in agreement. "No need. I'll go over there and sort it out." Lu Feng got up and was about to go over. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive. There are so many of them. If there's a conflict, we'll be at a disadvantage." Lu Yanran and Lin Wan hurriedly stopped Lu Feng from going over. Lu Feng only gave a faint smile on hearing this, then took the hands of the 2 people grasping his arms and walked over. The punks were still throwing leftover food and beer bottles at the old scavenger, and the barbecue stall owner watched as the punks were too numerous to dare to stop them. Just as one punk was about to take a beer bottle and smash it at the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, and then a cold voice faintly came from his ear. "You've gone too far." Chapter 28 1 against 5. The thugs hurriedly shook their arms free, and then they saw Lu Feng. "Who the hell are you, meddling in other people's business like this? Do you want us to loosen your muscles for you?" Lu Feng's face turned cold upon hearing this. "I'm saying, aren't you being a bit too much, bullying an old man like this? Don't you have a conscience?" "None of your business, watch out, I'll beat you up," the other little thug said and waved his fist. At this time, Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner, who were worried about Lu Feng, also came over. "How can you do this, it's too bullying," Lin Wanner said to the little thugs. A group of little thugs saw the 2 beautiful women who suddenly appeared, and their eyes instantly lit up. "Yo, little sister, then come over and play with your brothers," a little thug said with a smile. Ha ha ha, yeah, you two come over and keep us company, and I won't bully this old man, another gangster said. The scavenging old man saw that the two young girls were about to be bullied by the gangsters, and hurriedly said to Lu Yenran and the others, "Young man, you hurry up and take the two young girls and go, don't worry about me." Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned his head and gave the old man a reassuring look. "Old man, don't be afraid, I will handle them." After saying this, he pulled Lin Wanner and Lu Yenran behind him. "You two hide behind me and watch how I teach these scumbags a lesson." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the young thugs were unhappy and directly threw a beer bottle at him, shouting in his mouth, "Kid, we're giving you face, if we don't cripple you today, we're not going to hang out anymore." Another thug also picked up a bottle and was about to come over and fight Lu Feng, muttering and cursing non-stop, "We'll have some fun with these two pretty girls right in front of you, and you'll see what we mean by a bird in the hand." Lu Feng heard this and directly picked up a bench and smashed it at the thug who had just insulted Lu Yenran and the other girl. He had only wanted to stop them from bullying the old man, but now these punks had actually dared to insult Lu Yenran. With a crack, the bench knocked the punks out. He couldn't understand how the other party, who was alone, dared to take the first move against them, when there were 5 of them. Lu Feng picked up another bench and said to the 2 people who were still in a daze, "Hurry up and hide, don't get hurt." Lu Yenran saw that her brother had already started fighting with the others, and hurriedly wanted to go over to help, but was firmly held back by Lin Wanner. "Wanner, what are you doing?" "I have to go help my brother, he'll get hurt," Lu Yenran cried. Lin Wanner held her tightly and wouldn't let go. "I've already called the police, they'll be here soon, let's go find someone to come and help, otherwise we going up there isn't enough to cause trouble for my brother." While Lu Yenran and Lin Wanner were arguing, the battle on Lu Feng's side had reached a fever pitch. With a body comparable to that of a special forces soldier and masterful combat skills, Lu Feng dealt with these punks like a breeze. Lu Feng was seen grabbing one of the punks and throwing him over his shoulder, then kicking another one to the ground. Watching Lu Feng so fiercely take down 2 people, the remaining 3 punks gritted their teeth and charged up together. Pop! Lu Feng knocked down one of the punks with a punch, and then used the Black Dragon 18 hands to knock down the other. Seeing that something was wrong, the last one picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it at him. Lu Feng smashed the beer bottle with a punch and then kicked him. The thug was kicked to the ground, motionless, foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng quickly looked in the direction of Lu Yenran, fearing that they had been hurt. He saw Lin Wan, who had locked Lu Yenran in an arm lock. The two seemed to be arguing about something, but now they were staring at him with fixed expressions, as if they had seen something incredible. "Are you two okay?" Lu Feng asked, running over. As a result, neither of the two paid any attention to him. Lu Feng thought they were so scared that he reached out and grabbed them, shaking them. After a few shakes, Lu Yenran and the other finally responded. "Brother, are you okay?" "Your hand is bleeding," Lu Yenran said, quickly grabbing Lu Feng's hand. Lin Wanner took some toilet paper and carefully helped Lu Feng clean the cuts on his hands from breaking the beer bottle. "It's okay, it's just that my hands were just cut by glass," Lu Feng said with a calm face. "Why were you so careless? There were so many people, and you still dared to fight?" "You scared me to death," Lu Yenran said, tears falling uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Yenran crying, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, Yenran, don't cry. I only moved because I heard them insulting the 2 of you." As soon as Lu Yenran heard this, she cried even more. Just then, the police finally arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of them, the police were a little overwhelmed. Didn't they say that the triads were bullying people? Now why are all these thugs lying on the ground? In order to understand the situation, the police officer questioned the owner of the barbecue stall, and then looked at the Lu Feng in front of him, who kept comforting the 2 little girls, stunned. "You said that these little thugs were beaten down by him alone," a young police officer asked with disbelief. "Yes, I was trying to go up and help, but they all ended up being beaten down in a few moves," the owner of the barbecue stall said in a stunned voice. And Lu Feng, who saw the police arrive, also walked over with the 2 girls. The police then questioned Lu Feng again. When asked who started the fight, both the barbecue stall and the old scavenger said in unison that the punks started it, and there were no surveillance cameras on the roadside anyway. After understanding the whole story, the police took away all the young punks, and incidentally, the old scavenger was also taken away by the police, saying that they would arrange for the old man to retire in a nursing home. Lu Feng was also asked by the police for his phone number and address information, saying that they would not take Lu Feng to make a statement, but they would contact him if anything happened. After saying that, the police left. The 3 people who were disturbed by this incident also completely lost their appetite and paid the bill before leaving directly. On the way, the two little girls kept asking Lu Feng how he was so amazing that he was able to defeat 5 thugs. After hearing this, Lu Feng bragged about how hard he had practiced martial arts over the past few years, just so that one day he could protect his family, eliminate evil and protect the innocent. He made the two little girls so moved that they cried. After arriving home, Lu Feng was pushed onto the sofa by the two young girls, who said they wanted to treat his wounds. Lu Yanran said, and found the first aid kit, took out the alcohol and cotton swabs inside to disinfect Lu Feng's hand, while Lin Wanner stood by with a bandage ready. Sigh, it hurts, Yanran, go easy. Still hurts? I'm being gentle enough. Slow down, I can't take it. Oh, I'll slow down then, said Lu Yanran, and the speed of her hands slowed down. After disinfection was complete, Lu Yanran applied Yunnan Baiyao to the wound, and finally Lin Wanner bandaged it. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry when he saw his hand being wrapped in bandages, and there was even a bow on top. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed, unable to calm his heart for a long time. After all, suddenly becoming a master from an ordinary person, no one could adapt to it all at once. Chapter 29 The Little Girl and His Memories. The next morning, Lu Feng, who had slept until he naturally woke up, got up, brushed his teeth, and opened the door to see that the dining room table was full of breakfast, xiaolong bao, fried dough sticks, tea eggs, and other things. When she saw her brother get up, Lu Yanran hurriedly called him over to eat breakfast. When she saw that Lu Feng was sitting at the table without moving his chopsticks, Lin Wanner hurriedly told him that they had gone out and bought it, not that Lu Yanran had made it, and only then did Lu Feng dare to move his chopsticks. In fact, Lu Yanran had originally wanted to cook for her brother as a treat, but Lin Wanner stopped her. The reason given was that cooking at home was too noisy and would affect Lu Feng's rest. Lu Yanran then gave up the idea of cooking at home, otherwise she would not know what kind of dark cuisine it would be for breakfast today. Lu Feng, who had just finished eating, received a call from Xin Xiuying, saying that she was going to attend the birthday banquet for Yu Weiman's grandfather that night, and wanted to help Lu Feng choose an outfit, so she asked Lu Feng to hurry up and come out. Lu Feng hung up the phone, hurriedly threw on a jacket, and got ready to go out. Lin Wanner, who was standing nearby, asked curiously what Lu Feng was going to do, but Lu Feng just replied that he was going to go out, that they should all have fun without him, and that he would be back late at night. Lu Feng, who had rushed to the entrance of the residential area, saw Xin Xiuying from afar. There was no way around it. A Bentley with a beautiful woman was too attractive. It was hard for you to pick me up so early, Lu Feng smiled at Xin Xiuying. It's okay, I just got here, get in the car, Xin Xiuying replied gently. What did you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got in the car. He really wanted to know what Xin Xiuying meant. Xin Xiuying gave a gentle smile when she heard Lu Feng's question. Feng, what do you think I meant? Without waiting for Lu Feng to answer, Xin Xiuying said, now don't ask so much. It's not good for you to know too much. Your primary goal right now is to see if you can get into Yi Lao's good graces. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng fell silent. Yes, with his current strength, he simply could not possibly have any impact on the two families. Instead of asking so many questions, it would be better to become strong as soon as possible. The car drove all the way to the luxury goods street in the Magic City. After parking the car, Xin Xiuying led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. Welcome, the clothing store guide said with great enthusiasm as soon as she saw Xin Xiuying. As a salesperson at a high-end clothing store, she had long since developed a pair of discerning eyes and naturally noticed the noble temperament of Xin Xiuying. You don't need to follow me, I'll choose for him myself, Xin Xiuying directly rejected the salesperson. Then she took Lu Feng for a stroll, taking out a suit and trying it on him for a while, and then taking out a necktie and tying it on him to see if it looked good. Looking at Xin Xiuying's snow-white, onion-like hands moving around his neck, her beautiful face close at hand, smelling her scent, and feeling the fragrant breeze she exhaled, Lu Feng's heart was completely confused. This is the outfit. Xin Xiuying looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng with satisfaction, and then took Lu Feng to the cashier. Swiping the card. Xin Xiuying took out the black card in her bag in a domineering manner. Upon seeing the black card, the attitude of the salesperson became even more respectful. The consumption this time was 180,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the teller respectfully handed the card to Xin Xiuying. Let's go, next place. Xin Suyu took the card and walked straight out of the shop. Lu Feng could only follow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. Lu Feng looked at Xin Suyu and asked, puzzled, what they were doing here. A successful man of course needs a watch. Let's go in. Xin Suyu took Lu Feng by the hand and walked in. Nautilus series. Calatrava series. Aquanaut series. As soon as Lu Feng entered the door, he was dazzled by the array of watches. The salesperson, seeing the luxury brand that Lu Feng was wearing, dared not be the least bit negligent and came directly over. "Hello, welcome, how may I help you?" the salesperson said respectfully. "Help him match a watch," Shin Xiuying said coldly. She was like this in front of everyone, except that in front of Lu Feng she would show another side. "Okay, this gentleman, please follow me." Lu Feng glanced at Shin Xiuying and followed the clerk. The Calatrava series is famous for its simple, classic design style. These watches usually have minimalist dial designs that perfectly blend elegance with exquisite details, showing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and innovative spirit. They are very suitable for your outfit, but you are too young, so this series is not recommended. The clerk introduced it very professionally. Complicated function timepiece series, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, perfectly blending youthful exuberance with exquisite details. This is the watch I personally think is most suitable for you. The clerk then introduced another series to Lu Feng. "What do you think?" Lu Feng looked at Shin Xiuying. "I think it's very good, it matches Ah Feng's suit today," said Lu Yanran in a delicate voice. "Okay, let's get this one. Help me fill out the paperwork." Lu Feng directly chose this one. "Okay, please wait a moment." As soon as the clerk heard the words "fill out the paperwork," she ran over excitedly, knowing that after the sale, she would get a commission of almost 20,000 yuan. "It's 708,000 yuan in total," the clerk said. Upon hearing the price, Shin Xiuying wanted to pay, but Lu Feng stopped her, not letting her pay. But Shin Suyuan told Lu Feng that these things were a gift for him today and he could not refuse. Lu Feng could not argue with her and had to agree. After paying, Shin Suyuan gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. "Not bad, it looks very fashionable," Shin Suyuan said with a smile as she looked at the well-dressed Lu Feng. "Heh, is that so?" Lu Feng smiled again. After buying Lu Feng's outfit for the birthday banquet, the two of them started to slowly wander around. As they wandered, they came to a pavilion. "Ah Feng, I know you're curious about why I'm treating you this way," Shin Xiuying said gently as she sat on the bench. "Yes, I really am curious." "Why?" Lu Feng finally asked the question on his mind. "If I said we knew each other before, would you believe me?" Shin Xiuyuan asked slowly. "What? We knew each other before?" Lu Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. But as he thought back over the people and things from his past, he realized that Shin Xiuyuan was not in his memories at all. Seeing that Lu Feng did not believe him, Shin Xiuyuan slowly told a story, the story of a little boy and a little girl. The story took place when Lu Feng was about 10 years old. At that time, Lu Feng was still living with his uncle's family and went to school with his younger sister Lu Yanran every day. Until one day, a little girl suddenly turned up in class. The little girl stood timidly on the podium and introduced herself as Li Fuyang. After the introduction, the teacher arranged her to sit next to a little boy, and they naturally became classmates. However, the little boy found his new classmate very strange. She ignored him when he spoke to her and refused to eat the snacks he offered her. Gradually, the little boy stopped talking to the little girl. One day after school, the little boy saw some boys from another class bullying the little girl and calling her a fatherless girl. When the little girl heard someone calling her a fatherless girl, she got into a fight with them. However, how could a girl fight against several boys her age? She was quickly knocked down. A young boy who was walking by saw his classmate being bullied. Without saying a word, he rushed over and got into a fight with the other kids. Soon, the young boy's unrelenting attacks scared the other kids, who ran away. The young boy, who had a bloody nose, helped the little girl up and asked if she was okay. The little girl shook her head quickly to indicate that she was fine, then took some tissue paper out of her bag and helped the young boy to stop the bleeding. Afterwards, when the little girl asked why he had helped her, the little boy just patted his chest. "You are my classmate, that means you are my person, and I have to protect you." After the little girl heard the little boy's words, she just laughed. Later, she became his shadow, following him wherever he went. During their playhouse games, she kept saying that she wanted to be his wife, and he promised that he would marry her when he grew up. It went on like this for a long time, until one day the little boy returned to school and waited at the school gate for class to begin. He did not wait for the little girl who would wait for him in school no matter the wind or rain. Looking at the empty seat next to him, the little boy cried out for the first time, clamoring to go find the little girl. However, no matter how hard he looked, the little girl seemed to have disappeared from his world forever. It was as if she had suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. Chapter 30 Reason. So, you are Li Fuyan? Lu Feng was shocked. Yes, I am. Looking at the shocked Lu Feng, Shen Xiui said calmly. Then how come you've become Shen Xiui now? What the hell is going on? He was about to go crazy. The little girl who followed him around every day when he was a child had suddenly turned into the popular campus queen, and it seemed like she liked him back. Who wouldn't go crazy? Lu Feng even suspected that he had fainted because he had been hurt too deeply by his ex-girlfriend and had been in a long period of depression, and that everything that was happening now was a dream. Because no matter how you look at it, it's not normal. First, he gained the system and reached the pinnacle of his life, and then his gold-digging ex-girlfriend was also slapped in the face by him. Finally, he got into a fight with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now there's even a childhood sweetheart who was the school beauty queen. No matter how you look at it, it's like a dream. As she watched Lu Feng, who was going crazy, Shen Suyan got up and sat down next to him to explain. It turned out that the reason Shen Suyan was called Li Fu as a child was because she shared her mother's surname, and Shen Suyan's parents' recognition was also a political marriage. Although Shen Suyan's mother also had the surname Li, it was not the Li surname of the imperial capital, but the Li family of Sucheng, the veritable first family of Sucheng. So the Shen and Li families chose a political marriage, but Shen Suyan's parents did not like political marriages. So after Shen Suyan's mother gave birth to her, the two had a big fight over something, and Shen Suyan's mother ran away from home with Shen Suyan. After leaving, Shen Suyu's mother took Shen Suyu and changed their names, and they didn't even go back to Jiangsu province, but instead settled down in Anhui province. Then when she was in elementary school, Shen Suyu met Lu Feng, but because of the student registration system, the Shen and Li families quickly found out where they were. The Li family in Suzhou picked up Shen Suyu and her mother first, so in the end Shen Suyu didn't even get to say goodbye to Lu Feng. After listening to what Shen Suyan said, Lu Feng's first concern was whether her parents had reconciled. He was afraid that Shen Suyan was having a hard time because of her parents. Shen Suyan was touched to hear that Lu Feng's first concern was for her, and not for anything else. They reconciled, but because of this incident, my father was severely punished by my grandfather, and my father regretted having driven my mother away. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy looking for us, but even with all his connections, he never imagined that we had hidden in a small county in Anhui province. Later, my father spent every day regretting and blaming himself, Shen Xiuying said. It's fine as long as we make up. I'm worried that you're not doing well, Lu Feng said with a heartbroken look. It's fine, Feng. It's all in the past. Looking at Lu Feng's heartbroken face, Shen Xiuyuan felt as sweet as honey in her heart. Since your parents both hate marriage alliances, why did they agree to your political marriage alliance? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shen Xiuyuan slowly told the reason. It turned out that after Shen Suyan was taken back by the Li family in Su City, her father rushed to the Li family as soon as possible, but Shen's mother was unwilling to see him no matter what. It wasn't until Shen Suyan's father stood outside the door for 5 days and 5 nights without eating or drinking and then fainted that her mother forgave him. Later, the two of them quickly warmed up to each other, and after living in Su City for most of the year, Shen Suyan's father took the two of them back to the Shen family in the imperial capital. Shen Suyan met Li Junmo, the pride of the Li family, at school in the imperial capital. As soon as they met, Li Junmo kept trying to get close to Shen Suyan. But Shen Suyan had always had Lu Feng in her heart, so she ignored him. But after all, they were just kids, and the two quickly became good friends. However, Shen Suyan always paid attention to the boundaries between the two. Because she only liked Lu Feng, it was like this for many years, until Shen Xiuying was going to study abroad, and Li Junmo confessed to her. Unsurprisingly, Shen Xiuying mercilessly rejected him, and then went abroad to study. Shen Xiuying, who was studying abroad, blocked Li Junmo's contact information and completed all her studies in just 3 years, graduating from the University of Cambridge. Shen Suyu, who had just returned to China, used the connections of the Su family in Suzhou to find out where Lu Feng went to school, and then transferred to the same school. However, unexpectedly, Li Junmo had been flattering Shen Suyu's parents for the past few years since Shen Suyu left for abroad, until he had pretty much worn them down. Li Junmo then proposed a marriage alliance to Shen Suyu's parents. Originally, Shen Xian's parents wanted to refuse because they didn't want their precious daughter to be like themselves in the beginning, but Li Junmo said that he and Shen Xian had grown up together, and they were childhood sweethearts with feelings for each other. Shen Suiyuan's parents thought about it and agreed with the voices within the Shen family. However, they only agreed to let Shen Suiyuan and Li Junmo try to see if they were suitable for each other. If they were not suitable, they would not force their daughter to marry someone she didn't like. Next, Shin Suayuan was asked to return to the imperial capital and co-manage a company with Li Junmo to cultivate their relationship. Shin Shouying was going to refuse when she heard about it, but then she thought that if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, then the obstacles to being with her would be even greater. So she agreed to take charge of the company. She would use the resources at her disposal to help Lu Feng grow rapidly, until the day when he could be with her openly and honestly. After Lu Feng heard this, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart exploded directly. He embraced the girl in front of him, tears streaming down his face. He now understood what Shin Suyu had sacrificed to be with him and the pressure she had been under. Shin Suyu was taken aback by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but she reacted quickly and also embraced Lu Feng tightly. The two embraced for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other, but their hands remained tightly joined. Ah Feng, so for my sake, at the birthday banquet for Master Yi tonight, you must do well. The tenderness in Shin Shouying's eyes seemed to melt Lu Feng. Well, don't worry, I will do well. It won't take long before I stand openly behind you, Lu Feng said with conviction. The two of them chatted about many interesting things from their childhood together. When they got to the topic of why Lu Feng had helped her fight, Shin Suayuan tenderly stroked Lu Feng's face. The two of them continued chatting until dark before stopping. When Shin Suayuan was about to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, Lu Feng asked her to drop him off at home first. Shin Suayuan was puzzled, but she didn't ask anything and drove directly to where Lu Feng lived. Lu Feng, who had gotten out of the car, leaned over Shin Suyan's ear and said he had a surprise for her, then ran off, leaving Shin Suyan confused. After a while, Lu Feng ran over, panting. As soon as he got into the car, Shin Suyan, with a face full of anticipation, held out her hand and asked what the surprise was that Lu Feng had prepared for her. Lu Feng then took 2 boxes directly from his hands and handed them to Shin Suyan with a mysterious look on his face. Shin Shuyuan joyfully accepted the box and opened the first one, which contained a huge sapphire necklace of unparalleled beauty. You gave this to me? Shin Shuyuan asked happily. Yes, this gem is called the Ocean Heart, and it was later turned into a necklace by a European master. Now I'm giving it to you, Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. Isn't it the Ocean Heart that was auctioned off for 120 million by a mysterious rich man at an international auction a few years ago? Shin Shouying was shocked to hear this. You have to know that after this Ocean Heart was auctioned off by a rich man, it mysteriously disappeared. It reappeared this time in front of her, turned into a necklace, and was given to Shin Shouying. Yes, this gemstone suits you very well. Lu Feng smiled at Shin Shouying's surprised expression. Then you put it on for me, Shin Shuyuan said, tilting her snow-white neck. Subsequently, with Lu Feng's trembling performance, the sapphire known as the world's largest Ocean Heart was placed around Shin Shuyuan's neck. Don't ask when Lu Feng got this gemstone. He just bought it in the System Mall with prestige points when he returned. The mall not only has those high-end technologies and whatnot, but also has all kinds of luxury goods. I can't wait to see the second box, said Shin Shouying as he opened the second box. What came into view was a red invitation. Shin Shouying picked it up curiously, not understanding why Lu Feng would give her an invitation. Looking at the confused Shin Shouying, Lu Feng said with a mysterious smile. Just open it and you'll know. Chapter 31 Attending the Birthday Banquet. Looking at the mysterious Lu Feng, Shin Shouying couldn't hold back her curiosity and opened the invitation directly. After just taking a glance, Shin Shouying looked at Lu Feng with an incredulous expression. This is yours? Did Master Yi give it to you? Lu Feng saw Shin Shouying, who was surprised by the invitation, and happily bragged, What do you think, awesome, right? Awesome, really awesome, Feng, you're so mysterious now, this is an invitation from Grandpa Yi, something that many people dream of, Shin Shouying said as she looked at Lu Feng. Haha, it's just average, Lu Feng said modestly on hearing this. It's not average at all, really awesome, and this is a handwritten invitation. You have to know that none of the invitations I got for attending the birthday banquet for the old man this time were handwritten, Shin Shouying praised. Lu Feng was a little surprised to hear this. After all, no matter what, with the strength of the Shin family in the imperial capital, a handwritten invitation would still be a breeze. Really? With the strength of the Shin family, you should also have a handwritten invitation. Of course our Shin family can, but only if my father comes. I'm only considered a junior now, so I can't get it, Shin Shouying explained. Oh, I see. The two then chatted as they drove, and soon arrived near Yi Laosher's manor. They parked the car and walked over, side by side. They handed the invitation to the bodyguard for inspection, and then stepped into the manor under the respectful gaze of the bodyguard. Lu Feng in particular, when he took out the handwritten invitation, the way the bodyguard looked at him was different. After the two left, the bodyguard quickly took out his walkie-talkie and notified the staff inside the manor that a VIP with a handwritten invitation had arrived. The dignitaries waiting behind them to submit their invitations also guessed the identity of Lu Feng and the other person when they heard the bodyguard's words. After all, not many people could get the old man to write a handwritten invitation. As soon as the two entered the manor, they noticed that there were already a lot of people standing on the lawn, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Lu Feng's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. After looking around, Shuiying led Lu Feng to the place where the desserts were placed, picked up a piece of cake, and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, blocking his mouth tightly. Watching Lu Feng being stuffed and unable to speak, Shuiying laughed happily and also picked up a piece of cake and put it in her mouth. Shuiying, who was eating the cake, picked up a glass of juice and prepared to let Lu Feng drink some to relieve the pressure. However, as a result of a slip of the hand, she did not hold it steady and the glass fell to the ground, spilling onto a little girl wearing a white dress. I'm so sorry, Shuiying looked at the girl and hurriedly apologized. Lu Feng also apologized on the side and took out a tissue to hand to the girl to let her wipe it off. Unexpectedly, the girl directly slapped Shuiying in the face. Fortunately, Lu Feng reacted quickly and immediately pulled Shuiying over. Seeing that the slap missed, the girl reached out again to strike, but this time Lu Feng did not indulge her and directly gripped the palm of her hand that was reaching out. The girl's clenched arm turned red, but she did not let up in her words. Who are you people? You stained my dress and you even want to hit me. After hearing the quarrel, the crowd also turned their attention here. As soon as the girl saw that someone was paying attention to them, she became even more arrogant. How did you manage to get in here? As soon as you got in, you started eating and drinking, stained someone's dress and hit them. Lu Feng heard the girl speak so rudely and no longer tolerated it. We did stain your dress by accident, but we sincerely apologized. You are the one who was unreasonable and want to beat us up. If I didn't stop you in time, you would have hit us in the face. So what if I hit you? Who told you to stain my dress? I don't know who invited you here, but today is my grandfather's birthday, and I don't want to argue with you. Just get out of here. Shen Suyen, who was standing nearby, frowned when she heard the girl tell them to leave and claim to be Yi Laozi's granddaughter, because she didn't remember Yi Laozi having a granddaughter. You say you're Yi Laozi's granddaughter? How come I remember Yi Laozi only having a grandson? Shen Suyen asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this, the girl's arrogance instantly deflated by half, but she didn't want to admit defeat, so she pretended to be calm. I'm the granddaughter of Yi Lao's grandson, so Yi Lao is of course my grandfather. Hearing the girl's explanation, Lu Feng and Shen Suyu were speechless. After all this time, she was just the granddaughter of someone's grandson, and yet she still dared to bully others. And not to mention Yi Lao Suanzi's girlfriend, even Yi Lao's grandson, Shen Suyen, was not intimidated at all. Who let her come from the Shen family? After figuring out the reason, Shen Suyen didn't want to get tangled up with her, so she asked her what she wanted to do to solve it. Unexpectedly, the girl said she would not stop until she had splashed Shen Suyen's face with red wine. When Lu Feng and the other heard this, they simply ignored the girl's request and turned to leave. The girl saw that the two were about to run, and she directly lifted a glass of red wine and splashed it over Shuiying. With a splash, the clothes Shuiying was wearing were instantly soaked in red wine. Seeing Shuiying drenched, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and slapped the girl in the face. The girl who was slapped was stunned, and so were the people around her. After all, this was Yi Laosan's girlfriend, and she might become Yi Laosan's granddaughter-in-law in the future. How dare this young man? The girl, who had come to her senses, immediately cried and took out her phone to call her boyfriend. Shen Suyen also took Lu Feng's hand and said that Lu Feng had been a bit impulsive and that it would leave a bad impression on Yi Laosan. But Lu Feng carefully wiped the red wine off Shen Yuan's body and then said carelessly, I don't care about that much, I just know that no one can bully you in front of me. Shen Yuan heard Lu Feng's domineering words and a flash of joy flashed through her heart. She leaned gently on Lu Feng's shoulder. At this time, the girl brought her boyfriend to Shen Yuan and the others. Did you two do this? Beat up my girlfriend? A young and handsome boy came up to the two of them and questioned them. Shen Yuan looked up at the boy, but after looking for a long time, she realized that she didn't know the boy in front of her at all. She had just met Yi Lao's grandson before she left the country. Who are you? Shen Yuan said flatly. I am Yi Lao's grandson. How dare you beat up my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet? The man said domineeringly. How come I didn't know that Yi Lao had a grandson like you? Who the hell are you? Shin Shouying exuded a powerful aura that shot straight at the man. The man was shocked by Shin Shouying's aura and told the man where he came from. I'm Yi Lao's distant grandnephew. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Shin Shouying gave a soft laugh. You two wait here, I'll call Yi Fan and have him come over and deal with you. Hearing that Shin Suyen was going to call Yi Fan, the man panicked instantly, but in public he couldn't do anything, so he just stood there obediently, praying in his heart that Shin Suyen didn't really know Yi Fan. But soon, his hopes were dashed. After Shin Suyen had hung up the phone for about 2 minutes, a handsome man walked over. Sister Suyen, when did you get here? The man asked with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shin Suyen said indifferently. The man then looked around, saw his so-called cousin and his girlfriend, and his eyes hardened, frightening the two of them. I'll deal with you later. For now, stay inside the room and don't come out, the man said in a commanding voice, and the man and woman hurriedly ran back into the room. Sister Shuyen, today is Grandpa's 70th birthday. Do me a favor and let me personally bring them to apologize to you after the birthday banquet, the young man said softly. Fine, I'll do you a favor, but this isn't over, Shin Shuyen said coldly, then turned her head and gently introduced the man's identity to Lu Feng. Feng, he is Yi Lao's grandson, Yi Fan. Hearing that the person in front of him was Yi Lao's grandson, Lu Feng also greeted him, and then he heard Shin Shouying say on the side, Yi Fan, he is the one holding your grandfather's handwritten invitation. Yi Fan heard Shin Shouying say that Lu Feng had his grandfather's handwritten invitation. He originally thought that he was just a casual person who came with Shin Shouying to join the fun, so he could just casually greet him, but now he dared not be rude at all. Hello, I really couldn't treat you well just now, I'm sorry, Yi Fan's attitude took a sharp turn and he said warmly. Lu Feng was so caught off guard that he just stiffly exchanged pleasantries with him. After a long while, Yi Fan had other things to do, and they parted ways. Are these people really that quick to change their faces? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yes, no one born into a big family is really a waste. It's just like the prince of the Tianyu Group. What you see is what he wants you to see, Shin Shouying explained to Lu Feng. Chapter 32 Parting. Yes, it's true that the kind of brain-damaged young master described in novels are all fake. How could the person who can really stand out in the family be so brainless? Lu Feng echoed. Just as the two were still chatting, Lu Feng heard someone calling his name. He was still wondering why someone would call him at this kind of occasion, and saw that the old man of the Tianyu Group had already walked over. Xiao Feng, long time no see, the old man said with a smile. It's been a long time, Grandpa, Feng responded politely. The two then stood together chatting, and the old man even asked Feng who the girl standing next to him was, if she was his girlfriend, but Feng was at a loss for words. In the end, Su Yenshin introduced herself, saving Feng from the situation. Hearing that Su Yenshin came from the Shin family in the imperial capital, the old man didn't dare say anything more. After all, the Shin family was not someone he could discuss. It's been so long, you were told to go see the old man, but you didn't come, the old man complained, changing the subject. Please forgive me, I was really a bit too busy, I'm worried sick about the branch right now. Lu Feng could only find an excuse and say that in fact, he had never asked about the Ferrari branch. Chen Xian was the only one in charge, and he had been spending the past few days playing with Lu Yanran and the two of them. When the old man heard Lu Feng say this, he expressed his understanding. The two of them chatted for a while, and the old man parted ways with Lu Feng to go find his old friends. This person just now, if I'm not mistaken, should be an old-time local group in Shanghai, the old director of Tianyu, right? Do you know each other? Shin Shouying asked curiously. Well, I happen to have a bit of Tianyu Group's shares in my hands, so I know. Shin Shouying applauded upon hearing this. Feng is so amazing, you own shares in Tianyu Group, what else are you hiding from me? There's not much else, just a bit of Tianyu Group's shares, and Ferrari shares, as well as being the president of Ferrari Asia, and also a neighbor of the old Master Yi, who only sent someone to give me the invitation because he saw that I bought Senyun Villa, said Lu Feng with a smug look on his face. At this moment, Shin Shouying was also shocked by Lu Feng's words. You mean, Ferrari suddenly settled in the Devil City because of you? You are also the president of Ferrari Asia? And you bought Senyun Villa? And you are also a shareholder of Tianyu Group, Shin Shouying said disbelievingly. Yes, Lu Feng looked at the surprised Shin Shouying and secretly felt good. How is it, shocked, huh? You didn't lie to me? No, why would I lie to you? Didn't the old Tianyu director just come here? And we just talked about the Ferrari branch. Oh yes, the branch was built by Tianyu Group. Lu Feng saw that Shin Shouying still didn't believe him, so he explained again. A phone, I'm not going to ask you how you did it, I just want to know if it's safe. I don't want you to get into danger. From the worried look on her face, she could tell that she was really worried about Lu Feng at the moment, because what Lu Feng was doing was too fantastic to be true. She was afraid that someone was just trying to use Lu Feng as a scapegoat. Looking at Shen Xiuying's worried expression, Lu Feng took Shen Xiuying's hand and assured her that he was absolutely safe and had definitely not done anything illegal. As for why he was suddenly so rich, Lu Feng just said that he would tell her slowly in the future. Since Lu Feng had said so, Shen Xiuyan did not ask again. After all, everyone has secrets. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when Grandpa-Yi finally came out, and the birthday celebration reached its climax with his appearance. Shen Xiuyan also took Lu Feng to pay tribute to Grandpa-Yi. Grandpa-Yi, I wish you a long life and happiness, Shen Xiuyan said. Xiao Yuan is here, the old man said kindly when he saw Shen Xiuying. How could I not come to your birthday, Shen Xiuying said with a smile. This must be Mr. Lu, you are indeed young and accomplished, the old man said looking at Lu Feng. I dare not, in front of you, this little success is nothing, Lu Feng said modestly. Ah, don't be too modest. I heard from the old man Li Yunfeng that you even helped him out before, the old man chuckled. Hearing that the old man knew the old man Li, Lu Feng was a little puzzled. Perhaps he sensed Lu Feng's confusion. The old man Yi explained that he had known the old man Li when he was still in office, and the two of them could be considered old friends. After talking to Shen Xiuying and the others, Yi Lao also went to greet the others with the help of his servant. After all, he was the protagonist today and could not stay by Shen Xiuying and the other side the whole time. The birthday celebration lasted until late at night, and it was not until the old man could no longer bear it that it finally ended. Shen Xiuying took Lu Feng to say their final goodbyes to the old man and then returned home. After Shen Xiuying and Lu Feng left, Yi Lao called his grandson Yi Fan over. Fan, what do you think of this Lu Feng? The old man asked as he sat on the sofa. Grandpa, I don't know much about this Lu Feng. His information is also mediocre. His parents are both absent, and he grew up with his uncle since he was young. He has always behaved like an ordinary person until he graduated from university, Yi Fan said respectfully. An ordinary person? An ordinary person could not have taken over the shares of Ferrari. As far as I know, Ferrari sold its shares before because of new energy, which attracted those capital predators in Europe to fight for them. But in the end, they were held by this Lu Feng. Do you think he is just an ordinary person? Yi Lao's majestic voice came out. I also feel strange, but there was really no news about him before, as if this person just suddenly appeared, Yi Fan said. Well, don't think about it so much. I didn't expect the mysterious owner of Xianyun Villa to be so young, and it seems that his relationship with the Shin girl is not ordinary. Yi Lao said indifferently. So what do you mean? Yi Fan asked cautiously. There's no way. He's been afraid of his grandfather since he was a child. Yi Lao has been an official for decades, and the officialdom he has accumulated is simply not something he can resist. You must get along well with him. It's just that you're similar in age, and you'll have common ground. Did you hear that? The old man said again. Yes, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go now, Yi Fan promised. As soon as Yi Fan tried to leave, the old man became angry. All you do is play around, go racing every day, you can't even let me rest in peace. Yi Fan didn't dare to argue back when he heard his grandfather's rebuke, and could only let him scold him. After a long while, the old man finally stopped. Finally, after the old man finished scolding him, Yi Fan ventured out, dejected. Seeing Yi Fan go out, the old man slowly stood in front of the bed and muttered to himself. Today, I invited so many powerful people to the birthday banquet, even the current leader of the Devil City sent his blessings. It seems like I'm doing well, but when I die, who will still be able to help my younger generation? And this mysterious Lu Feng, who is he really? Was he trained by the Shen family, or is he just a representative figure pushed to the forefront by other forces? The old man stood there for a long time with these questions. At this time, Shen Xiuying, who was standing by the roadside, was saying goodbye to Lu Feng. Feng, I have to go now, back to the imperial capital, Shen Xiuying said to Lu Feng with deep affection. You have to go now? Yes, if it weren't for the birthday of the old master, I would have gone back long ago. Okay, then wait for me in the imperial capital, it won't be long before I go to the imperial capital to find you. Yes, without me around, you have to take care of yourself. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, call me. Okay, you take care of yourself too, and wait for me to come find you. With the car door closing, Shen Xiuying walked away. Frian, I love you, wait for me, I will definitely stand in front of you with my head held high. Lu Feng looked at the car that was getting further and further away, and suddenly shouted out loud. In the car, Shen Shuiying was already crying uncontrollably. I will wait for you, Feng, always waiting for you. Chapter 33 Fondly Group. A distracted Lu Feng returned home, and without even greeting Lu Yanran and the others, he lay on the bed and began to daydream. He thought about the things he and Shen Shuiying had done when they were children, and also about the many happy days they had spent together. Thinking about how much Shen Shuiying had sacrificed to be with him, Lu Feng vowed in his heart that he would find Shen Shuiying as soon as possible and not let her wait too long. They didn't say anything the whole night. Early the next morning, Lu Feng turned on the system to see what it had refreshed. The system told him that after the upgrade, the daily second chance could be converted into a lottery in the mall, and asked if he wanted to try the new function. But Lu Feng decisively refused, because he just wanted to get more property to increase his bargaining power over the Shen family. After hearing the host's refusal to participate in the lottery, the system began to refresh the daily items for him. Ding! The daily second chance system has been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. 1 Bugatti Veyron limited edition sports car worth 120 million renminbi. 1 Shan Province coal mine worth 7 billion renminbi. 100% Fondly Motors shares worth 6 billion renminbi. Lu Feng looked at the rewards that appeared on the big screen and noticed a pattern. It seems that luxury goods and the like will always take up one of the spots. There's a sports car again. Lu Feng shook his head when he saw the first option. He looked at the second option, a coal mine. Was this asking him to go and dig coal? Although it was worth 7 billion yuan, Lu Feng still didn't want it. It wasn't until he saw the third option that his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group. Just as he happened to have a new energy battery technology in his hands, he could hand it over to the Fondly Group for them to research. After all, he held 100% of the shares, so he didn't need to be afraid of anything like other shareholders forcing a palace coup and leaking secrets. Upon thinking of this, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. As prompted by the system, there was now an additional automobile group under Lu Feng's name. But I need to go to Face City to sign the contract to actually own it, Lu Feng said with a sigh. But this time, I'm going home with my sister, so I can go to Face City. It's not far anyway, Lu Feng said, and then exited the system. After washing up, Lu Feng woke up the two little girls, who were still sleeping, and prepared to take them out for breakfast, then pack up their things, as they were leaving the next day. As soon as the two girls heard that today was their last day, they hurriedly got up, dressed up a bit, and prepared to go out and play again. There was no choice, so Lu Feng had to take them for another big round of shopping in the Magic City. While Lu Feng was having fun, in the office of the president of the Fondly Group in the city of Fei, the current president was answering the phone. Listening to the voice on the phone, he said that the Fondly Group had completed the bankruptcy sale, and the president was also sitting in the chair with a sad face, not moving. It wasn't until someone burst in that the president in the chair reacted. Lao Xiao, you've been notified, haven't you? The company's entire stake has been sold off. What do we do now? A man in his 40s came storming into the president's office and said. Well, I already know, and I also know that a mysterious young man bought it, Zhao Yan said bitterly. Didn't Mercedes-Benz or FAW buy it? The man said, puzzled. Zhao Yan shook his head at the sound of this and said that neither was the case, but someone else had bought it. Never mind who bought it, what should we do next? Yachty Group contacted me and said that the two of us will still enjoy the same treatment in the past, and the annual salary will increase by 30%, the man continued. You want to jump ship? You should know that this is a critical moment for the group. If you, the vice president, jump ship, it will cause great turmoil in the group, Zhao Yan said angrily. Oh dear, Zhao, people only think of themselves, and they will be damned by heaven and earth. The group is being sold off, and it will go bankrupt soon. What can the two of us do? Who knows what the people who bought Fondly want to do? It's better for the two of us to join Yachty with a group of elites and take care of ourselves first. The man said again, persuading. Wang Jingyan, now that there is a problem with the group, but you are thinking about jumping ship. Don't forget, without the group, where would you be today? Zhao Yan angrily slammed the table and stood up directly. Seeing Zhao Yan get angry, the man did not hesitate to retort, yes, it is the group that has made me, but I, Wang Jingyan, have also been dedicated to the group and have given everything I have. But now the group is facing bankruptcy, what can I do? I can only protect myself first. Zhao Yun looked at the emotionally agitated man in front of him and understood that what he said was the truth. He could only let out a helpless sigh. You go, I won't go. I want to go down with the group, Zhao Yun said with a determined look on his face. Fine, don't blame me for not warning you. Since this is your choice, I respect you. We are different and we don't need to conspire with each other. With that, the man got up and was about to leave. Wait, Zhao Yun suddenly called out. What, have you come to your senses? Wang Jingyan stopped in his tracks. No, I want to tell you that you can go, but you cannot release the information that the group is being sold, and you cannot take anyone from the group with you. Zhao Yun exuded the majesty of a CEO as he spoke. Zhao, I can promise to keep it a secret, but I don't need you to tell me what to do when I take the people under me with me. Wang Jingyan immediately retorted. Then we'll just have to meet in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You're going to take me to court over these trivial matters, aren't you? Wang Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, as long as you dare to do anything that is detrimental to the group, I won't let you go. Zhao Yun's gaze was firm, without the slightest hint of joking. The two men's conversation ended in discord. After leaving the office, Wang Jingyan found an unoccupied corner, took out his phone number and dialed a phone number. Hello, I tried to persuade him, but he was unwilling to leave and instead wanted to continue to stay at Fanli. And he also refused to let me take the elites of Fanli with me, Wang Jingyan said in a low voice. Then you find a way to get these elites to come over to me. For every one person you get to come over, I will give you 200,000 yuan. Tell your people that if they come over to Yadi, their annual salary will increase by 30%. Yadi will pay the breach of contract for them. The voice of the president of Yadi came over the phone. It turned out that Wang Jingyan had already contacted the people at Yadi. With the promise of benefits from the president of Yadi, Wang Jingyan began his plan to poach people. Zhao Yun, who had been sitting here for a long time, looked at the contact information of the new director that had been passed over to him, and after much thought, he took out his phone and called. Lu Feng was playing with two little girls at Disney when he received Zhao Yun's call. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Zhao Yun, the current president of Fanli Group. I hope it's not a bother to bother you, Zhao Yun said with a nervous heart. Oh, it's you, Zhao. What's the matter? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's like this, there's something I need to report to you, it's about the resignation of the group's vice president, Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the circumstances, Lu Feng finally understood why a group with a market value of 20 billion yuan was only worth 6 billion yuan. It turned out that it was on the verge of bankruptcy. After hearing that the group's vice president was resigning, Lu Feng gave a faint smile and said he knew. He would go to the group in person in a couple of days to deal with it. He also asked Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before he came, and that he would give the group a big surprise, one big enough to turn Fanli around. Zhao Yun listened to Lu Feng's words and also became very interested in this director of the group he had never met before. In the end, Lu Feng arranged for Zhao Yun to never tell the vice president about this matter. Zhao Yun heard this and quickly promised that he would never let a second person know. The two thus ended their first phone call. Chapter 34 Going Home. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng had no desire to play anymore, so he told the two little girls to play by themselves while he needed some quiet time. Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner glanced at each other, took each other's hands, and left Lu Feng behind. Hey, I told you, how could something like this be so good? Lu Feng remembered what Zhao Yun had just said, and his head ached. This was not a normal bankruptcy. It was caused by pressure from Mercedes-Benz, which meant that this was a commercial war, and Fanli had lost. The price of failure was that the group was on the verge of bankruptcy and could only be sold in pieces. If Lu Feng had not intervened, Fanli would have been acquired by Mercedes-Benz. Because Mercedes-Benz was thinking of defeating the Fanli Group and then acquiring the Fanli Group's existing production lines and factories to manufacture new energy. Now that Landwind has taken over Fanli, it is a big mess. Internally, there is a lack of funds, people are on edge, and the deputy general manager is even taking people with him. Externally, Mercedes-Benz is eyeing it hungrily, and other domestic car manufacturers also want to take a bite out of the Fanli Group. It can be said that the Fanli Group is now in a precarious situation. The main problem is a lack of funds, but coincidentally, Landwind also does not have much capital. His account still only has the 100 million yuan from the previous Ferrari transaction, as well as the 50 million rent received from Times Square. But now, Fanli Group needs at least 1.5 billion yuan to stabilize its basic situation, so the urgent task is to get money. Where to get it? Tianyu Group has just recently overcome its difficulties, and Ferrari is not likely to lend them 1.5 billion yuan. Does he have to sell Times Square? Lu Feng thought as he sat on a bench in the amusement park. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Shin, but quickly abandoned the idea. No, just after boasting, I will go to her immediately, and the result will be to ask her for money. Do I not want face? Or let's see if the system has any solutions. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly entered the system and told the system about the problem he was facing to see if the system had any way to help him solve it. As it turned out, the system did not disappoint him, and directly told him that he could use his reputation points to purchase a cash card in the mall to solve the problem. Lu Feng jumped with excitement when he heard this. He then found the cash cards in the mall, including ones with values of 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and even 100 billion. However, Lu Feng only had 10,000 reputation points, so the most he could buy was 1 billion renminbi. Lu Feng looked at the price and finally gritted his teeth and bought 1 billion renminbi, which immediately caused his reputation points to go back to zero. After everything was settled, he received a message as soon as he logged out of the system, saying that the billion yuan had been credited to his bank card. Lu Feng let out a long sigh of relief as he read the message in his hands, and got up to find Lu Yanran and Lin Wanner. After searching for a long time, he finally found the two young girls on the Devil's pirate ship. As soon as they sat down, they were so scared that they turned pale and didn't dare to open their eyes. Then, as the ship slowly swayed, the pirate ship began to accelerate. Accompanied by the frantic screams on board, the pirate ship swayed for about 5 minutes before coming to a stop. The two people who trembled down from the pirate ship saw Lu Feng looking at them with a smile on his face, and they walked over with grievances. "Brother, that really scared me to death just now," said Lu Yanran, patting her chest. Lin Wanner was also in a state of shock. "Yes, I won't play these projects again in the future, I feel like I'm going to die." Hearing what the two little girls said, Lu Feng laughed out loud, and took them to play other projects again, not going back until late in the afternoon. When they got home, the girls started packing their bags. After all, the trip was over and it was time to go home, and Lu Feng would be going back with them. "Brother, I've really had a great time with you, I don't want to go back," Lu Yanran said to Lu Feng as she packed her bags. Just come back when you're happy, I've left you a room, you can come back whenever you want, and the same goes for Wanner," Lu Feng said to the two girls. "Hey, thanks brother," Lin Wanner said. The two of them packed for a long time before they finished. Lu Feng saw that they were all packed and directly put their luggage in the car, afraid of forgetting it tomorrow when they leave in a hurry. After everything was settled, the three of them went to their respective rooms to rest. After all, they still had to drive tomorrow. There was no word exchanged throughout the night. Early in the morning, Lu Feng got up early and woke up the two of them who were still asleep. The two little girls did their makeup and got ready with sleepy eyes, and then they went downstairs with Lu Feng. Driving an Audi A8, the three of them hurried home, as their hometown was less than 400 kilometers away from the Devil City, and they had plenty of time. However, Lu Feng had to drop Lin Wanner off in Fei City before he could go home. Fortunately, they were in the same province and not far apart. After driving for about 4 hours, the car stopped in front of a villa. The several people got out of the car, and Lu Feng took Lin Wanner's luggage. "Yanran, brother Lu, why don't you go in and have a seat for a while and rest a bit?" Lin Wanner said softly. No, I'm not tired. The main thing is that I'm eager to go home. After all, it's been 4 years since I last went home." Lu Feng declined Lin Wanner's proposal. "That's fine, then you must come and visit me in a couple of days," Lin Wanner said regretfully. At this time, the nanny in the villa noticed that Lin Wanner had returned and hurriedly came out. Upon seeing the nanny come out, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran did not linger and returned directly to the car. "Goodbye, Yanran, goodbye, Lu brother," Lin Wanner waved her hand and said. Lu Yanran also leaned against the car window and loudly said goodbye to Lin Wanner. The car sped all the way and finally arrived at its destination, Xuancheng, after 2 hours. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the window, Lu Feng couldn't help but think of his childhood. After all, it had been 4 years since he had last returned home. The car soon pulled into the residential area. Looking at the old neighborhood, Lu Feng was a little shy and didn't dare go upstairs. In the end, Lu Yanran pushed him up the stairs. Once there, Lu Feng was hesitant to knock on the door because he hadn't decided what to say. Lu Yanran couldn't bear to see him like this anymore and snapped her fingers to knock on the door for him. Click! With the sound of the door opening, a woman in her 40s opened the door. Years of hard work had left faint crow's feet around her eyes, but her short, oily, thick hair was always jet black, her eyes were beautiful double eyelids, bright and delicate, and her face also carried a kind of mature beauty. The woman first saw Lu Feng standing in the doorway and hurriedly rubbed her eyes, afraid that she had seen him wrong, and then took a closer look, still a little unable to believe it. It wasn't until Lu Feng called out, "Auntie," that the woman's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she then embraced Lu Feng and cried. While crying, she said, "My child, you've suffered." At this moment, Lu Feng was also unable to hold back his emotions, and he embraced the woman and cried. Lu Yanran, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but shed tears as she watched the scene before her. I said, "What's wrong?" "It's been a long time since you opened the door," a voice suddenly came from inside the house. Then a man with glasses and a little bit of a plump figure walked out. He was also stunned at the first sight of Lu Feng, and hastily took off his glasses, wiped them and put them back on. "Is that Xiao Feng?" Hearing her husband's words, the woman also let Lu Feng out of her embrace and turned to the middle-aged man and said, "It's Xiao Feng who's back, old man." The man's eyes instantly reddened at the words. Looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng directly knelt down and bowed 3 times to the man. The middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to Lu Feng to help him up when he saw the scene, and the woman beside him also hurriedly pulled Lu Feng up. "Uncle, aunt, I'm back," said Lu Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, emotionally. "Ouch, my dear boy, what are you doing? Get up quickly, the floor is so dirty," said the woman, hurriedly pulling Lu Feng up. "Yes, what's the point of kneeling? Come in and talk," said the middle-aged man. Chapter 35 A Warm Family. Lu Feng stood up after hearing this and, accompanied by his aunt, walked into the home he had left 4 years ago. Looking at the familiar furnishings and the family photo of the 4 of them hanging on the wall, Lu Feng's tears almost fell again. As soon as he entered the door, his aunt told Lu Feng to sit down quickly, while she went to wash the quilt for him. Because Lu Yanran and he had returned secretly, wanting to surprise their parents, they had not informed them in advance, so they did not know that Lu Feng was coming back today. Lu Feng, sitting on the sofa in the living room, began to accept his uncle's scolding, complaining that he had not returned home for 4 years of college, nor had he wanted the money that the 2 elders had transferred to him, saying that he had treated his uncle like an outsider. As he listened to his uncle's endless chatter, Lu Feng felt not the least bit annoyed, but rather full of affection. It was as if when he was a child and got into trouble, his uncle would mutter in his ear to be good and study hard. After a while, Lu Feng's aunt, who had been drying his bedsheets, joined in the criticism of Lu Feng, and Lu Yanran added fuel to the fire. In this way, the 4 members of the family chatted until almost evening, and only then did they reluctantly stop. The aunt suggested going shopping and returning to prepare a big table of delicious food for Lu Feng, especially his favorite sweet and sour pork from when he was a child. Lu Feng had originally proposed going out to eat, not wanting to make his aunt work so hard, but he could not dissuade her and could only agree. Then he suggested going shopping with his aunt, so his uncle stayed at home to prepare the side dishes, while his aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yanran out shopping. Just like when they were little, whenever his aunt went shopping, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran would tag along behind her, hoping to buy snacks. Lu Feng followed his aunt through the residential area. Today, his aunt was in an exceptionally good mood, greeting everyone she saw and introducing Lu Feng to them. Because Auntie's family has lived here for many years, many people know Lu Feng, but since he hasn't been back for 4 years, they don't recognize him. After Auntie's introduction, many people in the community know that the naughty but helpful little boy from before is back. "Boss, give me one of these old geese, I'll go home and make soup," Auntie said to the hawker. "Big sister, what guests are you having at home today that you're so generous to the hawker?" The hawker said with a smile. Auntie pointed at Lu Feng and said, "My child is back, how can I not treat him well?" Lu Feng was very touched when he heard what his aunt said. Soon, a goose was cooked, and Auntie led the 2 little stooges to the next stall. They went to so many stalls that Lu Feng and Lu Yanran couldn't hold all the things they bought. She only stopped when she couldn't hold any more. Finally, after everything was bought, the 3 of them were about to go back when Auntie, who was walking in front, suddenly saw the sugar-coated hawthorn. She ran over and bought 2 sugar-coated skewers for the 2 of them, and told them not to eat them until after dinner, as if Lu Yanran and Lu Feng were still children. The 3 of them walked home in the cool breeze, chatting and laughing in the evening sun. From a distance, they looked like a beautiful, heartwarming painting. When they arrived home, the aunt and uncle got busy, and Lu Feng ran over to help, but the elderly couple refused. With nothing to do, Lu Feng could only return to his own room, a room that his aunt and uncle had reserved for him. The room was spotless and well ventilated, and even though no one had lived there for 4 years, there was no other peculiar smell. Looking at his uncle making his bed, Lu Feng's nose started to water again. Yes, his uncle and aunt had treated him like their own since he was a child, and they had even loved him more than their own daughter Yanran. Now he could finally repay them, and it was time for them to rest in peace, Lu Feng thought as he lay in bed. Unconsciously, on the quilt full of the smell of sunshine, Lu Feng fell asleep, and in his dream he returned to when he was a child, when he and Lu Yanran had unbridled enjoyed the love of the two adults. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, what are you doing? Are you asleep? Get up and eat, Lu Yanran shouted from outside the door. Lu Feng heard Lu Yanran calling him and immediately opened the door. Xiao Feng, get up quickly and eat. Your aunt has made your favorite sweet and sour pork and cola chicken wings, your aunt shouted while taking off her apron. Lu Feng responded and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting at the table, his uncle took out a bottle of wine and wanted to drink with Lu Feng, while his aunt stopped him, saying that children shouldn't drink. Seeing his uncle take out the wine, Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought up the gifts he bought for them, and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran and ran out. Where are you two going? His uncle asked. We're going downstairs to get something, Lu Feng said without looking back. These kids are really something. What's so important that it takes precedence over dinner? Auntie grumbled. In a short while, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran came back carrying big bags and small bags. I forgot to buy you a present, he said with a silly grin. You're such a kid. What present do you need when you're going back to your own home? You don't even earn much money, and you don't even know to save some. Auntie looked at the piles of presents with concern, afraid that Lu Feng had saved money on dinner because of the presents. Yes, your aunt is right. What's the point of buying all these gifts? We don't need anything, and neither does your uncle, said her uncle. After listening to this, Lu Feng took a bottle of Flying Tiger Maotai and put it on the table. When her uncle saw the Maotai, he grumbled at Lu Feng again, saying that he didn't know how to live and was wasting money buying such a good wine. Lu Yanran looked at her parents' distressed expressions and tried to explain for Lu Feng. After hearing that Lu Feng had already achieved so much, the old couple didn't believe it at first, but after Lu Feng's reassurances, they believed him. Ah Feng, we haven't done anything illegal, have we? Uncle is still a bit uneasy. Yes, we can't do anything bad, we can't make dirty money, Auntie also asked. Seeing that the old couple were starting to feel uneasy again, Lu Feng could only reveal part of his wealth. When they heard that Lu Feng was now a shareholder of a group with a market value of tens of billions of dollars, the old couple directly went online to check the Tianyu Group that Lu Feng had mentioned. When they saw that Lu Feng was really in the shareholder list of the Tianyu Group found on Shinu browser, the uncle was also so happy that tears came to his eyes, saying that the old Lu family had finally produced a great figure. Lu Feng saw that the old couple were so happy, opened the Maotai, poured a glass for the uncle, and then the family happily ate their meal. During the meal, uncle kept praising Lu Feng for his abilities, while auntie looked at the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. Xiao Feng, come and have a piece of spare rib, said auntie, and she picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in Lu Feng's bowl. Lu Yanran saw that her mother only picked up a piece for Lu Feng but not for her, and kept saying that it wasn't fair. There was nothing she could do, so auntie had to pick up a piece for Lu Yanran as well. The meal took over an hour. Lu Feng helped his drunk uncle to his room, while Lu Yanran and her aunt cleaned up. Since her uncle was drunk, after dinner, there were only Lu Feng, his aunt and Lu Yanran together. Lu Feng introduced a bunch of skincare products to his aunt, while she sat on the sofa, smiling, watching Lu Feng, who kept talking. At night, a small house of less than 100 square meters gave Lu Feng a feeling that even a large villa could not provide. Yes, family love is irreplaceable. Chapter 36 Buying a house for my uncle. Xiao Feng got up to eat. Coming, Lu Feng heard his aunt call him in the living room, so he quickly washed up and came out. Sitting at the table, he looked at the fried eggs, the cooked rice porridge, and the exquisite pickles that his aunt had made, and Lu Feng already started drooling. Yanran, hurry up, you're the only one missing, my uncle also shouted. In a happy atmosphere, the 4 members of the family finished breakfast. Uncle and aunt were employees of a factory and were supposed to go to work, but since Lu Feng had returned, they decided to take a few days off to spend some time with him. Fortunately, uncle was now a small director at the factory, otherwise it would have been difficult to take leave. After eating, Lu Feng suggested that the family go out for a walk while the weather was still cool, before it got too hot again by noon. Lu Yanran was overjoyed at the prospect of going out for a walk. Uncle and aunt got into the Audi that Lu Feng had driven over, and looked around at the luxurious car, which was a perfect car in their eyes. Xiao Feng, although we can earn money now, we also need to learn to save money, aunt said with a serious tone, worried that Lu Feng would go astray. Yes, I know, auntie. Don't worry, I've heard your words of wisdom, Lu Feng replied cheerfully. Xuanqing, a city with the ancient charm of the Jiangnan region, is full of old houses and ancient streets and towns, making it a cultural ancient city that countless poets and literary masters have praised. Today, Lu Feng took his family to a very lively ancient town in Xuanqing, which his uncle used to bring them to when they were young. As he looked at the ever-changing ancient town, Lu Feng couldn't help feeling that time really did fly. Then the family went for a stroll around the ancient town. "Brother, try this. We used to eat it when we were kids," said Lu Yanran, as she bought a bag of twisted donuts and handed one to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the donut, put it in his mouth and began to taste it. Lu Yanran didn't forget to slip one into the mouths of her parents as well. Over the years, the ancient town has passed through a century. The long alley paved with bluestone, the style hidden in the years, can never be replaced by the modern city. The ancient town sits quietly here, watching generations of people grow up. After the family finished exploring the ancient town, they were ready to eat something. Then Uncle asked Lu Feng to drive to an old street. "This is the place. I used to bring you two here to eat a lot," Uncle said with a smile, pointing to the small restaurant in front of them. Lu Feng remembered that every time his uncle and aunt got paid, they would come here to eat, and Lu Feng and Lu Yanran would always order sweet potato balls. "Has the person changed?" "I remember it was an old man before," Lu Feng asked doubtfully. "The old man you were talking about stopped working 2 years ago, and now his son has taken over," his aunt said. "Let's order first," said the uncle, and handed Lu Feng a handwritten menu that looked very old-fashioned. "Brother, I want to eat sweet potato balls and lotus root glutinous rice," said Lu Yanran hurriedly. "Okay, I'll order for you," and Lu Feng ordered a few dishes and handed them to the uncle. When the uncle and aunt saw that Lu Feng hadn't ordered any meat, they added 2 meat dishes to the menu. "You're young, how can you not eat meat?" said the aunt gently. After 10 minutes, the food started to arrive. The first dish was sweet potato balls, which Lu Feng had wanted for years. He picked one up and put it in his mouth, savoring the taste. It still tasted like when he was a kid. During this time, Uncle and Aunt kept offering Lu Feng more food, telling him to eat more, saying that he had lost weight from being hungry while away. In the eyes of all the elders, their children who have returned home are always skinny, because they worry about their children and are afraid that they are not doing well out there. After the meal, his uncle suggested going home to rest, because it was summer after all, and it was now noon, getting hot, not suitable for going out for a stroll, but Lu Feng disagreed, saying he would give them a surprise, and then drove them to other places. The car stopped at the sales office of a residential community, and Lu Feng led his uncle and aunt, who looked puzzled, inside. As soon as they entered, they were warmly greeted by a sales lady. "Welcome, what type of room would you like to see?" It was only after the saleswoman's enthusiastic introduction that Uncle and Auntie reacted, realizing that Lu Feng was buying a house. So while the saleswoman went to get some water, they hurriedly asked Lu Feng in a low voice what he was doing buying a house now. Lu Feng was going to buy one for his uncle and aunt, but was afraid they wouldn't agree, so he lied and said it was an early wedding present for himself, and asked them to come and help look around. Who knew that when the uncle and aunt heard this, they were unhappy and said that they would buy the wedding house for the two of them, and that no one would prepare a wedding house for themselves, so they told Lu Feng not to spend any money. Lu Feng's eyes were red from the words of the uncle and aunt, so he had to say again that they had come all this way, so they might as well take a look. Hearing this, the uncle agreed. When the sales lady came back with the water, Lu Feng told her to take a look at the house with him, and the sales lady readily agreed. Looking at the luxuriously decorated large flat in front of them, the uncle and aunt were also dumbfounded. The sales lady was introducing the information about the house while they watched, saying that the total indoor area of the house was 280 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, each bedroom having its own bathroom, the living room having a shared bathroom, a study, and a family movie room, and 2 of the master bedrooms having their own walk-in closets and large bathtubs in the bathrooms. After the sales lady finished her introduction, she took them on a tour. Uncle and aunt were very impressed by the spacious bedrooms, bright bathrooms, and huge dining and living room. Lu Feng saw that they liked the house so much, so he pulled Lu Yanran aside and whispered something to her. Lu Feng told Lu Yanran to stall the old couple while he went back to the sales department to pay. Lu Yanran, knowing that Lu Feng was now super rich, didn't try to persuade him anymore. After all, she also wanted her parents to live better. Under Lu Yanran's cover, Lu Feng successfully got away and went to the sales department to pay. Lu Feng, who had run to the sales department, found the sales manager and told him the house he wanted in the name of the sales lady who had accompanied him to look at the house. The manager also started calculating how much money it would cost. As for why he mentioned the sales lady's name, of course it was because Lu Feng was afraid that the sales manager would pocket the sales lady's performance and commission. After all, the saleswoman had been very responsible, introducing the house, serving tea and water, and even showing them the existing house on such a hot day, so Lu Feng didn't mind helping her out. Hello, sir, the house you like has a total area of 318 square meters, an interior usable area of 280 square meters, and a shared area of 38 square meters, the sales manager said respectfully. Well, just tell me how much it is, said Lu Feng indifferently, because he had money, he didn't care about the common area or anything. This house is sold for 32,000 yuan per square meter because it is finely decorated and fully furnished, so the total price is 10,176,000 yuan. I will be the one making the decision, so you can just pay 10 million yuan, and I will also waive the property fees for the next 3 years. The sales manager said in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. Okay, swipe the card. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Feng handed his bank card to the property manager. This made the property manager more and more certain that the young man in front of him must be a big shot. Otherwise, how could he spend 10 million to buy a house after just looking at it for a while? Even the average rich man would have to do a lot of soul searching before buying it, and it's not even a full payment. The property manager took the bank card and went to the finance department to operate it personally. He took Lu Feng's gold card and swiped it over the machine, and the property manager froze in place. The finance manager next to him thought the machine had broken down and wanted to go over to take a look, but he was also stunned when he saw the balance on the card. After a long while, the sales manager said in a trembling voice, Xiao Xiao, I didn't read it wrong, how many digits does it show? Finance Xiao Xiao also counted with trembling hands. Manager, there is a total of nearly 1.2 billion in deposits, Finance Xiao Xiao replied in a trembling voice. When the manager heard that there was a deposit of 1.2 billion, he immediately determined that Lu Feng was really a big shot, because anyone with a deposit of more than 1 billion in just one bank card was worth at least 10 billion, which made the manager even more respectful of Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa enjoying the attentions of the other sales ladies, who brought him fruit, snacks, brewed tea, and the faintly seductive attentions of the sales ladies. As for why they were fawning over Lu Feng, nonsense, they weren't blind. A person who paid for a house in less than 2 hours and bought a house for over 10 million yuan, how rich must they be? If Lu Feng asked for their phone numbers now, they could contact Lu Feng in the evening and say that they had already laid in bed and cleaned up. Even if Lu Feng proposed that several people go together, they would probably not refuse. Who would want to give up such an opportunity to hold on to a big shot? Besides, Lu Feng looked so handsome. Just as Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa, bored, a man suddenly saw Lu Feng and walked over to him. Lu Feng, it really is you. Chapter 37, Encountering a High School Classmate. Lu Feng looked at the man in front of him for a long time without recognizing who he was. The man saw that Lu Feng had not recognized him yet, so he teased, You really are a forgetful person. I'm your high school classmate, Lu Ziyang. Lu Feng remembered Lu Ziyang, his high school classmate, but the relationship was just so-so. Ziyang, long time no see, you've changed so much that I didn't recognize you, Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Yes, you haven't come back since going to college, of course you've changed a lot, Lu Ziyang also extended his hand and shook it with Lu Feng. What are you doing here, Lu Feng asked. Forget it, aren't we here to look at a house, my girlfriend insisted on this house, Lu Ziyang said helplessly. Oh, are you getting married? You're starting to prepare the wedding house already? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, we're just having a look first. The houses here are the best in Xuancheng, so our first target is set here, Lu Ziyang said. Well, the houses here are not bad, Lu Feng replied. Yes, especially the large flat inside, which is even more luxurious. But my budget only allows me to look at an ordinary suite, Lu Ziyang said with a smile and a shake of his head. The two men chatted for a while before the manager finished processing the payment and came out. Mr. Lu, here is your card, please keep it safe, said the manager respectfully as he returned the card to Lu Feng. The formality should be completed in 2 days, so you can just come and pick it up then. You only need to apply for the property ownership certificate at that time, the manager added. Okay, I understand, said Lu Feng indifferently. He exchanged a few words with Lu Ziyang, and then Lu Feng was about to go find his uncle and the others. Unexpectedly, after taking 2 steps, the sales manager stopped him and told him that he had given him 2 parking spaces, so he just needed to confirm when he picked up the documents in a couple of days. Lu Feng thanked the sales manager and left. Lu Ziyang, who was standing nearby, didn't understand what was going on, but then he heard the sales manager talking to him and asking if he knew Lu Feng well. Lu Ziyang saw that the manager was asking him questions, so he said that he and Lu Feng were high school classmates and that they had just met here today to chat. The sales manager was enthusiastic when he heard that Lu Ziang and Lu Feng were classmates, and when he heard that Lu Ziang was planning to look at the house here, the sales manager quickly promised to give him the best price. Lu Ziang was a little confused, so the sales manager explained. When he heard that Lu Feng had paid the full price of 10 million for the penthouse he had always dreamed of, Lu Ziang suddenly realized that he didn't know his former classmate anymore. On the other side, Lu Feng also returned to the house. The salesperson was still introducing the kitchen hood to the aunt when Lu Yanran saw Lu Feng return and hurried over. "Brother, is it done? How much did it cost?" Lu Yanran asked in a low voice. "It's done, it didn't cost much, just 10 million, and they gave us 2 parking spaces for free," Lu Feng replied in a low voice as well. Even though she had prepared herself mentally in advance, Lu Yanran was still taken aback by the price. 10 million, if you put it in the bank, the interest would be 300,000 to 400,000 a year, then you don't have to work for the rest of your life. "Brother, it's a bit too expensive, let's not get it," Lu Yanran said with a sad heart. "Ha ha ha, you little girl, I make money, if I don't spend it on my uncles, who else should I spend it on? Besides, it's just a house, I can't repay my debt to my uncle in my lifetime," Lu Feng said with a smile. Even though Lu Feng said this, Lu Yanran still felt a little sad because, in her opinion, it was not easy for her brother to earn money. Seeing that Lu Yanran still wanted to say something, Lu Feng rubbed her head and then told her that the house had already been bought, so she should just live in peace. The little girl then stopped saying anything. At this time, the uncle, who was studying the dishwasher, also noticed Lu Feng and asked him what he was doing. Lu Feng gave a random excuse and got away with it. The uncle didn't think much of it. At this time, Auntie had already started to ask the salesperson how much it cost. She wanted to buy it for Lu Feng. As soon as Lu Feng heard her ask the price, he hurried over, grabbed the salesperson and walked out. Then he gave Lu Yanran a wink, and Lu Yanran gave him a reassuring OK sign with her hand. Lu Feng's actions left his uncle and aunt at a loss. Lu Feng had already pulled the salesperson out the door, while the salesperson, blushing, looked at Lu Feng, confused as to why the handsome young man had pulled him out. Seeing the young woman he had embarrassed, Lu Feng had no choice but to explain that he had already paid for the house, and that the commission and sales would be credited to her account. The saleswoman was so excited to hear that the house had already been paid for and that the commission and performance had been credited to her that she didn't know what to do. She had to know that this was a house worth more than 10 million yuan, and the commission for a large flat would be even higher, so she could get more than 80,000 yuan. She had only been receiving Lu Feng for less than 3 hours, and now she had completed the sale. The young woman was overwhelmed by the happiness in front of her. After a long while, the sales lady came to her senses and then thanked Lu Feng frantically, saying that she wanted to invite him to dinner, but Lu Feng waved his hand to refuse. After letting the sales lady go, Lu Feng went back into the room and heard his uncle and aunt discussing buying him a house. In fact, his uncle had money in his hands, and his salary and bonuses with his aunt's combined amounted to almost 30,000 yuan a month, so they dared to discuss buying Lu Feng this house. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and walked out. As soon as his aunt saw him, she asked him what he had been doing and where the sales lady had gone. Lu Feng sat on the sofa, looked at his aunt and uncle seriously, and told them to get ready for what he was going to say. His aunt and uncle were puzzled. "Uncle, aunt, don't get excited," Lu Feng said to them with a smile. "Rascal, what is it you want to tell us? Is it that there isn't enough money?" Uncle asked with concern. "No, I just want to ask if you like this house," Lu Feng asked. "Yes, we like it, and we'll buy it for you as your wedding house," Auntie said with a smile. "I'm glad you like it, because I've already bought it." Just now, Lu Feng looked at the two of them and said, "What? You're not lying to me, are you?" Uncle and Auntie asked with disbelief. "Really, Mom and Dad, brother really bought him," Lu Yanran also smiled. "So how much is this house?" "It must be more than 3 million, I know you have money, but buying a house is something between your aunt and me, what are you meddling in?" Uncle said in an unpleasant tone. "Yes, Feng, I'll let your uncle transfer the money to you later, you're just starting your business now, and you need money, and besides, buying you a house was something we both agreed on a long time ago," Aunt also said. Lu Feng heard his uncle and aunt's sincere words and walked straight up to them, hugging them both. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly hugged them, they also hugged Lu Feng tightly. After all, they had long regarded Lu Feng as their own flesh and blood. After hugging them, Lu Feng whispered that he bought this house for them, to repay them for raising him and let them enjoy their lives. In the end, the two refused to take it, saying that the house should be used as Lu Feng's wedding house, and that they had a place to live. There was nothing Lu Feng could do but take the two by the hand and talk for a long time before they slowly accepted. Xiaofeng, how much is this house? According to the current average house price in Xuancheng, it's about 10,000 yuan, which is almost 3 million yuan, asked uncle. Lu Feng just wanted to answer, but was preempted by Lu Yanran. I know, my brother spent a total of 10 million. Chapter 38 Moving into the new home. What, so expensive? Uncle and aunt exclaimed after hearing the price. Yes, you know the average price, but this is a high-end community, and it's a luxurious large flat, and it's all decorated, so it's definitely expensive, explained Lu Yanran. After hearing the price, the two elderly people said that no matter what, they wanted Lu Feng to return it. Lu Feng looked at the two elderly people seriously and then said, Uncle, Aunt, you have raised me for so many years, treating me like your own child, and loving me even more than you love Yanran. How can I repay you? Now that I'm rich, what's wrong with buying you a house? I can never repay your kindness. After listening to Lu Feng's words, Auntie was already moved to tears and fell into Lu Yanran's arms. Uncle was also red-eyed, and then walked over and hugged Lu Feng, patting his back continuously. Good boy, Uncle didn't raise you in vain. After a while, Uncle let go of Lu Feng and said. Auntie also stopped crying after being comforted by Lu Yanran. Today is a great day for us to buy a house, no one is allowed to cry anymore. Lu Feng wiped away a tear and said with a smile. Yes, Xiaofeng is right. You two should wipe away your tears too. We need to be happy, said Uncle Lu. Lu Yanran and her mother wiped away their tears and smiled. Then we'll go first. I'll find a cleaner to clean up for us later, and we'll move in a couple of days, said Lu Feng. Oh, what's the point of finding a cleaner? I'll come over tomorrow and clean up a bit. Why waste that money? Said Auntie, feeling sorry for her. Yes, your aunt is right. We have money now, but we can't waste it. Tomorrow, your aunt and I will come over and clean up. Your uncle also said. There was nothing he could do, so Lu Feng had to agree. Then the few of them went downstairs together to prepare to go back. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text message to the manager, asking him to help find some cleaners to clean up. The manager also directly agreed. After returning home, uncle and aunt also sat on the sofa without moving, always feeling like they were dreaming today. Lu Feng poured the two a glass of water, and then they sat in the living room chatting. After a long time, Lu Feng returned to his room and prepared to enter the system to see what goodies there were today. After all, it had been so many times, and Lu Feng no longer waited for the system to refresh before entering to see what would come up. In Lu Feng's words, he was used to it. As his consciousness entered, the system reminded Lu Feng on time whether to prepare for the lottery or refresh the items. Lu Feng, as usual, chose to refresh the items after hearing this. Ding! The items for today's flash sale have been refreshed, and the results are as follows. 12 Rolex watches worth 20 million. 3 billion cash cards worth 3 billion renminbi. 1 lucky draw in the mall unestimable value. What's going on? What's going on with this third item? Lu Feng asked. The secondary system can refresh products that it carries itself, such as reputation points, lucky draw chances, special skills, and the like, the system explained ruthlessly. Oh yes, I forgot, you didn't say, last time I spent all my reputation points, how can I earn reputation points again? Lu Feng asked again. Reputation points are related to the reputation of the host's own property. Now the host can produce 100 reputation points every day, the system explained. Okay, I understand, Lu Feng nodded and then selected the 3 billion cash card and logged out. It so happened that Lu Feng was going to go to Face City in a couple of days, and with the 3 billion, plus the original 1 billion, the financial problems of the Tianyu Group could be said to be completely solved. He thought, can't you refresh the character? I haven't seen it for several times, and the probability is too low. Lu Feng has been coveting those bodyguards for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng, who was lying on the bed resting, his uncle and aunt went out to the market to buy food again, preparing to cook Lu Feng a delicious meal when they returned. After they returned from the market, they started cooking dinner in the kitchen. In no time at all, 6 dishes and a soup were ready, and they served all the food on the table before calling Lu Feng to come out and eat. Lu Feng heard his uncle shouting for him and quickly got up from bed. When he walked into the living room, he saw that his uncle and aunt were already waiting for him with the food. Lu Feng knocked on Lu Yanran's door again to ask her to come out and eat. After dinner, Lu Feng discussed with his uncle and aunt that they could move in as soon as the house was cleaned up. His uncle and aunt agreed, but they couldn't help but complain a little when they found out that Lu Feng had secretly hired a cleaning lady. They didn't say anything the whole night. Early the next morning, Lu Yenran was woken up by Lu Feng, and the two of them hurriedly left without even having time to eat breakfast. "What are you doing, brother? I'm so sleepy. Why did you wake me up so early?" Lu Yenran asked, yawning as she sat in the car. "We're going to buy some things that we can use in our new home, so that we don't have to keep moving things back and forth from our old home," Lu Feng said. Lu Yenran instantly perked up when she heard they were going shopping, and hurriedly said that her new room was missing a dressing table. Lu Feng said generously that when they got there, they could buy whatever they wanted. Soon the two drove to Xuancheng's largest home improvement mall. Although most things were already in the large flat, some small items and necessities were still missing. For example, there were many missing items such as quilts, bath towels, and towels, so Lu Feng had dragged Lu Yenran out shopping early in the morning. The two of them first went to the furniture store to choose a dressing table for Lu Yenran. Soon, Lu Yenran chose a dressing table with a white and blue combination, and Lu Feng wrote down the address of their new home so that it could be delivered in the afternoon. The two then went to the home living area and picked up some necessities, such as towels, bath towels, slippers, etc. Finally, Lu Feng chose a few feather duvets and asked the deliveryman to deliver them together in the afternoon. Soon, the morning passed, and Lu Feng took Lu Yenran to eat something on the street and then rushed to the new home. Just when they arrived downstairs, the deliveryman was already waiting downstairs, so Lu Feng took the deliveryman to the door. With the deliveryman's hard work, everything was quickly delivered. Lu Feng gave the deliveryman a 500 yuan tip and the deliveryman happily left. "Come on, it's our turn to work hard. We'll surprise the two of them tonight," Lu Feng said to Lu Yenran. After saying this, the two of them began to decorate their new home, quickly placing the daily necessities they had bought in their proper places. Since the cleaning crew hired by the sales manager had already cleaned the place overnight, it only took less than 2 hours to set up the household goods in the new home, and it was ready for them to move in. Just as he was resting on the sofa, Lu Feng got another call from the hotel, asking him to pick up a table of food. He was going to invite his aunt and uncle over tonight to celebrate. With everything ready, Lu Feng asked Lu Yenran to wait here for the food to be delivered, while he went back to pick up his aunt and uncle. Chapter 39 Group Upheaval. "Uncle, open the door," Lu Feng shouted from outside the door. Uncle, who was inside the house, heard the noise and came over to help Lu Feng open the door. "Where have you been all day, and you didn't even show up with Yenran?" Uncle asked curiously. "I can't tell you, I want to surprise you," Lu Feng said mysteriously. "What's so mysterious, Feng?" Auntie was also curious after hearing the conversation. "Let's go, you'll know when we get there," and with that, he dragged the two downstairs. Although they didn't understand what he meant, the uncle and his wife followed him with a smile. Soon, the car arrived at Tianyu, the newly purchased house. Seeing Lu Feng arrive at Tianyu, the uncle curiously asked what they were doing here. They hadn't brought anything from their old home yet, and they couldn't live there yet. Lu Feng didn't explain, and after parking the car, he took the two of them upstairs. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yenran quickly jumped out, and at the same time, the salute in her hand went off. "Welcome, parents, to the new house," Lu Yenran said with a smile. Before uncle and aunt could figure out what was going on, Lu Feng explained that today, for the new home, he and Lu Yenran had been busy all day, and now the new home was ready for immediate occupancy, with everything in place. After listening to this, uncle and auntie were moved by Lu Feng. As if suddenly remembering something, auntie suddenly said, "I still need to hurry and go shopping for food and seasonings, dinner will be ready soon." Lu Yenran heard this and took her mother's hand and walked towards the dining room. Seeing the dishes arranged on the dining room table, Lu Yenran explained to her mother that Lu Feng had already prepared everything. After listening to this, auntie praised Lu Feng for growing up. Afterwards, the family happily finished their first meal in their new home. The aunt who had taken the dishes to the kitchen wanted to wash the dishes, but Lu Yenran came over and put the dishes directly in the dishwasher. Then she started to teach her mother how to use all the appliances in the kitchen. Although Lu Yenran couldn't cook, she was young and picked up these new things quickly. Soon, with Lu Yenran's explanation, the aunt understood the high technology in the kitchen. Lu Feng was talking with his uncle in the living room, saying that he had to leave home tomorrow to go to Fei City. He said that there was something at the company that required his presence. His uncle didn't say anything after listening, but just told him to drive slowly and be careful. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned to his room and opened the system to make today's selection. However, today's luck seemed to be particularly bad, and the best option was a Patek Philippe watch set worth 65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. However, the uncle and aunt, who were lying in the new room, could not sleep. They sat there chatting about the past, about the interesting things that happened when Lu Feng and Lu Yanran were young, until late at night. The two people lying in bed could not believe that they could now live in a house worth 10 million. There was no word exchanged that night. In the morning, after eating the breakfast made by his aunt, Lu Feng drove to the direction of Fei City. While Lu Feng was rushing to Fei City, Fanli Group was in chaos. Since Zhao Yun and Wang Jingyan had fallen out, Wang Jingyan had started working on the minds of his subordinates in order to benefit Yadi. He wanted them to go to Yadi with him, but apart from his own loyal employees, few others were willing to go with him without knowing that the group had gone bankrupt. Zhao Yun was also furious when he heard from his secretary that Wang Jingyan was poaching people. He had clearly told him that if he wanted to leave, that was fine, but he could not poach people. However, Wang Jingyan had taken his words with a grain of salt. An exasperated Zhao Yun immediately called Wang Jingyan into his office. "Wang Jingyan, what are you doing?" Zhao Yun said angrily, slapping the table. "Lao Zhao, I haven't done anything, why are you so angry?" Wang Jingyan said nonchalantly. "Do you know what impact it will have on the group if you poach people from all over the group? I just told the staff that I was leaving, and they volunteered to follow me. The group was really blind at the time, hiring you. Zhao, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. You're in a difficult situation yourself, and you're still trying to block my way to a better future." The two of them started arguing loudly in the office. The employees who passed by and heard the arguing were also scared. After a while, the office door was opened directly, and Wang Jingyan stood directly in the corridor and shouted to the employees still working downstairs, "Everyone, pay attention, the group has gone bankrupt and is being sold in pieces. President Zhao Yun and Zhao De are still hiding it from you. I can't bear to see you lose your jobs. I have contacted the Yadi Group for you. Now, those who are willing to follow me, go fill out your resignation reports immediately. After today, you won't have this opportunity again." The employees suddenly panicked when they heard the vice president say this, because they knew that the vice president was telling the truth. Even though Zhao Yun tried his best to hide it, they had heard some rumors over the past while, and now the vice president had personally announced the bankruptcy of the group, which undoubtedly confirmed that the bankruptcy was true. Those employees who were originally prepared to go with Wang Jingyan immediately got up and went to fill out their resignation reports, while the remaining employees stayed in place not knowing what to do. From Wang Jingyan's exit to the announcement of the group's bankruptcy, it took less than a minute. By the time Zhao Yun reacted, it was already too late. He never expected Wang Jingyan to actually dare to announce the company's bankruptcy in public. Zhao Yun quickly walked out and pointed at Wang Jingyan's nose and scolded him. At this point, Wang Jingyan also broke the pot and threw it away and argued with Zhao Yun. The company executives saw the two of them arguing directly in public and hurriedly came over to pull them apart. Zhao Yun also quickly took out his phone and connected to the company's intercom system, explaining on it. "Everyone, don't believe what just happened. The company is not bankrupt, it's just that the chairman has changed. I have already been notified that the chairman will be here today and will bring a large sum of money to help the group tide over the current difficulties. Please believe me." After hearing the president's explanation, most of the employees at the bottom chose to believe the president, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates, who still chose to resign. The executives actually knew more than the employees at the bottom, so nearly a quarter of the executives were willing to follow Wang Jingyan to Yadi. "Wang Jingyan, just wait for the lawyer's letter," Zhao Yun said angrily after sending the message. Zhao Yun was even more furious when he saw that about a quarter of the executives had chosen Wang Jingyan, and he scolded these executives for not considering the interests of the group. Wang Jingyan laughed out loud when he heard this. "Mr. Zhao, people die for money and birds die for food. The group is bankrupt, so why are you making us stay with it?" Wang Jingyan said disdainfully. Just as Zhao Yun wanted to argue back, Wang Jingyan spoke up again. "Isn't the new director coming today? That's good. Here's my resignation report. He needs to sign it." After saying that, he told the executives and employees who were going to follow him to prepare their resignation reports, so that they could be signed together later when the new director arrived. Zhao Yun was about to stop him when his phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and saw the message. It was Lu Feng calling. Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone. When he heard that Lu Feng had already arrived, Zhao Yun was so excited that he almost burst into tears, and hurriedly ran downstairs to greet Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the departing Zhao Yun with a face of disdain, because he knew the current situation of the group. Someone had taken over Fanli, and without tens of billions of funds there was no way to stabilize the current turmoil. If you want to turn the company around and make a profit, it would take at least 40 to 50 billion. Let me see how this new director will face the group's current predicament. Coupled with the resignation of so many senior executives, it is estimated that it will directly cause the new director to collapse. I would also collapse if I were in his shoes. Wang Jingyan thought with a smile. Just as Wang Jingyan gloated, the elevator door not far away suddenly opened, and Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Lu Feng is here. Chapter 40 Wang Jingyan's Contempt. Seeing Lu Feng approaching non-stop, Wang Jingyan suddenly felt a sudden sense of panic for some reason. Soon, Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yun, stood in front of Wang Jingyan. Wang Jingyan was directly intimidated by Lu Feng's aura, and a layer of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. "Hello, Vice President Wang," Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng greet him, Wang Jingyan let out a long sigh of relief. It seems that this new chairman is not very good either. He is already giving in now. Should I wait and ask him not to let me go? Wang Jingyan thought to himself, and also looked at Lu Feng with a little less respect. "Hello, you must be Chairman Lu. I have heard a lot about you, and today I finally get to meet you. You really live up to your reputation," Wang Jingyan said with a smile. At this time, the executives who had brought their resignation reports also walked over, but when they saw the new director Lu Feng from afar, they were scared and did not dare to go up to him. "Let's go in and talk," Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Jingyan thought that Lu Feng wanted to find a place with few people to beg him, and naturally he was happy to go. The three of them then walked together into Zhao Yun's president's office. Lu Feng walked straight to the president's seat, and the other two also found a place to sit down. "I heard that Vice President Wang is going to resign. What's the reason?" Lu Feng asked with a calm face as he sat in the chair. "It's like this, Mr. Lu. I'm getting old and a bit out of shape, so I'm also looking for a relaxing job and enjoy life a bit." Because Lu Feng was now too calm, Wang Jingyan was a bit at a loss as to what Lu Feng really wanted to do, so he had to find an excuse to say. "Oh, you want to retire, then why not retire in the group? Why go to Yachty? I'm just afraid of holding up the company, so I simply want to resign, so that everyone can relax a bit." "Then why did you resign on your own and take your subordinates with you? This doesn't seem like you want to retire peacefully." "Chairman Lu, they followed me of their own accord. If you don't believe me, ask them to come over here." Wang Jingyan was a little scared at this point, because Lu Feng was really too calm, as if he were just an observer. After hearing Wang Jingyan's words, Lu Feng directly told Zhao Yun to go out and call over the employees and executives who wanted to leave. Dozens of people suddenly poured into the president's office, but these dozens of people looked at each other, and none of them dared to speak. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Lu Feng glanced at them and asked, lifting up his teacup. Hearing the director ask them, these employees and executives instantly became even more afraid, and none of them dared to speak. "Vice President Wang, you come and let them speak." Lu Feng, who had taken a sip of water, directly called out their names. It was only after Wang Jingyan's questioning that these employees and executives trembled and said that they were willing to leave Finalizing Group with Vice President Wang. After listening to what these people had to say, Zhao Yun just wanted to stand up and reprimand them, but was frozen by a look from Lu Feng. "Since everyone wants to leave the group and thinks that the group can't hold on anymore, I'll just help you do it. After all, I can't cut off your source of wealth." "Thank you, Chairman Lu." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Jingyan got up and thanked him. "Okay, since I'm here today, I'll just sign your resignation reports, starting with Vice President Wang," Lu Feng said, looking at Wang Jingyan. Although he did not understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily and did not try to dissuade him, Wang Jingyan still honestly handed over his resignation report. After reading the resignation report, Lu Feng picked up a pen and wrote his name directly in the signature space. He also signed the resignation reports of the other senior executives. As for the resignation reports of some employees, he handed them over to Zhao Yun to sign. Soon, the resignation reports of these people were signed under the penmanship of Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. "Thank you, Chairman Lu," said Wang Jingyan happily, and did not forget to ask the other executives and employees to thank Lu Feng together. Hearing these people's words of thanks, Zhao Yun really could not sit still, pointed at Wang Jingyan's nose and scolded him again, saying that he had no conscience. Wang Jingyan dared not retort because Lu Feng was present, and could only let Zhao Yun scold him. After Zhao Yun finished scolding Wang Jingyan, he turned his head and scolded the other executives. The executives were so ashamed by Zhao Yun's scolding that they lowered their heads. In this way, Zhao Yun only stopped after Lu Feng stopped him after scolding for more than 10 minutes. If Lu Feng had not stopped him, Zhao Yun said he could scold for a whole day. After yelling and cursing for more than 10 minutes, and after signing the resignation report, Wang Jingyan now just wanted to hurry up and leave with his subordinates. Lu Dong, then there's nothing else, we'll leave first, Wang Jingyan said, and the executives and employees nearby nodded in agreement. They didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Wait a minute, Vice President Wang, you're resigning now, and I've agreed, so do you have to pay the liquidated damages for the contract? Lu Feng asked, tapping on the table and looking up. As soon as the executives and employees heard about the liquidated damages, they hurriedly looked at Wang Jingyan. After all, Wang Jingyan had just promised them that they would not have to pay the liquidated damages themselves. Wang Jingyan looked at the executives and employees staring at him, gave a faint smile, and then said to Lu Feng, Director Lu, don't worry, the liquidated damages for everyone will be transferred to the company account within 2 days. After Wang Jingyan finished speaking, he looked at Lu Feng provocatively. He had been waiting for him here for a long time, and this was the result. He really was a young man and still had a lot to learn. After saying that, Wang Jingyan was about to leave with the executives, but was called back by Lu Feng. Vice President Wang, now that the matter of the liquidated damages has been resolved, let's talk about the rumors you spread about the company going bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyan also completely let go. Since he had already signed the resignation report and did not have to worry about the liquidated damages, Wang Jingyan said directly to Lu Feng. Chairman Lu, as far as I know, the group currently owes at least 10 billion yuan and is basically unable to repay it, which is why it is being sold out of bankruptcy and you have taken over. Am I correct? Yes, that's right, Lu Feng calmly replied. Then can I still call it a rumor when I say the company is bankrupt? If we really want to pursue this, the group's bankruptcy was kept secret by the higher-ups and hidden from the employees, and that is what should be held legally responsible for. Wang Jingyan became more and more agitated as he spoke, because it was possible that he would not even have to pay the penalty for resigning. Zhao Yun saw that Lu Feng was losing ground and wanted to help Lu Feng fight back, but was stopped by Lu Feng again. Helplessly, he could only sit back down. Oh? Who told you that the group is unable to repay these hundreds of millions of dollars, and who told you that the group is going bankrupt? Lu Feng said to Wang Jingyan, who looked happy. You just admitted it yourself, so why are you saying that now? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't care about him, and just told Zhao Yun to take his bank card and go to the finance department to bring the finance and the machine over. Although Zhao Yun couldn't understand, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Soon, Zhao Yun came back with the finance department and the machine. Lu Dong, I brought you everything you asked for, Zhao Yun panted, knowing that he had just run to get the finance department and back. Well, thank you for your hard work, Lu Feng said, and then, addressing the finance department, who did not understand the situation, he told Zhao Yun to give her the bank card and let her check how much money was in the bank card. After listening to this, the finance department took the bank card and swiped it over the machine. The computer displayed how much money was in the bank card. The finance department saw the numbers on the screen and thought there was a mistake, so they swiped the card again, but the result was still the same numbers. The finance department was stunned on the spot. Zhao Yun, who was standing nearby, thought the finance department was unreliable and was about to go up and operate the machine himself, but he was also captivated by the numbers on the computer. Just as the two of them froze next to the computer, Wang Jingyan, who was standing nearby, could no longer sit still. Looking at Lu Feng, who was beaming with a smile, and the finance and Zhao Yun, who were frozen in front of the computer, Wang Jingyan pushed his way through the crowd and squeezed in, before looking at the computer screen. The next second, Wang Jingyan froze there too, and his face instantly paled. He also saw the series of numbers.